Was it real? Was it mine? Was it worth it? Sometimes I feel like a player that's stressed and pressed by those creeps. All I know is my desire and my love won't fade. I'll set a fire, burn fears to ashes. Put some petals on my chest, right on the tear. I would just fall into that sunset for us to see. I'm a vessel, done its best to contain their schemes. Now all sounds are drowning with me. Through those rainbow shadows, struggles, battles, clearly I saw my way to the destiny. There is something no one can take from me. Oh, my laurel, my sword, my medals, and corrosive foam. I have left my fingerprints and slipped away in a heartbeat. I think I finally found my peace. All the medals on my chest are glimmering. A flash of light burns my eyes, making me ponder again. I burn the clouds with honor, feeling my veins, but somehow I linger and die. Through those rainbow shadows, struggles, battles, clearly I saw my way to the destiny. There is something no one can take from me. All the bruises are the clues that lead me to solution to my doubts and deepest fears. Glory's not all about winning, but blazing till the last minute. Through those rainbow shadows, struggles, battles, clearly I saw my way to the destiny. There is something no one can take from me. All the bruises are the curse that lead me to solution to my doubts and deepest fears. Glory's not all about winning, but blazing till the last Could you spare a second? Slow your pace, listen to the story of Cardathea. She called for freedom, she yearned for legend, dreaming of splendid adventure. Will the prophecy manifest? Will I be the maiden who is blessed and walk down the glory path? Bring all nothing can stop me walking down this path, bringing on the rain blessings back. Won't accept the fate that is set. There is no turning back this time. Will it be true? Will it be true? Be a closure for this myth. For one day we shall cheer and dance, making joy forever last.
Ooh, woo woo wah 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 woo wah wah boo boo ba ba boo boo ba ba. Ah boo boo ba ba boo boo ba ba boo boo ba ba. Eclipse. Uh 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 uh. Ooh. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Hello. 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 It's all me Nemesis, Adam, Enem, Flint, Forb, Tess, Zell, Cream, BFX, Vitor. Thank you for the dailies. Welcome in. Let me scroll up real quick. Oi, 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 oi. Oi, 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 oi. Oi, 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 oi. How about it? What's up, Tal? What's up, Nemesis? What's up, Red? Yeah, we'll talk about it. Your birthday, happy early birthday, Adam. I agree with you, Red. We'll see, we'll see. L move from the devs. I need some answers. What's up, Renegade? Hello, hello. Your two buddies did the Onslaught thing. Hold on, this is kind of loud. Great song, but... Yo, what's up, Ray? How are you, lovely? What's up, Tess? Hello, hello. Love the Woo-Wah song? I love Woo-Wah music, man. It's so good. This should fall under dev failure. I'll use it for 30 minutes or less, and you got banned? Really? Wait, you got banned for doing it for 30 minutes? I read the issue the bans already, so they can log in and think they are good.
What?
I'll wait for Raven Nerve, saw Crane player making a sea of balls. Teehee. Real talk, this is really messed up. I feel bad for him at this point. We all know there's going to be some exploits that players have done. Yeah, someone told me that some of his friends got banned for 15 days. Yeah, a lot of people got banned for 15 days. Exactly. Exactly. I want to hit the revenue money comes show. What's happening is really bad. I can agree with that. You have made the announcement, Ray. What's the announcement? I'm scrolling down. What is the announcement? Is it over, Dry Bear? I'm still not banned. I don't know if it's over. What's up, Jimmy? What's up, Chinch? What's up, Renegade? What's up, Cry? A daytime Dry Bear stream? I feel like I've been starting this time pretty much every day, huh? I made the announcement on your TFD journey. What was it? Where'd you put it? Did you hire a plane and put it in the sky? Hi, sweet baby princess. Hello. How are you today, my love? Hello. How are you today, my baby? You must DM me. Do it now. Or else. You can guess what it is. Are you leaving? No way. Surely it's something else. Surely it's something else, right? But what's up, Ryu? How long was the ban? 15 days. Guys up. Oh, I can't listen to this. This is illegal. I was about to sing along, but I can't listen to that. That's illegal. That is illegal music. Even though I'm a gameplay abuser. Da, 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 da. 10-4. Have you seen the Reddit? Yeah. Well, I mean, the Reddit is still primarily gooning. even the posts that are about the gameplay and the exploit are still the smallest posts. There's no permanent ban. I think maybe some people, because there are people that have been doing it since the patch, like all weekend long for like 5 days straight, 6 days straight. So those people might, you know, they technically warned they would do this in the past. Plus they have our player day. A lot of folks are clearly downplaying how long they actually did it. You said goodbye, Ray. Oh my God. Oh my God. Where are you going to go now? Minecraft? Yeah, Sen got banned. Hi, sweetie. What's wrong? What? What? Hello. I love you too. Oh my God. No! Little. Let's not knock the green screen over again. Crazy girl. Did he put something funny on his stream? Yeah, Sen got banned for 15 days. He did. Yes, sir. I already talked to him about it. Boom, 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 ba boom, ba boom, boom, ba da boom, boom, ba ding, bing, 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 bong. Sen can't evade this. It's true. He can't evade this ban. So he's out of the event. Yep. Did I get banned?
What do you get when you mix water and RK? What do you get when you mix water? What do you get when you mix water and RK?
I guess let's talk about it, shall we? Let's talk about it, shall we? What is Dry Bear going to do? What is Dry Bear's plan? What is Dry Bear gonna do? What's he gonna do? What is he gonna do? What is he gonna do? What do you get? You get no bans. A ban? What would Dry Bear do in this situation? What would Dry Bear do in this situation? Let's see if anyone can guess. See if anyone can figure it out. I need some music though. What do we listen to? Make a YouTube video. True. Yeah, that's part of it. How are you playing when you're supposed to be banned? Let's talk about it. Part one says hello, hello, hello. It is a very wild situation. It's very wild. It's very wild, bro. It's very wild. Sen banned, Sen got banned. 15 days. He got removed from the creator event. Let's see. Is he talking yet? Oh. He's playing music. What does it say? You've been banned from the game due to operating policy violations. Game policy violation duration 15 days.
You motorboating son of a bitch, you old sailor, you. How about a magic trick?
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, bro. Holy moly.
Lizard.
Is Moxie banned? That's a great question.
Lizard.
Moxie and Clyde, too.
Lizard.
Yep. Uh-huh. Moxie's in the game right now? I don't see him on. Do you have him on your friends list? Saving light. Ba-na-da-da-ba-na-na-na-na. All right, let's talk about it. Someone just said I'm slimy? What the frick, dude? What the frick? I didn't do nothing. Yeah, I did. Let's talk about it. Let's begin. No. Sense band, yep. Don't. The results of yesterday's debacle with the exploit found in game where you could farm hundreds of thousands or millions of mobs in Onslaught 1 has started to begun rolling out. So let's talk about the situation and what's going on today. As always, if you have any questions or comments for me, you'll find me live on twitch.tv/drybear. So the issue in question is this right here, what you're seeing on screen. There was an area in Onslaught 1 yesterday that was discovered that has been in the game for a couple months now that you could use to farm infinite mobs. It was very similar to past farms that we've seen in the past where you can actually farm transcendent weapons from this process. And that's the crux of this problem, is that this farm existed before and was in the game for several months. However, before, there wasn't really any other reason to do it unless you were just farming a certain amount of mobs, trying to clear that out to get that value from it to finish quests or things like that. But the reward was relatively small. Actually, I'm going to re-record that. I kind of stumbled a little bit. One more time. The result of yesterday's exploit has started to begin being rolled out by Nexon, with many players receiving 15-day bans and slaps on the wrist based on what they did in the game. So today, let's talk about the result of that and what it means for the rest of us. As always, if you have any questions or comments for me, you'll find me live on twitch.tv/drybear. So the exploit in question is what you see on screen right here, which is you could go to Onslaught 1 yesterday and basically for the last couple months, and there was a spot in here, if you didn't kill the boss, enemies would respawn infinitely and you could just sit here and farm this over and over. This previously wasn't an issue because all you could really do was farm mob count and a very small amount of currency, which didn't really mean much at the end of the day. However, with last week's Season 4, they added the ability for any mob in the entire game to drop the brand new transcendent weapons, which meant this farm was pretty crazy and people were getting a lot of transcendent weapons from it. And this is also why Onslaught has been disabled for the last 24 hours because they're trying to work on a fix for this. And starting this morning, many people that did this farm in any amount has been receiving 15-day suspensions where they can no longer access their game until this timer is up for breaking game policy violations. Onslaught 4 is up? Interesting. Now, as it stands right now, the person that showed how to do this on YouTube has received a 15-day ban, Sen Evades. You can check out the video. He left the video up on how to do it and just put out his response on how it goes. So he was the one that kind of showed this. And I think that is the justification that Nexon was using to grant him his ban, was the fact that he popularized it. However, as you can see by my screen right here, I am in-game jumping around, doing a twirl and changing my characters and stuff like that. So at this point, I have not banned. So let me get this out of the way first before we dive into the details as well. I am going to be enacting a self-ban of 15 days because I believe I am equally as guilty as anyone that received a ban for this. As of yesterday, I went and did this farm for about 20 minutes, got the footage I needed to do a news story, and then I stuck around for about another hour and 10 minutes farming this. I ended up killing about 200,000 mobs as part of this process, and I received about 5 transcendent weapons out of this as well. And if we are saying that anyone that did this farm is exploiting and abusing this, and also anyone that showed it to anyone else online as a content creator should receive a 15-day ban. I didn't receive one, however, I believe in equal treatment, and so I will be enacting a self 15-day ban. As long as everyone else's suspensions stands, I will be logging out of TFD until that day comes. I will probably still do news events as long as I can do those news outside of the game, but as it stands right now, I feel I am just as guilty as anyone else because I showed this on stream, I talked about how to do it, I showed it on YouTube. However, I did not receive a ban and several other people did. What did you say, Forb? The bans did go out, yeah. Skipping the clash, yes. Sen's quitting the game? No way. Wait, no way. Where's the creator clash? However, this does mean that this will take place as part of the creator clash that they have planned. So I'm telling Nuxon that I will be dropping out of the creator challenge. Even though I haven't received a ban, I do feel that the treatment should be equal across everybody. So because Sand of AIDS, who also did this, is being removed from the event and banned from the game for 15 days, I will also be withdrawing from the event myself and removing myself from the game for 15 days as well, because I did the exact same things he did, whether it was for an hour and a half or more than that, it doesn't really matter. I feel I am just as guilty, and so I will be dropping out of this event as well. I hope this doesn't, cause any inconvenience for anybody as well, but I feel like I wouldn't be keeping with my own values if I stuck in this event and also stayed in the game for receiving, in my opinion, partial treatment. What is the punishment? 15-day ban. Is this the thing? Yes. The only other thing I'll add is that there is a voting process right now, and you'll get a reward for this. We haven't received any updates from Nexon right now, and I'll be happy to work with them to find other creators if they'd like, just to make sure that the logistics of this still works out. But just keep your ear to the ground and pay attention. They might have a revote or something might happen with this, obviously with some of the creators dropping out of the event. Down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. But with that out of the way, let's talk about the actual situation, the result that happened to the players, and kind of what this means for the community overall and what to look at from this as well. The first thing is that let's look at the details here in case you're someone who's watching this and hasn't been involved in TFD, or you were, you had a day job, or you just weren't terminally online and didn't get caught up with this as well. So what you're seeing on screen here is one of the missions in Onslaught where you could have an enemy, the boss spawns. You see here at the top of the screen where it says Corrupted Goroth. That is the boss. At the top of the screen above that as well, you can see this right here. It says 39. That is the number of tickets that you have left in order to finish the mission. And so what happens in this specific spot, if you go to the other side here, you can see with these numbers going up, Corrupted Goroth is required to progress this mission. The mission doesn't go forward until Corrupted Goroth is dead. However, they didn't really want people sitting in Onslaught forever, and so what they did is they made it so then be fighting the boss. And if you're playing this mode correctly, then this isn't really a problem, because obviously you're focusing on killing the boss is done. No one really wants to sit in here and kill mobs endlessly, mainly because these mobs give basically nothing. You can see here, while these mobs are dying, look on the just above my head, any loot that I would be getting from this would be showing up constantly, right? If we're getting a bunch of currency, if we're getting a bunch of equipment, getting a bunch of external components, a bunch of reactors, those would be popping up. They pop up just right here on the bottom right corner of the screen. So as it stands right now, this mission has been in the game since Onslaught 1 launched, and it wasn't really ever a problem because there was no major incentive to kill the mobs like this. Mainly because you didn't get anything from it, but also because unless you were just trying to farm a lot of minion kills, you had no reason to do this, right? So some people would come in here to get their battle pass quests done. There's quests where you have to kill a bunch of mobs, like 100,000 mobs, kill them, and then get your battle pass quest done to get a little progress on your battle pass. And some people would come in here just to get credit for that and then leave because there was no incentive. However, last week, they introduced the Transcendent Weapons, and this meant that now, all of a sudden, a pre-existing farm that was already in the game now has a pretty big incentive, because any monster in the game can drop these high-value Transcendent Weapons. What's up, Sagan? Hello, hello. Now, the purpose of these weapons is worth discussing, so let's kind of break it down bit by bit. And again, I'm still in game here. Once I'm done with this, we're going to be jumping off. That's going to be showing up here. So we have ultimate weapons, and we have purple weapons, we have blue weapons. For the longest time, in the First Descendant, for the last 2 years, yellow weapons have been the best possible weapon in the game. They have been the de facto. As soon as you got an ultimate tier weapon, there was no reason for you to use anything else. They just outclassed everything else in the game, and so people have always used ultimate weapons. However, about a year ago, we got a brand new type of module called the Ancestor module. These are the red tier transcendent modules that transcended every other module in the game. These are randomly rolled modules that you can spend money to buy on the shop. And I do believe that the reason that they are adding transcendent weapons into the game, the primary reason, is because they saw a substantial revenue bump from having gameplay that is available for purchase with these Ancestor modules. It hasn't really been a major problem up until now because it is a PvE only game and you don't need this kind of power in order to complete anything. In fact, if you took these off and didn't use a single Ancestor module, you would be perfectly fine clearing every bit of content the game has. It is just a source of power that you can use for your characters. Boomer, thank you for the prime. Thank you. Restraint. Dude, my internet went out twice last night, chat. And so they have actually done the same thing here with the transcendent weapons. Again, we have the yellow weapons. They added these transcendent weapons, which transcend the existing weapons. They are effectively better than the other weapons, and they also do come with a random element, and these will be made for purchase. They are not available for purchase yet, and that's kind of the big thing that I think is a big part of this conversation is these weapons are not available to be sold to other players yet, which means there was still time, several weeks or so, before they could have cleared up and removed any extra transcendent weapons that came from this farm and pulled it off people's accounts before the sale went live. They even could have just delayed the sale of these weapons on the open market until they felt they were clear of this specific situation. No. And I think that's where a lot of people's heads were at as well. An incentive was created to farm these weapons, and there was a farm that had existed in the game already that was a good source of it. And I think in general, for a PvE style game, if there's incentive, people will always try to find ways to farm these specific situations. I think the big thing here is that a lot of people felt like this one was a little icky. It just felt like it was a little too much, but it wasn't broken. There wasn't a bug. It was the exact same logic we've seen ever since the beginning of the game. You're very welcome, Justin. Thank you. What's a TFD punishment? People got banned this morning. They got suspended for 15 days. Sen said he's taking his ball and going home. Let's see. Next, let's talk about the history of TFD, situations that exist in the game, and how it's been handled in the past. And I think this is going to lead up to my verdict on where I think that they sit with this as well. So what's worked in the game ever since the game? You can see this is a 2-year-old video. I couldn't find my footage. I mean, it's in one of my thousands of videos. It's in somewhere. But there has been a logic inside of TFD ever since the beginning of the game that in certain missions, like fragments or onslaught, things like that, once all enemies that are available in that spawn have died, it will instantly spawn all of the enemies that are then coming on that next wave. A famous version of this was the VS fragment spawn. There's actually 3 of these specifically that have happened over the years. This is just one of them. There was actually one that was much bigger than this one. But as you can see in this from 2 years ago, if you spawn the enemies and kill all the many enemies that are there, it will instantly spawn the next wave. And so this is functionality that has always existed. This is something that we farmed for a lot of levels back in the day. It was never even talked about. I don't even think the devs even mentioned it. It was just a very common thing, and I'm very certain you can still do this in the game right now. If you went to this mission and farmed this exact spot, or you went to the fragment in Vesper, you can actually just go do this too. It's just how the mission works. Oh, I probably shouldn't use an Elisa video. No. Another famous one is Valby Cart, which is from 2 years ago as well. This has always been in the game, and the function here was if you went to an outpost but didn't kill the boss, you could actually farm all of the minions in this outpost until the outpost ended, like it ran out of time, right? So this, again, was a very famous situation. Now, it's not to the same scale, and that's important to highlight here, is the Onslaught 1 farm was obviously a magnitude bigger with the number of mobs that you could farm, but this was exactly the same logic, the same thinking, the same optimization. Go to a place that has infinitely spawning enemies with a crux where, as you can see here on screen, the only requirement, funny enough, it's the same boss, Restored Goroth. If you don't kill Restored Goroth in this situation, allies and enemies will just keep spawning and spawning and spawning and spawning. So the farm here was called Valby Cart or Valby 500. You just went in a circle, dropping puddles all over the place, killing all the mobs that were on the ground, and then as long as you didn't kill the boss, it would run the entire time and you can destroy all the mobs and get all the loot. And this was actually one of the biggest gold farms in the game at the time. Next, I actually dug up the old official post on this one specifically. So this one was in the game for quite a while. I think it was a couple months actually, or maybe even 2 months before they ended up doing anything about it. But this was their official response from the current sitting creative director on the project right now. So I wish to share the dev's opinion regarding a recent issue, the so-called Valby Run, or what you just saw on screen, Valby Cart. Again, this was 2 years ago for the exact same farm. Valby Run, strategic outpost farming Valby, is currently taking place at the outpost, and it increases the amount of odd drop rate from 2 to 3 times higher than that of other locations. You can actually just go farm mobs, and they even say, the director himself says, respawning infinitely. To maintain our game and to our adored fans for a long time, we believe it is wrong to just look on and leave the unbalanced content, which is providing unbiased rewards. However, as Valby Run became popular very quickly within our community, and players have researched Valby for that specific content, the current issue has occurred clearly by our own mistake, but we do not wish to suddenly remove it, because it has already become a solid content of TFD. So we would like to inform you that we're preparing a patch without completely blocking the outpost issue and to keep allowing the players to enjoy playing like before. However, At the same time, we will update the outpost to match the efficiency of other farming locations. So they're going to update it to match it as well, but not take away anything that was farmed because it was something that was in the game. It was a mechanic that they agree is just part of it. It was a little more efficient than some of the other ones. Although we've insisted that no additional patch will be necessary, we're preparing a hotfix to fix it, that sort of thing. As we continue our live service for the First Senate, we have no plan to respond by simply nerfing certain content for any gameplay which collides with our intentions. We respect every content created by our players, and we'll do our best to create a game that allows all players to enjoy together for a long time. I did not get banned, no. I'm banning myself. As you can see, I am still in the game. Another great example of this is the Bunny Cave. This again is from 2 years ago, from the very basis of the game. The general purpose here was you had an electric fragment in this cave that if you hit it with an electric character, it would spawn enemies. And what people did is they went into this cave and used Bunny, which could clear the entire room by jumping, which did that little shockwave every time she landed. And so what you would do is you would just sit here and AFK. There were people that ran scripts, like actual macros, to jump up and down over and over, and they left their game running 24 hours a day. This, as far as I know, had no actions taken on it, no punishments taken on it as well. But again, the key part here is that this is obviously not to the same scale and amount of mobs that were in the game, but it is a similar concept. It is an optimization, an oversight from the devs, and this was, I believe, eventually changed, but there just wasn't any punishment doled for it. Sen made a video for an exploit. Do you think he shouldn't be banned? I mean, I made a video for an exploit. Sarcastic, thank you for the 50 bits. I did watch the
Bear,
Gamescom,
I hope your day is going great. You watched the Gamescom?
I watched the opening night live. It was pretty cool. Yeah, I saw that losing. Now go do the Hades event in Woo-Wah. Yeah, yeah. They banned Sin and Moxie? Moxie did it just as much as Sen did. Bow, 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 bow. I'm pulling out of the Clash, yep. I don't feel comfortable staying in it. Oh, also, another good one. Luna. Next, I think it's also worth going through some of the other situations that have existed in the game that we have taken advantage of as a community and utilized without any action, notice, or any kind of slap on the wrist as well. A great example of this is when current bonding, a brand new trigger mod, was added to the game. There was a way to get Luna to trigger it at a very, very fast fire rate and clear out the Defiler Abyss boss at the time. This was obviously, the trigger module itself was not working as intended, but pretty much everyone ended up using this as an opportunity to farm a boss and build this build, myself included at the time. Now, once this bug with current bonding was discovered on the trigger module, what they did is they put out a hotfix that fixed the trigger module and then reset the leaderboards, which was the fair way to do it, because obviously a lot of people were getting like 1 second clears on Defiler at the time utilizing that bug. But again, no action taken, nothing done, they just fixed it and reset the leaderboard. However, what's interesting about that situation this was 3 months ago, yeah. Is in that very same patch. As you can see, like, look at my screen here. This is the patch video that I had done at the time. You can see that the explosive aesthetics module isn't working correctly. So if we zoom in here, with the patch that they did that fixed the current bonding module to make it not work, they accidentally broke the explosive aesthetics module. You can see it's supposed to have 3 stats here. 2 of them aren't lighting up. What happened with this one is it actually was getting the wrong stat, and it was like orders of magnitude more damage than it should have been doing. And this one was allowed to then, right after they reset the leaderboards for current bonding, was immediately breaking the leaderboards with characters that could utilize this module, doing again 1 to 5 second clears on Defiler, which means that they had to put out another hotfix and then reset the leaderboard again. And all of those situations, again, no action taken, no bans, no slaps on the wrist, no warnings. They just fixed the problem and just made it aware, like, hey, this isn't how it's supposed to work. We're just going to fix it up and move on from that point as well. I got 3 from trials, yeah. They plan to roll back the banned accounts anyway, so yeah, exactly. I feel like rollback was the correct answer. I've also got a very short list of situations that have happened over the last 2 years of playing this game. Even a couple weeks ago, there was a issue where they put it into the game where they swapped the firing modes of Hammer and Anvil. Hammer and Anvil is a shotgun and then like a burst rifle, like that explodes in the air. They accidentally, with a patch, swapped those functionalities so that the burst was shooting at the rate that the shotgun was shooting at and vice versa. And it was so unbelievably broken that it was annihilating anything that was in its path, and they quickly had to hotfix it as well. There was a situation where you could abuse the wall crasher leaderboard. There's even a wall crasher loot exploit, which was very recent as well. What you could do, and this, you actually might notice this in game right now. Do we have any wall crasher video? I'm sure I have something somewhere. Let's see. I'll just use my own. Don't I have a Serena? Didn't I do a wall crasher Serena? Not even showing up. What the heck? Huh? I did not get banned, no. I'm banning myself. You may have noticed this in all game already, but if you've been playing since Wallcrasher came out with Season 3, you probably remember there was a point where the loot when killing Wallcrasher would fan out in a giant circle, and you'd have to get on your hover bike and drive around and collect all the loot. Now think about what you've done for recent Wallcrasher. You probably noticed that that doesn't happen anymore. Now when you kill Wallcrasher, when the loot spawns out of Wallcrasher, your fellow instantly collects it. You get the loot automatically. I don't know if you've ever thought about why that actually ended up changing in the game. The reason was that recently there was an exploit with Wallcrasher where if you killed Wallcrasher and then left before you collected the loot, you could then instantly re-queue for Wallcrasher, and you could do that infinitely and also stack up the rewards as much as you wanted, which means that people were treating Wallcrasher as a piñata. They were shooting loot all over the place over and over and over and over and over. And this was very recent, and they changed it now so that the loot comes out instantaneously. You pick it up instantly, so that can't happen anymore. Again, another exploit, a lot of loot earned, no action taken, no rollbacks, no penalties, no bans, no suspensions. Was that it at the top? Oh, I missed it. I'm sorry. The rollback isn't good. Look, a lot of stuff right now with new and returning players coming back. This is the game treating its content creators and players this way. It could hurt their reputation. Yeah, it's a challenge for sure. Yeah, do not talk bad about other people, other content creators in the chat, please. What else do we have? Because remember, there was a situation where you could stack up infinite power on Kyle, go into his ultimate, and one-shot any Colossus in the game. That one was also fixed after about a couple weeks. The Battle Pass levels was the only one that, at least in memory, that I can know that they actually rolled back on. So this one was a Battle Pass that you could get infinite XP on and level to level 400. And when this was discovered, they went through all the logs, rolled everyone back, and maybe even applied some suspensions to people that were abusing it. We talked about the current bonding and the explosive aesthetic situation. There was also a situation where you could swap builds with Glay, and this allowed you to destroy any boss in the game and farm anything you wanted. There was also the launcher shotgun swap that allowed you to instantly kill Defiler. Snapshotting has been a thing as well, though you could probably make an argument that that is fair use. The tidal wave one-shot was there. There was also a bug for about 2 weeks where Luna could cause enemies to T-bug by playing a certain song, which means the enemies wouldn't move or deal any damage or attack, effectively breaking their functionality. Raven currently has a bug right now where she can get over 225,000 shields and scale her damage almost infinitely. And Harris used to have a bug with overwhelming shield where she could scale her damage up into the multiples of thousands because there was infinite scaling on her shield as well. There's also abort missions that would allow you to kill infinite mobs that existed in the game overall. So let's bring it all back to this situation here, right? I think any reasonable person would look at this and say, this feels icky. I felt icky doing this. I felt icky talking about it. This is obviously to a scale and magnitude that is higher than the rest. However, I think that when we're talking about severe punishment, taking action, and enacting what would be considered a rules and regulation, I feel like it's not really up to the player to gauge how icky they feel while they're doing it. There isn't a bug going on here. The game has always functioned this way. When you kill mobs in a wave spawning mission and that wave is done, it will always instantly spawn more waves. We've shown this with many different situations that have existed in the game for 2 years, 2 calendar years. So this is, in its way, the way the game works. It just so happens that the lens that got put on this is that the transcendent weapons are now dropping from something that existed before. And I feel like if if you're going to take action on something that has existed for several months since the launch of Onslaught, then you need to take action on anyone that has ever done this at any point in Onslaught since its inception, or apply it to no one. You do a rollback for the people that got items, find the items that were there, roll them back, remove them from the account, or put some kind of warning out as well. But I think that putting a game ban, a suspension on people that have this, I think is just not really the right way to go about it. When was the last time you read the TOS of anything? I read a lot of things. If they've written stipulations in terms of service for not doing this type of thing, intended or not, it is still a player's fault for ignoring it. That is true. But I think the big thing, right, is enforcing things inconsistently creates a public perception that the rules don't matter. If I said that jaywalking is illegal, but I only enforce it when I feel like it, eventually everyone's going to be jaywalking. Why? Because you're inconsistently enforcing it, which means the rules lose all their value, right? If I say don't steal from anyone, but 95% of the time I never enforce it, and then I enforce it sometimes, that's a problem. What's up, Megan? Yeah, they banned people for 15 days. True, Godslayer, true. Did you get hit as well, Godslayer? There's a reason exploit early, exploit often is a thing. That's another great point. That's another great point. Now, another thing worth noting about this as well is that if you have a history of not enforcing rules, you can make an argument that this is in their terms of service, this is their regulation for the game. Do not exploit anything that is exploitative or feels exploitative. Again, back to that feeling of players self-policing when they feel icky, right? If you have a history of never enforcing these kinds of things, what happens is the people that abuse these benefit and the people that are playing by the rules don't. Because if you don't roll back those items, if you don't roll back that equipment, if you don't roll back that currency, it means that it enforces what a lot of gamers understand as the rule of exploit early and exploit often, right? Because if you know that it's really who gets there first and takes advantage of it, no punishment is doled out at all. It means that eventually everyone just realizes that the point is just to get in, get what you can out of it before they shut it down, because the people that do that benefit far more than the people that play by the rules, because the rules aren't being enforced or equally enforced up until that point. Thank you, Nox. Play by the rules, have fun, who cares? I guess. We should also... What else is there to talk about, chat? Was that good enough? What's up, Sephiroth? You gonna close Sigma? I don't think so, no. What did you miss? There was an exploit that was found yesterday. It was utilized by a lot of people, and some people that utilized it ended up getting a 15-day suspension for it. You found me in game? What? Where? Spotted. Spotted. I mentioned that yes. I did. So let's talk about what this means for the community, what it means for Nexon/Magnum, and what the outlook of this is as well. Because I think this is going to be, either way, this is a really bad situation for everyone involved. It's a tough choice on the side of Nexon, and it's also a tough choice on the side of creators and gamers and that sort of thing, because I think it impacts everyone. I feel like this is probably, at least from like a policy standpoint, a step in the right direction, because I think that if they want to enforce this sort of thing, then they probably need to move towards it. What I think is the wrong choice, though, is I think heavily or severely enforcing it right now without any warning or preamble is just going to set the wrong precedent. Because all the examples we've listed, and there's many more in the game as well, there are a lot of examples in the game where these sort of things get discovered. They get abused and used by the gamers that are in the game. This has been the case for the last 2 years, and now all of a sudden they're doling out severe punishments for this specific action as well as the battle pass system that they had before, where the battle pass was infinitely leveling. So the two places where they have enacted punishments, rollbacks, and suspensions have been the only two places where those situations that the devs created affected their income. It was battle pass levels, which they sell for real money, and transcendent weapons, which they sell for real money, and soon will allow players to sell to other players, which they take a cut of that as well. So people have to buy caliber for real money, then they can buy other people's transcendent weapons for real money and make money there. Unfortunately, whatever you believe the result is, I think the message that's being sent from this specific action is, when the bugs that exist in the game affect your enjoyment, we care less. Or perhaps not as much, and when the bugs or systems that we put into the game affect our revenue, we care a lot, right? So there's tons of situations, like there's bugs right now with Raven where she loses all of her crit rate, she loses her passive, this affects everyone in the group. Raven can't even spawn turrets inside of tunnels when the roof is too short. Nell, which is over a year old, still has major bugs with her scan where it won't work properly. There are tons and tons of issues with trials, buffs and codes that don't function, they don't read the right thing, they don't work the right way, shield values don't get calculated correctly. There's tons of issues that are impacting how people are experiencing the game. However, those are still in the game and still have yet to be addressed. But the one issue that's affecting the market that does all of their revenue gain for their new weapons that do have an impact on power is immediately addressed, and severe punishments, suspensions, and bans are going out to anyone that interacted with something that has been a functionality for the game for a long time. Lose all the sweet tea weapons, yeah. Anything else you want to cover, chat? Tea weapons are just a mistake, yeah. Now, I want to state this clearly. This is something that you could consider as part of the terms of service. I have no qualms about any action that's taken here for the game overall, and I think that it is up to the developer's discretion to be able to apply the rules however they want, but I think it is also up to the community and the player base to decide how they perceive and receive that information from the developers. And I think that in a system where you're issuing punishments and what you call justice, if that justice is applied inconsistently and illogically, that's just going to frustrate players overall. So if they're going to do this, they need to be doing this to everyone involved equally and for every situation going forward. And they also need to take responsibility when they introduce functionality in the game that they think that was just an oversight, right? This is something that's been in the game for 3 months. If they cared enough about this kind of farm, they should have fixed it when Onslaught came out. If they knew they were adding a situation where transcendent weapons can drop from mobs anywhere in the game, they should have done their due diligence, gone through the entire game, found the things that were already known and reported to Nexon directly, and known that this was a thing in the game, and thought, hey, we're about to add incentive to farm anything in the game. Let's look through the game and see if there's anywhere where infinite mobs can be farmed and we feel isn't worthy, and make sure they don't drop transcendent weapons or rework them before the transcendent weapons come out so it's not an issue. If we miss any of those situations, that is a developer responsibility. They left this in the game for multiple months. They also allowed people to farm it as is for multiple months, did nothing about it, and then all of a sudden, when it became an incentivized activity for one of their more pay-for-power items, then they start issuing severe punishments. I feel like that sets a really, really weird precedent. You're very welcome, Omega. No one got banned? We got an emblem? What do you mean? Sen's banned. Why was Sen banned? Probably because he put the guide out on it, and they want to make an example out of him. That would be my guess. No. That would be my guess. But to be fair, I also put a video out on it. I also streamed it, and I also said how to do it publicly. And I also did it for an hour and a half. And got 5 weapons out of it. So the question is, why am I in game jumping around right now? Better? Oh my god, Jobu. Okay. Yeah, I feel like, I mean, Moxie farmed it just as much. Clyde farmed it just as much. There's a lot of other people. I don't know. It's pretty wild. Pretty wild. Oh. Quote unquote severely? Well, think about it this way, right? 15 days in the grand scheme of things is not a lot, right? What I mean by severely is relative to the crime, right? I feel like a farm that has been existed and allowed and sanctioned by the developers for multiple months being unchanged and exactly the same, and then the devs adding an incentive to do it, and then people do that same thing that they've already been doing for a long time. I feel like suspending people for 15 days for that very thing that they let in the game and supported, I think that's severe. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. 1,500 hours in the game and I just uninstalled. I left one of the worst tastes in my mouth that any game has ever left. Wow. I got banned. No, I'm still in the game. I'm banning myself. It's a self-ban. No. As long as their suspension lasts, mine will too. But as always, let me know what you think about all this. I know there's going to be one of those things where you want to make sure that everyone gets punished equally. Content creators, I believe, should never be above the law. And in at least my personal values, I think that punishment should be given equally to everyone who's as guilty as anyone else. And that's just kind of how I perceive things. But let me know how you feel about this. Do you believe this was an exploit? Do you believe this was just a clever use of game mechanics? Do you believe that action should be taken? And if so, what action should that be? Should it be rolling back the items? Should it be nothing? Should it be suspending players? Should it be permanently banning players that enacted in this activity and got any value from it? How do you feel about the power gain of transcendent weapons and ancestor modules being added into the game? And how do you feel about the action that was taken overall? Let me know in the comments down below. Okay. I think the correct solution here is to announce that they're now going to start punishing people for these actions. They're not going to do it this time, but if it happens again and you do it again, you will be punished. And then the next time they can be as aggressive as they want. But I think that at this point, they really should not be doing anything that, like, they shouldn't be severely punishing something that has been in the game the whole time. They've never punished anyone for this sort of thing. They've never done anything like this for sort of thing. They have no history of doing this at all. And then out of nowhere, you know, then they start slapping people in the face. I think that's way too harsh. It's a very weird precedent and breaks a lot of things. Bow, 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 bow. Yo, what's up, Seven? There's a wild salmon way to act. Yeah, what's up, Seven? Seven, are you clean? Did you get suspended or no? Guys, go check out Seven. He's a gamer. You did not? I didn't either, but I'm banning myself. What do you mean banning yourself? It's a self-enacted 15-day suspension. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. If it was a live ban, then yes, but it's 2 weeks. 2 weeks is nothing. Yeah, pretty much. It's true. In the grand scheme of things, it ain't much. It is, Jokesy, it is. Sen said he might go to Warframe. Let's go, dude. Let's frickin' go. He asked you a question? What? Who? What? Who asked me a question? So what do we play now? Let me get this video out. 7? Where? Did I miss it? I'm so sorry. You withdraw from the contest? Yes, I am. Yo, Hansel, thing was 71 months. I'm pulling out. All right. No. Well, did you exploit 7? I did. So I feel like I should have been banned, and that's why I'm banning myself. Less than 50 minutes? Yeah, I did about an hour and a half, so a little bit more than you. Don't know. You guys stop making videos about these farming spots? You lit killing them by doing so? Yeah, that's the issue here. That's the issue here, yep. Whoa, Ryu, whoa. A rollback would have been more acceptable, I agree. No, 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 no. Do. Let me get a thumbnail. You know what we should do? Where's the corn? Where's the corn? The prison outfit for Bunny. That's so funny, dude. Wait, can you still see it or no? It might be hidden because it's limited. Is it? I can't see it. It's limited. No! Am I blind? Use the hourglass on the bottom? Oh. No, can't see it. I don't think. Am I blind? Did I miss it? I don't see it. Can't see it if you don't own it. Oh. All right, we'll go with corn. Paint the mechanic costume orange. Yeah. I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Exploit, no exploit, ban, no ban, deserved, not deserved? 15-day ban, time to go fishing, yep. Make a poll? Should we do a straw poll so YouTube can vote? Bans are a step too far. Are 15-day suspensions justified for exploiting on slot 1 in First Descendant? Yes. No. All right, here you go, chat. Oh, boom. It's a bit rough seeing how the only reason they are banning is the guns. Yeah. Well, it shows what the priorities are, unfortunately. Right? I think it's too severe. Too severe for action that they have never punished before. You know what I mean? I shouldn't say banned. Money is the prison outfit. I can't see it because I don't own it. It's a temporary ban. It's suspended. Yeah, suspended's a longer word though. Sussed. If you think exploit, they should take the items away. The ban is heavy, but to be honest, did think or anyone think uploaded a guide to such a thing would make the devs happy? Well, like here's the thing, right? And this is where it comes down to, like when you're enforcing rules and regulations, you need to be consistent. There is actually protections in this in most like public court systems where weaponizing enforcing rules ends up being shut down. Because you should either treat every violation equally or you don't get the right to enforce the violations at all, right? If you weaponize your enforcement, that is a whole other situation, a whole other problem. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Maybe preemptive measure? Yeah, it could be. Take the item, but no banning. I think that would be the right way to do it. Yeah, I think so too. I think making a video on an exploit was a bad move any way you look at it. I think that is true, but I think that in order for that to be something that is enforceable, it needs to be clear what an exploit is. Right? I don't think that it's up to the player to decide whether something is right or wrong based on how icky they feel doing it. It should be clearly something laid out in their rules and actively enforced all the time so that people learn and know. This farm was in the game for months. You could do it months ago. It has been in the game ever since, and people have been doing it nonstop ever since then. It just, now it becomes a problem because there's an incentive to do it. So inconsistent enforcement of rules without any oversight is where the problem comes in, right? You can't inconsistently enforce things and expect anyone to take those rules seriously, right? This is the problem. The weapon's being bad for the game. Garrett Belmont? You're gonna get your rewards taken off? What do you mean, what rewards? My handsome good looks? They can't take that away from me. In jail court? Yeah, in jail photo. What song is this? This is from Witcher 3. It's only looter shooters with stores attached to use this argument? Yeah. Yeah, it just felt like they got violent out of nothing. Weapons, resources, quality? Yeah, I mean, I guess. Can't take one from you where you never had? Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth, mother trucker. Yeah, I think the ban was too far. I think that they can put a slap on the wrist. They can make a statement saying, hey, we are no longer allowing these sort of things. And in the future, we will be taking action against it, right? But to be this severe out of nowhere with no preamble and no history of enforcing this sort of thing, it sets a really bad precedent. New season of Division 2 crossplay. Let's go, dude. Yeah, I mean, what they could do is going forward, they can enforce this sort of thing. Wah, 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 wah. What the frick? Wait, why is that? Oh no. No! Whoopsies. I did the wrong thing, chat. I did it wrong. Whoopsies. This needs to be 5.1. RuneScape. What is RS? I don't know. What is that? Gamer Gitmo and the Slammer. You remind me of Mike from Mystery Science Theater 3000. Let's go. Yeah, Sen got banned for 15 days. Driver banned himself for 15 days. Yeah, I agree. I think this is the devs' fault for leaving it in the game and not enforcing the rules they have in the game. And you know, if you don't enforce rules and then you suddenly start enforcing them, I think it's important that you need to announce that you're gonna do that and be consistent about it. What about a certain content creator asking for the bans? I don't know what you're talking about. What's the origin of my name? A dry bear is someone who stays inside when everyone's out playing in snow in a snowy region. They're a dry bear. This is the dev's fault for not taking it out and the player's fault for exploiting it. Well, like, I think an exploit is something that needs to be clearly defined in the game. And I don't think an exploit has been clearly defined in this game. I gave multiple examples of situations that I would consider an exploit that were never highlighted, never punished, no action was taken against any of them ever, right? So if these are suddenly exploits, then that needs to be clearly delineated. We have been farming instant spawns on missions since the dawn of the game. It has been a thing since the very beginning. We've been doing this. What you see there in that gameplay, this is something that people have been doing in TFD since its inception. This is a mechanic that has never been punished. It has never been banned. It has never been suspended. It has never been treated. And so I think it's fair for players who play this game that have been playing it for a long time to see this and say, oh yeah, instant respawns on an area that has infinite. We've done this before, a lot. So clearly this is no different, right? This one just has a lot more enemies, but we've been doing this for a long time. So I think it's fair to say for people to assume that this is something they're just gonna fix, right? Now, if you're looking at this at a 10,000 foot view and you don't play a lot of TFD, sure, this is problematic. Look at the number of enemies going up. This is problematic. But again, this is something we've been doing for a long time. So why is it now all of a sudden this is something that results in suspensions? It didn't result in suspensions the last million times we've done it. This is something that we've been doing for a very long time. It's no different, it's just bigger. So why is this now your account gets suspended or permanently banned? That's the issue. It's not that this isn't inherently wrong, because this looks wrong. I don't think anyone can make an argument against that. But if you're gonna enforce the stuff, you have to make it clear that you're going to enforce the stuff and make sure people understand that you're gonna enforce the stuff. And then if people understand it and do it anyway, then you can issue those suspensions and things like that. But like, for example, if they just came out and said, hey, we're aware of this issue, it is we're going to treat it differently because now transcendent weapons are a thing. We are going to disable onslaught, and if other situations in the game spring up like this, here is our stance on this. Here is what our stance is about these sorts of things. And they can list that publicly. They can post it in game. And then when another spawn like this is discovered, which it's going to be discovered, everyone knows, oh, this is how they view it. And then you can knowingly violate that rule because they laid it out for you. But something we've been doing since the game has come out, suddenly receiving severe punishment out of nowhere, that's out of left field, man. Because we've been doing stuff like this since the game came out for 2 years. Since like 2 calendar years. Thousands and thousands of hours of playing this game. We've been doing this exact thing. All over the game, in different missions, locations, farm spots, areas, maps, everything. We've been doing this for a long time. This is not new. And this exact farm has been in the game for 3 months. People have been farming this for 3 months. This exact, what you see on screen was already possible. So why is it now, out of nowhere, some people that do it get a suspension? It's because it's affecting their money. It's because now their market is messed up. Now their paid power is messed up. Now there are things that are coming out of this that could result in their revenue. And again, I think this is one of those situations that the devs just had to take this on the chin and say, hey, we're going to look through the logs. We're going to remove any weapons we felt were wrong or applied incorrectly, which sounds like they're going to do that anyway. And they need to put out a statement in game and out of game and say, here is the rules. If you encounter farms like this in the future, and it's similar to this, we do not condone this. This is our rule, and going forward, we are going to enforce this rule. Then when the Axion Plains farm shows up, people say, oh, wait a minute. They said they don't like this. If I continue, I am now willingly risking my account, right? Versus this is something we've been doing for a long time that has nothing going on. Actually, kind of want to add that. Next season where you collect tentacles isn't an exploit, but like that's the thing. That's what makes this so hard. Now we don't know what's an exploit and what's not. How are we supposed to know what's an exploit or what's not? Is farming trials over and over an exploit? Is sealed residential district an exploit? Is doing fragment missions an exploit? Is speedrunning the auxiliary location in Axion Plains an exploit? How do we decide what is or isn't an exploit now? I'm gonna add that to the video as well, actually. So here's the short on my perspective on this. This is something that we've been doing in the game for a very long time that, we'll give examples on that as well. This is something that has been a big thing in the game. We have been taking advantage of situations like this constantly in the game overall. And so I think it's perfectly understandable for some players to ignore that icky feeling they get when they're doing something like this because it has never really been punished or acknowledged really from the devs at all. Like this has not been a history over the last 2 years of enforcing these kinds of things. And the big follow-up question is, okay, if this is an exploit, even though we know in other places of the game, there are places where when you kill all of the mobs in an area, it instantly respawns the mobs that are there. And there are still locations in the game that infinitely spawn mobs forever. Like, how do we know now what's an exploit and what's not? I think the correct solution for Nexon that should have happened here is they should have shut down the farm immediately and put out a notice saying, hey, Now that transcendent weapons are in the game, it puts a different lens on this, and we're going to be treating these situations differently than we have in the past. And following that, what they should have done is put a message in-game and out of game, clearly delineating what they consider an exploit versus not, because this is not bugged. The game functions this way normally. And then talk about what that means and also how they're going to be enforcing it in the future. And then just go through and remove any weapons they found in the logs that people got from this activity, clean things out, and don't turn on player trading for the transcend weapons until that is solved. Then they can say, hey, going forward, if you find farms that are just like this one, if you end up finding something like this, because the reality is this is going to keep happening as they add new missions, new dungeons, new locations, new farm spots. This is going to keep happening, right? They need to say that going forward, we're going to treat these sorts of situations with a punishment, meaning that if you have this and you find it, be cautious. And if you move forward with it, you will be then willingly exposing yourself to some kind of punishment, right? That's what we're looking for. I think the problem here, at least the core of this issue, is that for the last 2 years, they have not viewed any of these as exploits. They have not enacted any punishment or regulation on these whatsoever. They've put no effort to say that this is something they don't want or is not intended in the game. Because again, this isn't a bug. This is just how these spawns work. It just so happens that this one is infinite. And they can just say, hey, we don't like this now that transcendent weapons are in the game. And going forward, if these things come up again, we're going to take punishment on it for anyone who does it. And that way people know. I think the big crux of this problem, not to say that anyone isn't guilty in this. I feel I'm guilty because I did this as well. As you can see, this is my footage on screen. I think the problem is in the precedent in them never having defended this sort of activity, allowing it to go on for 2 years in the game since it came out, and also allowing this exact farm to exist for the last several months since the launch of Onslaught. This is not a new farm. Nexon's known about it. It's been reported. It's in their list. They know it exists. People have been farming this to clear missions and quests that require you to kill a lot of minions, and they've done nothing about it for the last couple months since Onslaught came out. Now, all of a sudden, they add transcend weapons, and the exact same farm people were already doing is suddenly a problem, and that problem now results in long suspensions and in some cases permanent bans for people that were utilizing it. It's just a really bad precedent, and it's not the way that you garner goodwill in this sort of situation. Did I get banned too? No. I banned myself. I banned myself. Sen quit, yeah, and then Ray quit too. No. It's been in the game for months, yeah. Could be wrong, but I think you're starting to talk in a circle. I'm just answering the same question over and over, Zell. How about you are get poked in the eye? Got him. My computer, not yours. Yeah, Ray pulled out as well. Yep. You're in the farm 4 hours straight? Yeah, but like, how do you determine what is or isn't acceptable? You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. If you're gonna enforce a rule, it needs to be clear. You can't just decide. I mean, they can, but you shouldn't just decide to enforce things willy-nilly because you feel like it. It should be a clear list, a clear rule delineated for everyone, and that way when violators violate it, they know they're violating a rule, right? Otherwise, what's the point? Like, this is the kind of stuff that happened in very ancient times. You know what I mean? This is the kind of stuff that like dictatorships, and not that I'm saying that Nixon's a dictatorship, but like back in the olden times, this is where new age legislation came from, because if you get to, at your own discretion, decide when to enforce a rule and when not to, it becomes weaponized, right? If you can enforce a rule on someone you don't like and then choose not to for someone that you do like, then it becomes weaponized, right? You're hurting someone just because you don't like them, right? Rules should be applied equally to all. All violators should be treated the exact same. Rules exist for a reason, and they should be enforced correctly. And what is the bigger violation? If you farmed for 30 minutes and got 5 drops, is it worth more than someone who farmed an hour and got 5 drops? If I kill 2 people and you kill 1 person, does that mean you should go free? You killed less people than I did. Does that mean I should be tried for murder and you should be let off? Was it premeditated? Yeah. Well, I mean, so at least in the United States, this is why we have a rule that prevents unlawful search and seizure, so people can't enforce rules at their discretion for their own reasons, right? Do it, Cream, of course. Always, of course. This is getting so insanely blown out of proportion, you think so? You think they should compensate the people who didn't exploit? I don't know, dude. They've put themselves in a very precarious situation now. I feel like they should have shut down the farm, sat down and had a communal about it, and really thought through what they wanted to do and when. I feel like firing from the hip and banning people is, I was not banned, no. I'm self-banning myself. Banana tiger, banana tiger, banana tiger. Give everyone a free Gooner skin. Yeah, something like that. Did I save this? I don't remember. Should I said last night? Yep. I don't know, like, do you think they're gonna have to cancel the event because of this? How does one self-ban? You just put a rule on yourself and enforce it on yourself. Am I quitting? No, I don't think so. We'll see. I feel like, you know, I did the same farm. As you can see, this is my footage. I am guilty as much as anybody else. I showed it on my stream. I talked about it on YouTube. I explained how to do it on YouTube. And if people are going to get punished for that, I feel like I deserve to be in that list. So as long as anybody else is suspended for that action, then I will also be self-imposing my own suspension. I am just as guilty as Sen is. I posted a video. I showed how to do it. I talked about it on stream. I did it myself for over an hour. I got 5 transcendent weapons from it. I killed 200,000 enemies. If people are getting suspended for this, I feel I should too. Snake Claus, thank you for the 5 gifted. You don't have to do that. Thank you, thank you. You got banned as well, NBM? Just waiting to be free so I can get back on it for sure, for sure. Oh my goodness, Ryu. Oh my goodness. The crafting in Destiny 2, yeah. Five transcendent for 200k. Might as well just play trials. It doesn't matter. It's the principle. Why do you think you weren't banned? I guess I just didn't do it enough. Maybe I didn't do it long enough. No. It would be avoidable if they didn't monetize those items. I think that's the big part of it as well. No. How long did you farm for? I did I did about an hour and a half. I killed about 200,000 enemies. Exploited battle pass unlocks. Thoughts on the ban? I feel like they should have removed the items and made an announcement. I don't think they should have banned. Yo, what's up, Black Vibe? How are ya? Hello, hello. Sorry, I'm missing a ton of chat. Sorry. I love banned people. Nice. Let's go. Let's go. What's up, Kuya? No, Onslaught 1 is turned off. Yeah, it's definitely a rough spot they've put themselves in here. Dun, 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 dun. You got to keep the weapons. We'll see. They're doing rollbacks over the next, probably next week or so. I did not get suspended. I'm suspending myself. Did I get anything good? I got 5 transcendent weapons and killed about 200,000 enemies. Took 200k just to get 5. I'm never getting one. I mean, to be honest, the amount of enemies you kill in trials is not too far off from that. 5 out of 200k is pretty abysmal. No. 5 guns and 12 the same amount of time is crazy, yeah. The drama season, yeah, the drama season. Does anyone know if like Clyde or Moxie got suspended as well? Clyde and Moxie did it just as much. RCCs are left in the competition? I don't know. I'm withdrawing. I think 7 said he's withdrawing. Songs might be withdrawing. I'm not sure. You have to get with him. Moxie's on Send Stream and said he wasn't banned. Oh boy. How's Lace not bad? His base quality is 400 already. He's just been grinding. Homie's just been grinding trials. Elisa did the farm for like 10 minutes and then got off. If you exploit, good luck to you. Yeah, I think it should be applied equally. Agreed. Did this finish? Let's go. Everyone's waiting for Moxie to wake up? That's funny. What's up, Nostro? Hello? When I heard exploit, I don't even dare to do it. It's like playing with fire. Nobody told you can't play with fire, but you might get burned. Yeah, I think the challenge here is that the exact mechanics of the spawning of that specific location has been in the game for a long time and has been used for a long time. So I think, you know, if you were being reasonable about it and looked at it, you could say this is a problem and this shouldn't be. I shouldn't do this. But also, it's something that has never been punished or treated, and it's been accepted as part of the game for 2 years, right? So it's like one of those things where like you would think that if that's gonna be the situation, then it needs to be enforced consistently, or at least announce that they're going to be enforcing it, right? That respawn mechanic has been around for a long time. That exact farm has been in the game for several months. You ban someone who ran OS1 for 10 minutes because you banned someone who OS run for 3 hours? Yeah, that's the big part of it as well. Is Nell good yet? Nope, she's not. Yeah, I spoke to Songas as well. Because I only got, yeah, maybe it's because I only got so many. I don't know what the reason was. I mean, I like I said, I killed 200,000 or so. I switched characters a bunch of times. I did it as Freyna and Viesa, and they were very slow at killing it, so it didn't really result in too much. So, you know, that's kind of where things sat for me. Gravekeeper 2 is out! Ooh! Heck yeah, dude. Gravekeeper 1 was so good. That is kind of weird, Exalted. It is. It is. The result of yesterday's, as always, so the exploit in question is what you see on screen right here, which is you could go to Onslaught 1 yesterday and basically for the last couple months, and there was a spot. And starting this morning, many people as it stands right now, the person that showed how to do this on YouTube, and I think that is the justification that Nexon was. However, as you can see by my screen right here, I am in game. However, this does mean that this will. The only other thing I'll add, but with that out of the way, let's talk. You can see this right here. It says involved in TFD, or you were, you know, you had a day job, or you just weren't terminally online and didn't get caught up with this as well. So here's the short on my perspective on this. This is something. The only other thing I'll add is that there. But with that out of the way, let's talk. Dropping out of the event. So here's the short on my perspective on this. This is something, have this and you find it, be cautious. But with that out of the way, let's talk about the actual situation, optimization. Next, I think it's Bearception. Am I banned? No, I'm not banned. I'm self-banned. My stream cooking out? What do you mean? You're hearing is my video. It's the stream is fine. It was my video that was playing the game. And how do you feel about the action that was taken overall? Let me know in the comments down below. Can I hold your caliber while you're self-banned? It's incumbent of them to announce the criteria. How is it abuse if you do exactly what you're supposed to do? Killing mobs in game that is all about killing mobs and it's abuse, or who did? Where's the line? Yeah, that's the big question that needs to be asked, is where is the line here? What is an exploit? What is not? If you're going to suddenly start enforcing for exploits that you're calling exploits, they need to put out an updated list of what they consider an exploit. They need to put out a post on what they will do about anyone who utilizes those and what their policy is, right? Like, suddenly enforcing it with severe punishment on something that you have never enforced before in the past is bizarre. It's very bizarre, and it sets a really weird precedent. Like a really, really, really weird precedent. You can rip some Smite too. That's true, Oscar. It's true. Are you self-banning because you don't agree with their handling? I mean, here's the thing, right? Sen got banned because he did the farm, made a video about it, and showed it on stream. What did Dry Bear do? Dry Bear did the farm, made a video about it, and showed it on stream. If someone is getting suspended for that, I should also get suspended for that. So that is why I'm self-banning, is because I think that punishment should be given equally, and I am guilty, and therefore I am going to ensure that punishment is given equally by enforcing it myself. F that Dry Bear guy. Sounds like a pretty bad guy he is. Yeah, he's got a big fat head too. Information on this day, starting in the twilight. And they planted fear, the heaven and the land. In the making where we stand. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. It's up higher. You're not gonna play 52 days? Nope. Thank you, Side. I appreciate that. You're jumping on the event as well? Yes, I am. If someone who did the exploit and promoted it is getting removed from the event, then I should also be removed from it. So I'm removing myself. He exploited it more, and when you release your video, it was already disabled. Doesn't matter. At least in my value system, equal punishment for equal action. I did the farm longer than was needed to cover the news. I talked about it. I explained how to do it. I showed it on stream, and I did it for over an hour. In my opinion, I am just as guilty and deserve the same treatment. You ban one, you ban all. Exactly. Who's replacing you and Sen? I don't know. Great question. Okay, thank you, Cream. Thank you. Oh, very noble of you. Thank you, Cream. Thank you. Time to finish that. Time to finish that. There's a Haze event in Wuwa. Yeah, we gotta get caught up. I'll buy a bikini skin, your name. Thank you. Kazan! Can we go play the Hades event now? We should. Voice up higher. The result of yesterday's exploit has started to begin being rolled out by Nexon, with many players receiving 15-day bans and slaps on the wrist. Yo, Boeing, what are you doing? Thank you so much. Press
the
F
real
to pay
Dudeman
respect.
guy.
Thank you for the tip.
Press
That was
F
way
to
too
pay
generous of you.
respect.
Thank you. In the game. So today, let's talk about the result of that and what it means for the rest of us. As always, if you have any questions or comments for me, you'll find me live on twitch.tv/drybear. So the exploit in question is what you see on screen right here, which is you could go to Onslaught 1 yesterday and basically for the last couple months, and there was a spot in here, if you didn't kill the boss, enemies would respawn infinitely and you could just sit here and farm this over and over. This previously wasn't an issue because all you could really do was farm mob count and a very small amount of currency, which didn't really mean much at the end of the day. However, with last week's Season 4, they added the ability for any mob in the entire game to drop the brand new Transcendent weapons, which meant this farm was pretty crazy and people were getting a lot of Transcendent weapons from it. And this is also why Onslaught has been disabled for the last 24 hours, because they're trying to work on a fix for this. And starting this morning, many people that did this farm in any amount has been receiving 15-day suspensions where they can no longer access their game until this timer is up for breaking game policy violations. Now, as it stands right now, the person that showed how to do this on YouTube has received a 15-day ban, Sen of AIDS. You can check out the video. He left the video up on how to do it and just put out his response on how it goes. So he was the one that kind of showed this. If Sen got banned because he promoted it, did you also promote it? I explained how to do it in the video. And so by my own rules, I would say that I definitely did. In my video yesterday, I explained how to do it. It may not be the same as a guide, but at least by my definition, it is the same. It's the same. I think that is the justification that Nexon was using to grant him his ban, was the fact that he popularized it. However, as you can see by my screen right here, I am in-game jumping around, doing a twirl and changing my characters and stuff like that. So at this point, I have not banned. So let me get this out of the way first before we dive into the details as well. I am going to be enacting a self-ban of 15 days because I believe I am equally as guilty as anyone that received a ban for this. As of yesterday, I went and did this farm for about 20 minutes, got the footage I needed to do a news story, and then I stuck around for about another hour and 10 minutes farming this. I ended up killing about 200,000 mobs as part of this process, and I received about 5 Transcendent weapons out of this as well. And if we are saying that anyone that did this farm is exploiting and abusing this, and also anyone that showed it to anyone else online as a content creator should receive a 15-day ban. I didn't receive one, however, I believe in equal treatment, and so I will be enacting a self 15-day ban. As long as everyone else's suspensions stands, I will be logging out of TFD until that day comes. I will probably still do news events as long as I can do those news outside of the game. But as it stands right now, I feel I'm just as guilty as anyone else because I showed this on stream. I talked about how to do it. I showed it on YouTube. However, I did not receive a ban and several other people did. However, this does mean that this will take place as part of the creator clash that they have planned. So I'm telling Nexon that I will be dropping out of the creator challenge. Even though I haven't received a ban, I do feel that the treatment should be equal across everybody. So because Sen of AIDS, who also did this, is being removed from the event and banned from the game for 15 days, I will also be withdrawing from the event myself and removing myself from the game for 15 days as well, because I did the exact same things he did, whether it was for an hour and a half or more than that, it doesn't really matter. I feel I am just as guilty, and so I will be dropping out of this event as well. I hope this doesn't, cause any inconvenience for anybody as well, but I feel like I wouldn't be keeping with my own values if I stuck in this event and also stayed in the game for receiving, in my opinion, partial treatment. The only other thing I'll add is that there is a voting process right now, and you'll get a reward for this. We haven't received any updates from Nexon right now, and I'll be happy to work with them to find other creators if they'd like like, just to make sure that the logistics of this still works out. But just keep your ear to the ground and pay attention. They might have a revote or something might happen with this, obviously with some of the creators dropping out of the event. So here's the short on my perspective on this. This is something that we've been doing in the game for a very long time that, we'll give examples on that as well. This is something that has been a big thing in the game.
I don't know if it's a
taking advantage of situations like this constantly in the game overall. And so I think it's perfectly understandable for some players to ignore that icky feeling they get when they're doing something like this, because it has never really been punished or acknowledged really from the devs at all. Like, this has not been a history over the last 2 years of enforcing these kinds of things. And the big follow-up question is, okay, if this is an exploit, even though we know in other places of the game, there are places where when you kill all of the mobs in an area, it instantly respawns the mobs that are there. And there are still locations in the game that infinitely spawn mobs forever. How do we know now what's an exploit and what's not? I think the correct solution for Nexon that should have happened here is they should have shut down the farm immediately and put out a notice saying, hey, now that transcendent weapons are in the game, it puts a different lens on this, and we're going to be treating these situations differently than we have in the past. And following that, what they should have done is put a message in-game and out of game, clearly delineating what they consider an exploit versus not, because this is not bugged. The game functions this way normally. And then talk about what that means and also how they're going to be enforcing it in the future. And then just go through and remove any weapons they found in the logs that people got from this activity, clean things out, and don't turn on player trading for the transcend weapons until that is solved. Then they can say, hey, going forward, if you find farms that are just like this one, if you end up finding something like this, because the reality is this is going to keep happening as they add new missions, new dungeons, new locations, new farm spots. This is going to keep happening, right? They need to say that going forward, we're going to treat these sorts of situations with a punishment, meaning that if you have this and you find it, be cautious. And if you move forward with it, you will be then willingly exposing yourself to some kind of punishment, right? That's what we're looking for. I think the problem here, at least the core of this issue, is that for the last 2 years, they have not viewed any of these as exploits. They have not enacted any punishment or regulation on these whatsoever. They've put no effort to say that this is something they don't want or is not intended in the game. Because again, this isn't a bug. This is just how these spawns work. It just so happens that this one is infinite. And they can just say, hey, we don't like this now that transcendent weapons are in the game. And going forward, if these things come up again, we're going to take punishment on it for anyone who does it. And that way people know. I think the big crux of this problem, not to say that anyone isn't guilty in this. I feel I'm guilty because I did this as well. As you can see, this is my footage on screen. I think the problem is in the precedent in them never having defended this sort of activity, allowing it to go on for 2 years in the game since it came out, and also allowing this exact farm to exist for the last several months since the launch of Onslaught. This is not a new farm. Nexon's known about it. It's been reported. It's in their list. They know it exists. People have been farming this to clear missions and quests that require you to kill a lot of minions, and they've done nothing about it for the last couple months since Onslaught came out. Now, all of a sudden, they add transcend weapons, and the exact same farm people were already doing is suddenly a problem, and that problem now results in long suspensions and in some cases permanent bans for people that were utilizing it. It's just a really bad precedent, and it's not the way that you garner goodwill in this sort of situation. But with that out of the way, let's talk about the actual situation, the result that happened to the players, and kind of what this means for the community overall and what to look at from this as well. The first thing is that let's look at the details here in case you're someone who's watching this and hasn't been involved in TFD, or you were, you had a day job, or you just weren't terminally online and didn't get caught up with this as well. So what you're seeing on screen here is one of the missions in Onslaught where you could have an enemy, the boss spawns. You see here at the top of the screen where it says Corrupted Goroth, that is the boss. At the top of the screen above that as well, you can see this right here, it says 39. That is the number of tickets that you have left in order to finish the mission. I think that's good enough. Yeah. Really, really weird. Crazy boys, crazy. Crazy boys, crazy. Is this going? Did I do? I did not do. Go do. Boop, 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 boop. South of Chicago, gang, gang. You know it, bro. You know it. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. How do you know they know about this? You see it in a list of known issues? It's been reported. I mean, I guess they could have just not seen the report, but it's been in the game for months and it's been reported. So I guess I don't know exactly what their QA teams and producers know on the daily, but it's been reported. By who? It's been reported by several people. Are you the police? What do you mean? Other people have reported it to them. It has been shown on streams. It has been shown in game. It has been shown on YouTube. It's been around. Like, do you need like receipts for the farm that we've known about for a long time? Like, are you trying to say that Nexon is in the clear here? Are you trying to say that them suddenly choosing to enforce something that's been around for 3 months is okay? Is that what you're positing? Let's watch Sen's video real quick. I'm saying that you're saying they knew about because you heard it from someone else saying it was reported. It's just hearsay. Okay, you're right. I don't know for sure who at Nexon knows exactly about this farm or not. I am saying that it was reported to them, and it behooves them as developers to take those reports seriously and internalize them. It could have been left on their desk, and maybe they ignored it, or maybe they didn't read it. But it's been reported to them, and it's existed in the game for 3 months. If you are seriously trying to convince me that that puts them in the clear, that all of a sudden that they get to then suspend accounts because they just so happened to not see it, is kind of insane.
Well, everyone, this is a weird video to be making as
kind of insane. Let's see what Sen thinks.
a majority of my content is based around, well, everyone, this is a weird video to be making, as a majority of my content is based around builds, guides, and some opinion pieces, but I've been banned from the First Descendant for 15 days. So I received an email this morning directly from the dev stating my account has been restricted for 15 days. This restriction was applied following activity involving the use of a game
I just reported it. How about that?
Obtain in-game items in a manner that was not intended by the game. That's kind of crazy because it is literally in the game. This is something that has been in the game since Onslaught was released on the First Ascendant. It has been
posted out in the coffee room.
Ooh,
coffee.
Launched, and only now that it's gone public, they're actually doing something about it. And this is something that has
gravity
been
is just a
reported
theory
to them
after all.
previously,
True.
From what I know, yet never fixed. And of course, they're not happy that I shared it. But I'm a content creator, and that's what we do. We share information. So as soon as I did this on stream yesterday, you know, it's cooked. And I could have accidentally stumbled upon this on my stream, and there we go. From there, it would have spread like wildfire, whether it was me posting the video or somebody else. It just happens that I'm the one that went viral in this situation.
He's part of the event, yeah, well, not anymore.
Point, with the 15-day ban,
neither am I.
I am no longer able to participate in the Creator Conquest event. I assume they will be replacing me, and maybe everyone will have to revote. Now, today with this video, I'm not going to sit here and plea for an unban. I said it on stream yesterday, and I meant it. If anyone got banned for this, I would quit the game, and I surely meant that. And I will not be playing again after my 15-day violation is up. The way they went about this entire situation, the wording they used against the players for farming something that is so common in video games, Destiny, Loot Cave, Diablo 4, farming a dungeon for gems. This is a mistake that was made by the devs. It should have been rectified before the system was in place. The problem is that there is tons of places in this game to kill massive amount of enemies. We found one. We used it now because we can get weapons from it. The point of this game is to get loot, something that this game has been extremely stingy about constantly, because that is how they get you to keep coming back to the game. They will release a system, they will make it extremely hard to obtain the item, but slowly, month by month, they will drip feed you more and more and more to advance in that system. And that is their plan here with Transcendent Weapons. I pointed this out just a few days ago with a YouTube video of my own, and how they have now released Transcendent Weapons, which will be tradable. If you're a normal player who does not want to engage in the shop activities and buy these mats to then re-roll these weapons, you are limited to a weekly cap of how many of these you can get. So the person that wants to spend money on these weapons can roll all they want. They can then trade them possibly for real money, which is a guaranteed thing that is going to be happening on this game. Take that real money, buy more, roll more weapons, and continue that loop. And this is really what's going to be happening. And I feel like at this point, the devs are entirely for that entire situation. The link to that video will be down in the description, where I describe this in full detail of just how absurd it is that if you're farming the game, you are on a weekly cap. The drop rates are abysmal.
What did you think about the new Souls-like game from
doing
Hoyoverse?
this,
It looks really
you were
cool,
getting
dude.
a weapon.
It looks so cool.
Sometimes you were going 50 to 70,000 kills in the game without a weapon dropping. Okay, and this is from people that were using boosters you can buy in the shop that they probably sold a ton of yesterday, that, by the way, they do not give you a 30% extra chance to get a weapon. Okay, this is multiplicative. This works out to almost nothing. It's going to be 30% of the chance that you have to obtain it, and they do not even state that in the game. So just in case you're unaware of exactly what was happening, Onslaught 1 Wave 3. When Wave 3 started, you would ignore the boss and go to the back of the map. Here, you would kill 150 enemies. Once you hit 150 enemies in this part, the mobs would infinitely spawn in the same spot, and the faster you killed them, the faster they would spawn. Now, I could see why this was introduced, right? You cleared the 150. If the boss is still up, they're keeping pressure on going into the portal. They're keeping pressure on you, right? My problem here is that this has been known to be in the game since Onslaught was released. Season 4 has been out for 6 days up to this point, and people have been using this. There are people who have already stated that they were using this previously to farm battle pass levels, or battle pass challenges to up their battle pass. Now, a big thing I want to talk about, and I was streaming the entire day yesterday after this, from that point, they put out a message in the game that Onslaught was locked, and then they reset the servers to kick everybody out of the game. This was about 4 hours into it being pretty well known. My video was posted about 4 hours before that. And then they posted this notice on August 25th. Notice on the temporary restriction of Onslaught. We have identified an issue in Onslaught where transcendent weapons could be repeatedly obtained through abusive gaming activity. Abusive gaming activity.
Abusive was a crazy word.
In a looter
That's
shooter,
a crazy word.
We have not edited any game files on this, and you're going to call this abusive gaming activity.
That is a crazy word.
To me, that is a slap in the face to just the entire game. Okay, this is a farming game, and this is a looter shooter. Like, come on now. We've seen this stuff in so many other games. So many other games. As a result, access to the content has been temporarily restricted. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause, and will provide an update through a separate announcement as soon as the issue is resolved. From here, we got a follow-up message. Greetings, Descendants. We would like to provide an update regarding our response to the issue of abnormal gameplay in Onslaught.
Shame on you, abusers.
Activity logs related to this matter. During our investigation, we identified a number of users who severely abused the system and have consequently issued game bans. You can find a detailed list of sanctioned users in our weekly results crackdown below. Furthermore, we're preparing to retrieve the following items that were acquired through this abnormal gameplay: base quality, transcendent weapons, and transcendent trait elements. So they are banning people, and they are also taking the items away for a 4-hour farm. Now, why are they doing this? We have seen this so many times in this game, so many endless mission farms, Vespers, Void Fragment missions, where you can abort the mission, respawn the enemies, right? You have a non-attribute character, restart it. You have Viesa spam Blizzard, and you do that. In the first few months of the game, everyone was doing that. That was the best way to level up. There's tons more. The Valby 500, you can just run the outpost, right? You leave the outpost, you restart it. You do this infinitely. This is literally infinite mob killing in the same process that we were using here. But why are they deciding to crack down on this now? Well, it's money. It is literally money. They have introduced trading into the game through Caliber and I personally, and I don't think a lot of people ever even asked for this system. Was it for ancestor mods? Whether it was for guns, right? The things that people wanted traded in this game were the normal items, pieces for your descendants, materials. Nobody asked for real money, currency trading. Literally nobody. And now you've introduced this system, and now you're penalizing players for trying to get the items in the game because they are then tied to real money for the game. While we are on this topic here, let me introduce you to a video I made just a few days ago, and how the mats for re-rolling these ancestor weapons, I'm sorry, these transcendent weapons, are limited to farmers. But if you go to the shop and spend caliber, you are basically on an unlimited amount of these. You can use as many as you want. I pointed this out 3 days ago. I've been very vocal about this on my live streams. They have yet to address any of this. And this video did very, very well. Great feedback from the community.
React streamer
I would
now.
say 98% of the people that have left 711 comments. This video has over 1.5K likes. Are very, very vocal that they do not like this system at all and they want to see it changed. And we have yet to hear anything from the devs further about this. But when there's come something now where we can get loot, they're right on top of it to make sure that they can stop it. And so let's now just go further and talk about some just general mispractice by this game constantly. It really just never ends. There's so many bugs constantly in the game. And, you know, they talk about report the bug to us, report the bug to us. Recently with Season 4, Raven was released. Now, when I was playing Raven the first day, I noticed something where, like, I just wasn't critting. And if you don't know about Raven, Raven's passive is going to give you critical hit rate based on using one of her skills. The more of them you have out, the more crit rate you get. Well, there is a bug in the game that anytime you get teleported of any way, fall off the map, die and respawn, you get teleported up to a boss because your teammate ran in, this passive completely stops working. Raven has been out since August 20th, Thursday. I reported this bug August 21st, Friday night. I did not get a response in my email that I email directly with the TFD team until Monday. This went the entire weekend before I even got a response. Me personally. That's not even a response to the players. They haven't even addressed this to the players at all. We're just waiting for a patch on Thursday, and this is just typical practice by them with bugs. They say there's a patch coming. They don't say what's in it. They never go into detail about any of these things. How do you launch what's supposed to be your biggest update with Raven, who is your biggest descendant now? She is the feature piece, and you are going to have her completely broken the entire first week that the update is out. So I'm now imagining how many people who came
metaphor
got a build, they're playing Raven. I and other content creators are telling them this is a crit build. They're running content and they're not critting, they're not doing damage, they're dying. They're gonna leave. They're gonna quit the game. Among
My coffee is
so
ready.
many other reasons that so many other people have quit this game. This is just another blaring issue that they don't get to quick enough. From ancestor mods going on for months and months and months, being just absolute pain to even interact with, unless you completely no-life the game. And I play the game a lot, and this is coming from me. I play the game a lot. I have over 5,000 hours on the game. I've played it since the day it's come out. I barely ever miss a day playing it. I've streamed it for thousands and thousands of hours. Interacting with ancestor mods has never been great. Why? Well, that's how they want it to be. At the beginning of the video, I talked about how they drip feed. They put content in, then they drip feed you the mats to make the content better. So you have to keep coming. The same thing with the login events. There's constantly a login event in this game. I could tell you without the login events, the daily login events in this game, if you think the Steam numbers are bad, they would be even worse. As a content creator, I interact with a ton of the community, and I ask them all the time, and they tell me, yeah, I only log in because of the event, and then I'm out. I want to get my loot from that event. And they leave. I apologize if I'm a bit all over the place. I feel like I do have a lot that I want to cover here. This game has done a lot of things to really put me off throughout my entirety of being on the game. I love the game. I love the community, especially the community. The TFD community is really fantastic, especially over on Twitch and
yeah,
YouTube
being all
live
over the
streaming.
place,
Like,
blah
you guys are
blah.
just so amazing. have given so much support to me and tons of other streamers at that. So that's what's really kept me from.
Video?
Although I
You
will
think
say
so?
things that I think I need to speak out about. That's really what's kept me from going like deep diving.
Sen is so
like
mad.
this
Wouldn't you be
into
too?
the problems with the game. But
Sen got
they
banned
just
this morning.
continue.
Or got
There's been so
suspended
much.
this morning.
And what at this point now is a bannable thing, right? Is snapshotting bannable? There's been snapshotting in the game. There's snapshotting right now. There's content creators who cover how to snapshot. I've covered the snapshotting before. Now, mostly when I cover it, I am looking to get this fixed, and that's really my main goal. But we can look back on so many things. The Kyle one-shotting gluttony, the Battle Pass level exploit, the wall crasher stuff, current bonding on Luna. Even when Ultimate Luna was first released, she was bugged if you used your skills all at the same time. She had a bug where she would just do insane amounts of damage. There was the Valby tidal wave one-shotting things. There's the Harris shield bug, which had infinite scaling. There's back when Defiler first came out, where Clay would use a rocket launcher, proc the mods on the rocket launcher, swap to the shotgun, and kill the boss in 2 seconds. And I mean,
let the guy vent a little bit.
Snapshotting buffs on guns has been constantly happening in this
game. He
game.
got suspended on his main
and
game.
And then on top of that, let's get into the leaderboard, the Abyss leaderboard, where there is just constantly a mass amount of cheaters. I've heard of cheaters literally admitting in text chat that they got what they did and they manipulated the network and the frames of the game, and they have never been banned, and they have been reported with these screenshots. Just absolutely wild. There's also somebody who was on the leaderboard once who took the top spot on every character. He even did it without.
There are a lot of cheaters on the leaderboards. There are
characters, no weapons, no reactors, no components.
You can probably find some right now if you look.
For over a month before they were banned for 30 days. A 30-day ban. Cheated every single character's leaderboard, and you gave that person a 30-day ban. Yeah, sure. Come back. Insane. And really, I think that's all I can get out about this. In a way, I feel like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders currently. Trying to, and I don't want to sound egotistical, but really trying to carry this game and make this game fun. There's a lot of times where I'm streaming it, and I have to try to figure out how can I make this game fun? Because besides the first week of a pretty decent update, this game is not really that fun. And I do feel like there's a weight lifted off of my shoulders. But I also understand that people watch me because of this game, right? It's the game I started with. It's the game I'm good at. It's the game I cover a lot. So moving on to a new game, I'm sure is going to be pretty difficult, but you know, I'm going to keep trucking. I'm going to find a new game. I'm going to get into it. I'm going to do what I do, and that's game. I'm going to grind. I'm going to get good at it. I'm going to make build, videos,
wild,
builds,
dude.
guides, whatever it may be. You know, we're going to try to branch out. We have a
You
lot
guys
of
are wild.
And yeah, I mean, that's really it for that. I do apologize to anyone who got banned. I did not expect to get banned. I did not expect anyone to get banned, as this is something I have encountered in so many games that involve farming. Like I said,
Christ.
Destiny, Loot Cave. There's been tons of things.
The
in
piano
Destiny.
music makes me want to go to Olive
The
Garden.
crafting in Destiny. What did Destiny do? Did they ban people? No, because they made the mistake. What did they do instead? They left it up. They let people farm it for a weekend. They made a meme out of it, and they moved on. And that's what I expected from this. I expected for them to come in, shut it down, and move on. But they didn't move on. They made people feel like criminals with the wording they used, and then to come and ban us for farming items in a video game because they're tied to money for their pockets. Just absolutely absurd. And they also said in the email that they hope that we can work together in a creator whatever another sponsorship down the road. I can tell you that's absolutely never going to happen. This will be it for me. This is the last First Descendant video I will ever make. I will be having my last First Descendant stream right after I finish putting this video out, and that's going to be that. I appreciate all the support. I really, really do. It's been fantastic. We have over 25k subs on YouTube. I've hit over 15,000 followers on Twitch.
Woo! 15,000. Let's freaking go.
What do you get when
What do you get when you? What do you get when? What do you get when you? How do you not link the video? You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Go watch the video, chat. Boom. That sends take. My take is going up right now. And starting this morning, does PoE ban people for exploiting? I'm not sure, to be honest. And I think that is the justification that I don't like the whole situation. I feel bad. I still like the game. Yeah. If you mess with companies' money or revenue, you get hurt. That seems to be the case. Yeah, it seems to be the case. Moxie didn't get banned. Yeah, neither did I. But with that out of the way, let's talk about... No one really got banned. Some people did. You can see this right here. It says... Now, the purpose of these weapons... Doesn't affect my gameplay. People can do whatever they want. True. And so they have actually done the same thing here with the transcendent weapon. And I think that's where a lot of people's heads were at as well. An incentive was created to farm these. Where's the money? Bringing up. It is. Did I get banned? No, I did not.
What do you get when you...
I did not get banned. I am banning myself. No. Next, let's talk about the history of TFD. Any changes to the roster? No idea. No idea. Another famous one is Valve. Next, I actually done. Moxie wants to chat with you? Sure. Tell him to message me, or he has me on Discord. Another great example of this is the Bunny Cave. This again. Next, I think it's also worth going through. No worries, Sentinel. Yeah, I'm fine. Fine by me. I think Moxie has me on Discord. And Sen does too. Now, once this bug with current bonding was... I'm around and available. Now, once this bug with current bonding was discovered on the trigger module, what they did is they put out a hotfix that fixed the... is in that... And all of those situations, again, no action taken, no bans, no... I've also got a very short list of... You may have noticed this because remember there was a situation. So let's bring it all back to this situation here, right? I think any reasonable person would look at this. Yo, Buffy, thanks so much for the super chat. Exploits my weakness for butts every day and I don't ban them. Weakness for butts? What do you mean? What is it you're talking about? What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean? Something in the game? There's something in the game that you have a weakness for? What could it be? What could it be? I don't know. Our own Destiny loot cave? Yeah, we kind of did, huh? So let's bring it all back to this situation. Now, another thing worth noting about this as well is that if you have a history of not enforcing rules, you can make an argument that this is in their... Oh, the back alley. Yes, the back alley. It took 5 seconds to find the back alley. Yeah, that skin that I didn't like, everyone has it. Let's talk about what this means for the community. I'm good looking back alley. At least from like because all the examples we've listed, and there's as the battle pass system that they had before, or perhaps not as much, and when the Now, I want to state this clearly. This is something that you could consider as part of the terms of service. I have no qualms about any. Yeah, day 7, god dang. But as always, live. They're getting review bombed right now, are they? No worries, you boy. I mean, if it happens, it happens. I'm around if they want to. Foxy's calling me. What? Where? What? Where? What? What? Where? What? Where? What? 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 Where? What? What's up? What's up, Benoit? What? 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 What booty? Back alley? What are you talking about? Are you talking about the shark? Yeah, there's a shark right here. You see the shark? Phone is ringing. No, it's not. Liar. AFK screen. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Not the shark. No, there's a shark right here in the middle. Are we talking about the shark? This here on the left, this is, who is that? Lepic? That's Lepic, right? What do you mean? Specsavers? 45 negative reviews today? That's not that much. What's the color of her gun? Who? Valby? She doesn't have her gun in her hand. What are you talking about? Genuinely, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Oh, oh. Yo, what's up?
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
All right. What? Yeah, right. Cool. What's up, man?
Not much. I heard you didn't catch a ban.
I
But are
didn't.
self-banned.
Yeah, I thought you didn't either, right?
No, I did not.
Yeah. So, yeah. So that was my thing today. Is I just decided that if there's other bans going out, I'm just gonna observe that ban myself until those end, because like if the thought is that the person that got banned because he was showing it, like, as it being an irresponsible content creator and showing it, I did the exact same thing, so I feel like I'm just as guilty.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I feel that.
How was your return to the game, man? Have you been enjoying it?
I've been very addicted. I've been playing like 17 hours a day.
Oh,
I love it.
Shit, dude.
I've been having a lot of fun, but I think also I'm partly having a lot of fun because I took a break. Like, I got very burnt out of this game.
Well,
and all the grinds. So
I think
part of the reason I've been having so much fun is because I haven't played in a while.
Yeah, it's like, it's one of those games where it's just the rate of content is slow enough that if you try to stay on the ball the whole time, it just burns its candle a little faster than other games.
Realistically, how do you think they should have handled this? We've been chatting because I think, I don't know, it puts. I'm in a weird position too now, where I realistically, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do.
Well, is your subathon still going?
No.
Okay. So this is my perspective, and I'm about to put up my thoughts on YouTube right now, but I feel like, at least from like a legislative regulation standpoint, right? Like, this is something that has been in the game for a few months already. Like, this exact farm has been in the game for a few months already. It hasn't changed, right? Which, sets the precedent that if it was in the game and they did nothing about it, then they are kind of indirectly condoning it. On top of the fact that, I mean, you've been around since the beginning of this game. Instant respawns and farms like that have been a big part of TFD. We used to level all of our descendants that way with the fragment farms and bunny cave and stuff like that. So it's like, if they were like, if they were going to then start punishing for this, I think it behooved them to make that clear, right? And obviously the game has changed because now there's an incentive to farm anything in the game because of the transcendent weapon. So what they should have done, in my opinion, is say, we're going to stop the farm immediately. We're going to announce that we're going to look at the records and remove any weapons that we feel were achieved or, are a result of this farm. And they should have made a very clear post in game and out of game saying, this is what our policy is going forward. These are the things that we consider exploits. And if you find more of these in the game, now you know what our stance is, and we may take action in the future based on this. I think suddenly knee-jerk suspending people is crazy.
Give me 1 second. Sen wants to jump in here as well.
Oh, did I? Oh, wait. Did I?
Sure, we all know what's happening.
Oh, there we go.
There he is.
Share my chat. You guys can hear it, right?
Yep.
Perfect. So what were we talking about?
This whole situation. Driver was just talking about how he thinks it should have been handled in a perfect world.
Yeah, I was just saying that it's just a weird precedent to set to suddenly start severely punishing for something that has been allowed in the past. And if they want to change their perspective or policy on something, they need to announce that they're going to start taking action on it and let us know. Because the reality is, like, we all know this is a live service game. It's going to get patched constantly. We know that next month they're adding like another dungeon. They're going to add another one. More of these types of farms are going to start showing up, right? So I think it's very important that they state what their policy is and also help people understand what they consider an exploit. Because as it stands right now, it's kind of on the players. Like, I called it just like, hey, this feels kind of icky, because when you're doing that farm, it felt kind of icky. You're like, oh, this is probably kind of not right. But I feel like it shouldn't be up to the players to do that for themselves. It should be clear what's an exploit and what's not, because realistically, that spawn and onslaught wasn't bugged. It was working as intended. It was just scaling really high.
Yeah, we were just going through, I was doing some nostalgia, and I went to my first TFD video, and it was literally Valby and Agna Desert doing the outpost.
Yep. Well, we used to do the fragment farm with Viesa. It was the same thing. They would respawn instantly as soon as you killed them.
But this was before I was streaming. I would watch Moxie doing it, and I was doing it at the same time and falling asleep in my chair, falling asleep in my fucking chair.
Golly.
But literally right now, literally right now, there's one you can do in Axion. It's not as good. It's not as good as that. But you can farm infinite enemies in Axion right now with Raven.
People were saying that they were doing the Valby farm yesterday for transcendent weapons.
What?
Yeah.
Probably not as efficient as the one in Onslaught.
Yeah, but you're just constantly killing stuff.
I heard people were doing the throwing back to the Valby farm.
And that's the goal here. Like, they added something that how do you get these? Well, you just kill stuff. Okay. Well, how do we kill stuff as fast as possible and as many of them?
Yeah, I think like that's the challenge, right? Because now you've given, and obviously it worked. You've given the players incentive to play the game and farm and try to optimize. But now there's this weird tinge to it of like, now you don't really know what you're allowed to farm anymore, right? Like, where do you draw the line? Is trials farming an exploit? Is doing 2-minute Axion missions an exploit? What's an exploit? What's not, right?
There's probably a few more things in the game where you can ignore the boss and kill enemies out about.
Yeah. How many folks did they ban? We don't know the exact numbers yet, but we should know on Thursday.
Yeah, they said they'd add it to their actions list, and then they'll probably, over in the next week or two, start doing the rollbacks. Another thing that's kind of crazy, too, is the transcendent weapons aren't tradable yet.
Did they say they're doing a rollback? Is that confirmed?
Yep.
They said they're looking into it. I'm sure
then why ban in the first place if they're gonna...
That's the big thing,
roll back anyways.
They said roll back on weapons and your quality. Quality.
I was just gonna throw away all the ones that I got.
There goes that shotgun.
Hey. I was gonna put that in the store, so no, I'm just kidding.
Put it in your lounge.
Have you guys had anything that's been evading you besides the farm yesterday? Because I mean, I got like 25 transcendent weapon drops before that farm, and I still haven't gotten one shotgun.
I got the ATR 0 like 7 times in a row, and they were all low quality.
Just quality, yeah. Just quality. I think the drop rate is not very appropriate. I don't think it should be too much higher, but...
Here's the thing. I don't think... I actually kind of like the drop rates. Like, I like that it's super rare, but I think that the substat RNG is too much.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And, well, the materials are gated, too.
That's the thing is, like... You got to have one or the other, right? Super rare, or like, can I roll the weapons ever? Did you guys roll any weapons?
Oh, absolutely
not. I haven't rolled a single one yet. I'm just holding on to the materials, but the materials are so gated anyways, unless you sit in trials for 14 hours a day.
I bought a couple of the material. I didn't even buy them out. I was able to get a couple.
You know what's crazy is some people bought boosters just for the farm. So I wonder, like, shouldn't they refund those if they're going to be?
People did that? Really?
Yeah.
Who would do such a thing? That's terrible.
I kept asking my chat. I kept asking my chat who's buying boosters. Just a wall of text.
Oh my god. What's even crazier is, you know how they give us the material? They give us the material to transfer a normal descendant to an ultimate one, but the weapon transfer you have to buy in the shop.
Yeah, and it strips your old weapon.
Does it really? Well, I guess the character
say that
does
one more
well.
time.
So there's a material that allows you to transfer the catalysts or the formers or whatever on your normal descendant to the ultimate version. They give us those for free over time through events and whatever. They haven't given us any weapon ones, and the weapon ones are in the shop right now. The character ones aren't.
I'm going to be honest. I did that for my Thunder Cage, the Storm Cage, before I figured out the Transcendent Weapon fire rate cap. And then I was kind of sad.
Oh, no.
And then your Thunder Cage loses all its catalysts, right?
Yeah, exactly. And now it's now like, all
And
right,
now
well,
you
I
can't
guess
go
I'm a
back.
Thunder Cage user now.
Yeah, that is rough, because what if you still want to, because the ultimate weapon is still usable, but now it's ruined. That's...
Yeah, well, I don't know why they would ever think to even do it like
I
that.
didn't even think about that.
I guess.
You know what's funny is I don't know if you guys remember this, but I asked them if that was a thing. If the, because...
The result of...
I don't have many catalysts. So I asked them during the live stream, hey, can you, is the catalyst slot shared between the guns? And they were like, no, there's no catalyst slot sharing between the normal weapons and the transcendent ones. But lo and behold, sure enough, swipe.
Yep.
And you're there. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm assuming they'll make events for that, but.
Yeah, that's the hope. But the thing, the character ones, I mean, I can check. The character ones aren't in the shop at all, I don't think. You just get them for free.
But that's how they always do it. I feel like, and that's why,
yeah.
To me, that's a big problem with the game. They introduce a system, and then they drip feed things to make it better through events.
Yeah.
And what be it, right? Instead of just making a good system, it's like they try to give you a shit system that sucks a lot to farm, but then like, hey, in a month, you can come back. I will give you one of these. You can get one of these. You know what I mean?
I wonder what's going to happen at the creator event now.
Well, 7 dropped out. Songs dropped out. You dropped out. So the team that I was on, Biscuit's the only one left.
They're either going to have to field a full 2 teams of 8 people, or they're just going to have to delay or cancel.
I dropped out too.
Nice.
You know,
nice.
It is.
Yeah, it's tough call, tough call. That PoE2 reveal, though.
I believe in Biscuit. She's cracked. She can do it.
Yeah, she'll 1v3. Easy
She'll
1v3.
Biscuit versus Scody 1v1.
Actually, with the scaling in this game, you might be better off being alone.
You know what? I mean, realistically, obviously, in hindsight, all of those wish it hadn't happened. But I do think that their idea of doing like a creator event for that is very cool. Like,
it's awesome.
I was very happy to see that.
Yeah, no, it's really cool.
I think it's also cool that like you can do it as a normal player in game too, like having a challenge version of the event. Because I think, at least in the history of TFD, they've struggled a lot with creating difficult content and incentivizing it, right? Like either it's too hard and people complain, or it's hard and has rewards and people complain they can't get the rewards, or they make it really hard but it has no incentive and no reward, right? So having a mode like this that has some challenge to it but also has some incentive is cool. I'm glad they're experimenting.
Well, what are you guys plans on the game? You guys sticking with it? Not to put you on the spot or anything, but
I'm still figuring that out. I mean, I cover a lot of games, so it's not like I'm all of a sudden gonna like main TFD forever. I plan on covering a whole bunch of games, and I got some games coming up that I'm gonna be covering. But yeah, I don't know if. It's a very weird spot to be in. You know what I mean? Like, I kind of wish I just had gotten banned, so this is easy peasy, no decision to make. Just boot me.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I'm just going to be off of it. Like, as long as other suspensions are active, I'm not going to be playing it. I have it open right now, but I'm not playing it. But yeah,
The thing is, Sen, I just like out of curiosity. I think I already know your answer to this, but like, let's say they were like, "Hey, we messed up. We're unbanning you."
No.
Your decision's final. To
Yeah.
my
No, I'm
understanding.
done.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm done.
I was saying this earlier, but I guarantee you they lose more people off of your ban than actual people that they banned.
Could
Probably.
be. Could be.
The people are already hitting Steam, and I'm not promoting that, but
Yeah.
people are already hitting Steam up.
I wonder if this was just like
It just
too big of a team with communication breakdown, because I feel like, you know, Nexon's such a big company. This could have just been the live ops team. It's like, hey, people are exploiting. What do we do to exploiters? Well, we suspend them or ban them, and they just kind of did it, and no one really said, hey, the thing they're doing is what everyone does. Let's chill.
I would agree with that, but Sen got like a personalized email. No.
yeah, I did.
It's not. I figured I was just gonna get a cop ban anyways because my account is not like I still don't have it like listed as a creator, so I'm just like Moxie. Like if you click on my name, there's no like creator info or thing. So I just figured I'd be gone anyway.
Maybe it's when you couldn't figure out how to do it.
they only checked when I was struggling.
Yeah, I wonder what their cutoff was, because some people got banned and some people didn't.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
Was it like a million kills, 3 hours?
Yeah, they probably went by kills or something, right? And then also we're looking at it like, okay, where can we make this cutoff where we're not hitting thousands of people, and maybe we're only hitting a couple hundred, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, that had to be in their minds.
Yeah, but like, what about
Could
the people
also
that did this
check,
exact
off
farm?
of min quality.
What about the people that did this
For
exact farm over the last 3 months of Onslaught? Like, this is not a new location.
Yeah.
If they're saying this is problematic, why not ban those people too?
I'm sure
I
they'll
did
address
it
that,
and
right?
macroed it while eating and didn't get banned.
Yeah, one of my VIP viewers, he said he was doing it the whole time, macroed.
That's
Didn't get banned.
crazy. That is crazy. Oh my God. Yeah, it's a precedent thing. I feel like it's just like now it just I feel like and you know, I'm usually a very neutral person when it comes to this kind of stuff, but I feel like the message that's being sent is very clear. We care about things in the game if it is affecting something that makes us money. We care very little or a lot less if it's something that's affecting your personal enjoyment, because there's a lot of other bugs and exploits and things that make the game worse for everybody that still exist in the game that don't have this kind of priority or critical focus, you know?
Tons. The whole Raven thing.
Yep.
I sent them an email Friday night about Raven and her passive. I tested everything while I was streaming. I took the time off stream to write an email. I didn't get a response till Monday, and all it was, can you send us some video footage? And then they haven't even addressed it with the community at all. Like, they haven't said anything about Raven, which to me is just really wild, because this is your big update, right? And it's Raven. Everybody's loving her.
Yeah.
But then you have this thing where she's like just literally not working. And your average player who's not like in the know and checking out Cinevades and Moxie and Dry Bear and aren't being told like, hey, this is a bug, blah, blah, blah. They don't know what's going on. They're losing their crit. They think they're doing fine. They're following the build guide. They're getting smacked, and they're going to dip, but they're going to leave. Right? They're going to get frustrated. They're going to go.
You were someone said that they were in a party of 4 farmers, and 1 out of the 4 farmers that they were playing with got banned.
That's so messed up.
It might not be some sort of hard criteria.
You know what? This is their newest, latest form of RNG.
Ban roulette.
That's crazy.
When I don't know, you know, or Chad knows, when Glad got banned from Anthem, was it a permaban? Did you get permaban from Anthem, or just temporary?
Yeah, permaban.
Oh, really?
That's crazy, dude. I mean, like, I get it. I mean, I'm of the opinion that content creators are gamers too, and like, you know, we're not. No one's really immune to anything. I just feel like if you have a policy, enforce it equally, and if you have one, you know, it's the same reason why, you know, we talk about this a lot on my stream of like, you know, the reason why we call Kleenex Kleenex and Band-Aids Band-Aids is because the people that owned those copyrights didn't enforce them. And, you know, at least in the United States, the law states that if you don't actively enforce a rule, you lose the right to enforce it, so you don't weaponize it against people you don't like, right? Like, you have to enforce it equally, otherwise don't enforce it at all. So I feel like in this situation, it's kind of a similar idea of like, you can't pick and choose who deserves to be punished and who doesn't just by willy-nilly. It should be an equal thing regardless.
Yup.
Everybody keeps asking me what I'm gonna go play.
Yeah, what are you
know
going to
yet.
play, Sen? What are you going to play?
Uh,
25
Leaning
hours
towards
left.
Warframe, but there's so many games coming. There's so many games. I'm really excited for Onimusha.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
so
that
many
does
good
look
games
cool.
coming out, man.
I think that looks really, really good.
Comes
Onimusha
out
looks great.
Within a day of Blood of Dawnwalker.
Yeah, that also looks really good too.
Legally Distinct Witcher 3. Yeah, we got Plague Tale 3, Star Wars Zero Company in the next couple days, Blood of the Dawnwalker, Onimusha, Valheim 1.0, Wolverines on the 15th, Animo, Control
Aeon
2, Aeon 2, Silent Hill Townfall. The rest of the year is just cooked.
Borderlands 4's newest Vault Hunter.
Bro. Yeah.
Loveless.
Yeah.
Get excited.
Whoa.
I would love to be excited for Borderlands, man. I really would. Really would.
And
What up, PoE 2 1.0?
that's isn't that December?
December, yeah.
Gotta get ready. man.
Swords.
Bro, they debated us. They said in that interview that they were just going to focus on acts and story. They're not going to add new stuff. And then technically with 1.0, they're giving us duelist swords. I was all sad.
Yeah, that reveal was crazy. I was geeking out when I seen that.
Have you guys talked to any of the other creators today? Like Alyssa, Clyde, Biscuit?
A few of them.
Sarah.
Mostly Seven. He pulled out of the thing. Songs. Who pulled out of the thing.
Yeah, I talked to a bunch of people. I think everyone's kind of just either on the fence or deciding to pull out or just kind of talking about it in general. It's just, I feel like it's just so knee jerk that no one really knows what to do about it because, you know, we've been optimizing farms like this for so long that getting suspended
Yeah,
out
you
of
just want
nowhere
every
is
game.
crazy. It's crazy. Now you're like, okay, well, what am I allowed to do? You know, like what's okay and what's not anymore.
Don't show your community anything that can get them loot fast. That's for sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's the new build title is ethical Viesa build.
Cool.
Loot slow. Remove all movement speed.
farm mega dungeon in ethical amounts of time.
Here is the new
With this
Valby build.
gamer
However,
build.
unfortunately, this kills 20,000 mobs an hour and you're only allowed 18,000. So take this weapon off.
Are you the only creator that got banned that we know of, son?
Yep.
Think so?
Yep.
This build doesn't get you banned.
Ban-free
It's an interesting
ethical
way to
build.
set the example.
Oh man. I would love to be like a fly on the wall at their office for the last 24 hours.
Yeah, I was thinking that last night when I got off stream. I'm thinking like, are they like sitting there talking about me and like, do we ban them? What do we like?
I'm sure they had some kind of
What's
discussion.
that conversation like?
I feel like they probably should have just taken this step by step and really thought about what the result is. And I do think that like it's possible that there was just like two different teams acting separately. Like you know, the community team was like this, and then they dulled it down, sent it to the marketing team, like, hey, can you tell Sen that he's out? Obviously, they knew what they were going to do because they put the creator challenge is going to be changed in their note. So were already thinking about banning at least you, if not more, right?
Yeah. No. Yeah. That was instantly in there.
I don't know, man. They have it's kind of crazy. Think about from their perspective. They wake up, there's a problem, and then just it feels like every step it's just been getting weirder and crazier.
Oh, I mean, the way they talked about it, I just felt it was really harsh. It was just like, you guys are bad. Just the wording they used.
Oh, abusive game. Yes, that was.
Yeah, just like just shut it down. Tell us what you're gonna, what's the problem?
Yeah,
fix it and move along.
I am genuinely surprised about the like, realistically, at least from when the point that I found out about it to when it was disabled, it was probably like 2 hours. Like, it was there and then it was gone, which is why it's crazy that it was this big of a situation. Because, like, realistically, I mean, people are getting a lot of transcendent weapons out of it, but not like, you know, it's not like it went over for the weekend and, like, you know, it totally broke everything. People got definitely a lot of transcendent weapons out of it, but, like, I don't know. I felt like they dealt with it relatively quickly, where I was kind of thinking that there wasn't going to be any, like, super serious repercussions.
Yeah, it was 4 hours after I put the video out.
I mean, some people have said in my chat.
Really?
Some people said in my chat that they started, like, because again, this farm has been in the game for months. So they said they started when Transcendent weapons came out last week, and they've been doing it all weekend. Some people said they got like 800, 900 weapons. So, like, in that case, I feel like, you know, like those people getting action taking them, it's, you know, I feel like it's, but even then, like, you know, they're not clear on what their stance is either. So I can totally see that some people saying, well, this is just, I'm going to maximize this farm and buy a booster and take advantage of it because I've been taking advantage of everything before. So I don't know, man.
You can infinitely farm purple weapons.
Yeah.
What?
So
Tamer back on the menu.
The crit tamer, bro, not again.
I've been using that to test stuff lately.
No way, bro.
Yeah, well, because I don't want any, like, extra effects happening or firearm procs or debuffs on anything. And Tamer just shoots bullet, test number, change thing, shoot bullet, test number.
It's consistent.
Easy, best gun in the game still.
Well, I mean, this is kind of like, I feel like it's kind of a popcorn situation now, because now we just get to wait and see what happens. Like, what happens with the creator event? What do they say in follow-up? Do they try to backpedal or do they double down? Especially with other creators now pulling out of the event, right? Like, now there's like a ripple effect where they ban Sen and now their creator event is at risk because other people are pulling out. And now what do they say next? And does that make anything better or worse? What about the people that bought boosters? And it's drama.
Yeah, I think they created a very messy situation in all aspects. Maybe they didn't think people would pull out because a creator got taken out, but it's like, this is a small, the TFD stream, like the content creator community for TFD is so small. It's like we all really know each other, right? We talk to each other, we raid each other, we hang out. So it's just like, but they probably don't realize that, maybe. And it's like, it's past, like, that's like my friend, you know, like that's my colleague, and you've literally banned him for whatever it may be, farming.
Well, my stance was you banned him for what I did. So what gives?
I didn't want to say that, but
like, if he goes, then it's like, what, you know, like, what do you want me to do about it? Like, I did the exact same thing. I don't know, man. It's tough. And I think the other thing too is, you know, I always get pooped on for saying this. I'm sure all of our chats are going to jump on me for this, but I think that the style of TFD and its proclivities also makes it harder for some creators to represent and show it. You know, advertisers and things like that, just the the way the game portrays things. So I feel like when it comes to having people supporting the game
No
and
idea what
talking
you're
about
talking
it. You know, like I've had some thumbnails on this game that I thought were legit that YouTube disagreed with. So
Yeah, my Serena video got adulted. The one where I complained about them nerfing her and blah blah blah. It actually ended up getting adulted because of the contest skin.
Yep.
That was the previous contest skin, the ballerina one.
Yikes.
I had one where I was like zooming in and talking about a skin, and YouTube was like, "Is this porn?" I'm like, I no,
No, almost.
No, I maybe.
Almost.
It sucks too because they're like, I feel like the looter shooter genre, we don't really get that many good ones that often.
Oh, it's a wasteland.
It's a mess. I don't even think people want to make it.
I make a video every year of like top 5 looter shooters to get excited about, and like half the time I have to bend the wording of looter shooter because like it just isn't much out there. We got Cinder City on the horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's that?
Yeah,
I don't know. Never heard of it.
Did you guys play the playtest?
maybe.
I don't know.
That's the right answer. I don't know what you're talking about. What game is that?
It's like that, but there is like the tried and true Warframe, right? Division 2.
Yeah.
My biggest thing, because TFD is like my game, right? That's what I base everything on. I
Yeah.
love Warframe, but when I go play Warframe, I feel like I'm just playing TFD again, right? It's always been a struggle for me to go like, hey guys, let's play 10 hours of TFD and then let's go play 10 hours of Warframe. You know, they just don't match up together. Separately, they're great.
Yeah, I think there's some things about Warframe too, like the camera change and then like the bullet jump movement is kind of jarring for some people. And I also think that the art style of Warframe is not for everyone. And I think that's actually what games like TFD can pull some people to, because some people in Warframe don't like they can't connect with something that doesn't look human, right? It's like a little bit too alien, a little bit too robotic, right? So having a game like TFD that's more photorealistic with, you know, recognizable humans. I've had a lot of people in chat be like, yeah, this, you know, it's easier for me to adopt.
They're connecting, all right.
I think that's why they added the proto frames and stuff.
My thing with Warframe and TFD is like, I think one of the big, like, Warframe's a great game. I love it. I have thousands of hours in it. But I do think there actually is like a real draw point to TFD in that, like, dude, TFD is a lot to get into. It's a lot. Warframe is even more. Like the barrier to entry and new player knowledge required to like jump into Warframe, I feel like is so much higher. TFD's big selling point originally was, I thought, the boss ladder. Like that was the big thing that set this game apart, that made it different, and the progression through the boss ladder, taking on those bosses with mechanics, with your teammates, was like the real selling point. And I'm kind of sad that they got rid of that.
Oh, for sure. I complain about that all the time. But here's the thing. Even Warframe's so hard to get into, and I got into it late, too. I only started playing Warframe last year. But, like, clearly people start it and get into it, like, all the time and stick with it when you look at, like, the numbers. And it's just, why? What's that point they hit where they could just get these people to come and then stay on top of that?
Sticky, man. The two games that I feel like are like the Cinderella games are Dead by Daylight and Warframe. They're so old at this point, but they somehow just keep finding ways to grow. Like if you just look at their like growth of community.
And PoE, right?
Yeah, It's crazy. Like,
Yep.
it's wild how they do it. But I feel like there's just like a sticky point that once you're indoctrinated to the systems in a game like Warframe, there's just so much to do and so much to discover. It's just, you got to get over that hump.
Somebody in my chat said, coming sticky points. Drybear.
The
Tell us more.
the TFD community, man. You know what's crazy too is I looked at yesterday at the Reddit. The biggest posts on the TFD Reddit were all just pictures of bikini shots, and like
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
the smallest were like, "Hey, there's a new farm. Hey, this gameplay gets you weapons. Hey, people are getting banned for this." Nope, that's the smallest thing on the Reddit.
Dude, I had the exact same experience last night. I was going to bed. I'm like, I like looking at my phone before I go to sleep. I'm like, ooh, I gotta open up the TFD Reddit and see, you know, read some tea, some drama. The top post was about Zenith.
Priorities, man. Priorities.
That's big stuff, dude. Have you seen her?
It's two
Yeah.
big things, yeah.
Yeah.
You think they try to backpedal on this?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like they've kind of made a decision. They're going to, I mean, during their streams, they like always apologize for something, even if it's the minorest things. So I'm sure they'll, you know, kind of express their feelings about the situation and apologize to anyone that got affected that like shouldn't have been, maybe, because it does seem like a little random. But how they go about it further, like, you know, it's also kind of bad for players that didn't do the exploit because they said, hey, I'm not going to do that, and then didn't get loot, and then people that did get loot also didn't get banned. You know what I mean? It's like kind of both ways. Like there's plenty of people that didn't partake and got nothing from it, and then people that only benefited with no ban. You know what I mean?
That's why the enforcement
a lot
needs
of
to be
people.
consistent, right? Because if
Yeah.
they have 2 years of not enforcing these things, what it does, it encourages people to exploit early and exploit often. Because if you miss out and there's no punishment, then you just didn't get an advantage that other people did. And that's why they need to shut it down early and enforce their rules. But they haven't been for years, right? So it's like everyone expected, hey, just go run and do it, because they never enforce these things. And then all of a sudden, everyone just starts getting with suspensions out of nowhere. It's just very weird.
I just learned that phrase yesterday, actually. Exploit early, exploit often.
That's where it
That's a
comes
new one.
from, man.
Uh,
That's what happens when devs don't punish, right? Because then it's really just whoever get the early bird is the one that benefits, and you may as well just get in there and get your bag.
I'd love to, you know, in terms of like how they could come out of this, not cleanly, but I think if they, when they address it, if they like, hey, we understand that you guys were frustrated with the monetization and stuff, and that hence led you to finding more efficient farms for it. We understand your frustration, and therefore we're going to be removing the weekly cap on the material farms and removing the items from the shop to purchase, and also, I don't know, maybe lowering the cost of the reroll currency by half. That would be a chance of that happening not super high, but
well, yeah, you would think at this
that
point
would be
they would have addressed
that would
right?
be something that I feel like if they came out and said that, that would be a good way to go.
You talked about it in a video. I talked about it in a video. I got nothing but 99% positive reactions from that video. I made a poll about it. It's overwhelmingly either take the stuff out of the shop or remove the cap, right? Do something about it. And we're at almost a week into the update. And that, like, literally, they have not communicated. This is actually the first communication that they've had about the update since the update.
Yeah.
Check out that link I just put in Discord. This was, I found this morning. It was their official response to the Valby cart from 2 years ago or whatever. And it's kind of funny because when you read through it, they say, due to our systematic mistake, this is our issue. We don't want to punish players for playing the game the way it was, but we recognize it was unbalanced. It was providing biased rewards, right? It's like if you take this exact sentiment, which was written by the current sitting creative director on the game, and apply it to the same situation, it's like, oh, wait a minute, what's the switch up here?
You know what's funny is I specifically remember reading this and being like, W devs, like this was a great way to handle this.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, we understand that a bunch of people have like spent time and effort building Valby, so we're gonna let it be for a little bit longer, and then we'll take it away.
Well, and this people bought boosters and probably, went to go do their farm too. And I think it's fair too, because since they've never punished for this, I can understand an intermediate or veteran player thinking they don't punish for these sort of things, so it's safe to go do it, right? Like knowing what the past is.
So many of this. So many of this. Yeah. Remember Defiler, Glay?
Yeah.
You use the rocket, you swap to the shotgun, you killed him in like 5 seconds.
Or remember killing like 10 wall crashers every hour?
Kyle, one-shotting Gluttony.
Yeah.
Aborting mission with Freyna and Outpost. Dude. Oh, they changed. They fixed that, right? I think they fixed that.
Mm-hmm. Well, like
it's a great infinite farm.
Valby cart, the Viesa crystal fragment farm that is infinite, like all of these things have been,
They're just the same thing. We just found a new spot.
They haven't responded to my withdrawal yet either. I mean, what time is it right now in Korea?
It's like 6 a.m. there.
Oh, geez.
Oh, boy. Yeah, that's gonna...
This is about when they start coming in, yeah.
Yeah, they start at like 9, so they'll be in the office in 3 hours.
I did not get banned, no. Not yet.
Not yet is crazy.
Not yet. I mean, they still could.
Planning?
They still could.
What are you planning? He's looking at that YouTube. Oh, that would be a good thumbnail, actually. I've never. I mean, I haven't been in content creation long, but this is my first experience with this. Being on the main stage of being banned on a video game.
You mean abusing gameplay?
Yeah, that's not my first. No, well, it's not my first experience abusing gameplay. I can tell you that much. If you got loot, I'm gonna get it. Whatever I gotta do.
Yeah, I think that's kind of
without editing game files.
That's kind of the thing, right? I feel like that at least at the 10,000 foot view, they created an incentive and we responded by trying to optimize it. I feel like that's ultimately what they want. They want us to, they wanted to create a thing we wanted to chase after, and we are chasing after it, Just this one was a little bit too efficient.
A little too much. I do have to head out there. I got a thing I need to do for a different game. But it was a nice chatting with y'all.
Is that Alien game? Is that Alien game cool or?
Not for the Alien game, but it's pretty fun. I thought the gameplay and shooting were like okay at best. But, like actual abilities and like perks and stuff did seem interesting though. Like seemed like you guys could make some builds there.
Talking about Fire Team.
Yeah, I would. If you're gonna play that, I'd definitely play it with some people.
Okay, cool.
I think you need a squad.
Fire Team 1 was good, but the reviews on this one seem kind of mixed.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be honest. I think right now people are asking me about it. I'll be like, I'd pick it up at a sale. I wouldn't spend full price.
Cool.
Yep.
Well, thank you guys. I appreciate both of you very much. Very, very much. I'll see you guys.
Yeah, of course. GG's.
Cheers.
Nice chatting.
Peace.
There you go, chat. There you go. Sorry, chat. I was on a call, so I was reading chat. I just wasn't responding. They're going to execute Moxie? What the frick? Whatever TFD says. Yeah, there you go. Whatever TFD says. I'm curious. I mean, they're waking up in a couple hours. I'm very curious to see what they do and what they say. You know what I mean? What are they going to do? What are they going to say? Where are they going to go? What's their stance on this business? We all end in Cinder City? What's Cinder City? I don't know what that is. Never heard of that in my life. They'll just release more skins. They're releasing a new pack and tomorrow. They are. D Money, thank you for the tier 1 Afrolitium. And thank you for the prime. Thank you for the follows as well. Thank you, thank you. Go check out Moxie and Sen, guys. Oh no no no. Alyssa, so yeah, Alyssa, he did do it for like 10, 20 minutes, something like that. So he did. No. Boom boom. Go check out Moxie and Sen, guys. It listed at 400 quality. Yeah, but he's been doing trials. Like he's been just doing non-stop trials. So I don't think that I don't think he got that stuff from the thing. Honestly, I genuinely don't. I think Alyssa had he did it for like 10, 20 minutes, jumped off, but he's been doing trials, whatever. Are you gonna make a strongly worded review on Steam after this? No. Nope. You guys can vote your conscience and do all that stuff, but yeah, I'm not in that boat. Yeah, Alyssa's been grinding, doing like tons and tons of missions and stuff like that. Did I get hit too? Nope, I did not get banned. However, it is time. Let me set my research.
Now what do you want? Go on.
And we're out. It's over. GG. Goodbye. I have been banned, quote unquote. I'm banning myself. I banned myself. It's Ogre. It was just Sen. Yeah, it was just Sen. Alyssa had a 16-hour trial stream. Yeah, he's just been grinding like crazy. Yeah, he's fine. Yeah, no, you're not. It banned you first. What the frick, man? Wait, did they just put out a post? Wait. Did they just put out a post? Oh, wait, what? Oh, no, I don't know. Maybe not. Did they? I don't know. Did they? We played the Division 2? I have. Yeah, I like the Division. Division's awesome. Bum ba dum ba dum da 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 buddha bada buddha booty bee buddha bada bee 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 bo bada bada. Hope I get in trouble. I did not. I did not get suspended at all. No suspension, no ban, no nothing. It put out an article blaming you personally, and now you're banned for real. There's a petition for the reversal of the bans. I'm very curious to see what they're gonna do, right? Like, what are they gonna do? How are they gonna respond? Where are they gonna go? What's gonna happen? I'm very curious, very curious. Back to Aeon 2. I mean, we've got a lot of games, chat. We got a lot of games. We got a lot of games, brother. Brigandine Abyss is out. Fireteam Elite 2 is out. You know? They're gonna nerf Valby, and yeah, time to nerf Valby. No, time to nerf Serena again. I haven't played Hell's Us yet, no. Is it good? I forbid you to play their awesome game for life? What the frick, man? Time to nerf Reyna again. Yep, that's true. Reyna's been a little too strong lately. Game reviews are flooding about the pay to win season 4. People getting banned for loot caves. They had a terrible. Let's see. Let's look at the reviews. No. Banned from Pac-Man? What the frick? Oh, Dwarf. There's Dwarf. I came back to the problem being 10 times worse. The game is great if you really enjoy gooning. Being robbed with MTX prices. Here, can we do like web for this? Content creator Senevades was the only creator that got banned for playing a loot cave. If you're gonna ban people for breaking the game's guidelines, then ban everyone who did it, not just him. This is a game made for shareholders, investors, not gamers. So if you're a gamer, just quit and let the shareholders and investors play. Season 4 is an open push to pay for power. The transcendent weapons invalidate most of the hard work players put into legendary weapons and introduce the system that drastically favor key resources being abundant in the shop while being near impossible to get through gameplay. Resources needed to require the weapon mechanics is extremely... Oh, this is like 3 days ago. Transcendent weapons accelerate the decay of being able to build powerful descendants. Pay to win game. The game caps a very important item for any player farming it each week. Did Moss get banned? No, Sen was the only one that got banned. The game is very little content. 400 hours on record. Oh, this is from before. Can we do like, let's see. Date range? Only specified date. Wait, what? Click and drag a selection on the graph above. What? There's no graph. Show graph. Oh, look at that. You see that? You see that? One of the ones on the right are recent posts? Yeah. Banning people for using a loot cave that have been in the game for months. Do not play this game. The devs are terrible, are now making the game into a giant cash grab before inevitably coming out and saying they will no longer be supporting the game once they get enough money. The turn to pay for power, the bans with game mechanics that exist prior. I really used to love this game. The devs seemed incompetent at fixing bugs, balancing, ridding cheaters in leaderboards and slow content edition. Banning people to protect their pay-to-win scheme is shameful. Banning people to protect their pay-to-win scheme. Oh no. Oh no. Do not give them money for Caliber. Oh my god, dude. Dev's decisions have ultimately went towards money over inequality. They started banning something we as players been doing since launch, and we're now heading towards pay to win and whale control economy not long before this game ends up. Oh my Jesus. Apparently Nexon has never heard of Anthem and how that played out. Oh my God, dude. I never thought I'd leave a negative review. I've been here since day one, supported the game up and down, defending benefits. Season 4 changed that. The introduction of transcendent weapons feels like a major step towards pay for power. I mean, it kind of is. It is. Players who spent months investing resources and time into legendary weapons are now watching that progress become increasingly irrelevant. The systems surrounding these weapons are built around scarce resources, harsh weekly limits, and mechanics that strongly encourage spending money rather than simply playing the game. 1,400 hours on this guy? Yep. Wait, this is Benoit. Wow, look at that. 2,800 hours. Oh my God, dude. What finally pushed me to quit wasn't even the monetization. Today, players were banned for using a farming spot that has existed for months. No cheats, no hacks, no modified files, no third-party software. They killed monsters in a game whose entire gameplay loop revolves around killing monsters. Similar exploits and farming methods have existed throughout the game's history. Bunny Cave Farms, Valby Farms, and many... and many others. Those histories were eventually fixed after weeks or months with no mass bans and rollbacks. You don't do that? Do what? What? They don't care. They funded off gooning and nothing else. Go look at the fact Vindictus is still getting new classes. Are these bad reviews coming from the Sen viewers? I don't think anyone's encouraging people to go do this. I don't know. 21 hours yourself? Dang. How many people got banned? I don't know the extent of it yet. We don't really know how far it goes yet. It could be far more than we think, but yeah, it was an old thing. That farm, this farm that you see here, this has existed since Onslaught came out. Months ago. I mean, when did Onslaught come out? When did Onslaught mode launch in TFD? May 21st. So 3 months ago. So this farm has existed as is for 3 months. And now that they added transcendent weapons, they started banning people for it or timing people out. They're having waves of ban lists as the most aggressive users. Yeah, I mean, it's possible they add more to it over time, you know, like that there's more people getting grabbed or whatever. I'll never know what that boop boop is, Chinch. What is the boop boop? What is it? What's the boop boop? What is it? Fair play in a PvE game? No, that's like the thing. Like, is it, you know, Actually driving me mad, the boop. What is the boop? What is it? Does anyone know? Does anyone know what that boop is? What's the boop boop? The voices. How does this incentivize monetization? Like transcendent weapons? Well, you can buy and sell them to other players, and you can also buy and sell. You can buy the materials you need to get them. Are you farming this to get banned? It's a video. Lamau. Look at it. Look at the farm. Look at it. Look at the farm. Look at the illegalness. Do you see the abuse? Do you see the abuse? Look at the abuse. Do you see this abuse? There's plenty of people with unique bugs. For instance, I cannot use the skin preview to rotate since a couple of months. I think your boop boop is a unique bug. What's the boop boop, man? I did this for an hour yesterday. Time to get banned, Rye. Time to get banned. Time to get banned. You filthy abuser. A mass murderer? Is the mode unavailable? You can't queue for Onslaught 1 anymore. I think you can queue for 4. Like 2, 3, and 4, but you can't do 1. What's up, Simple? How are ya? How goes? How goes? How goes? How goes? Go check out Simple, guys. I only killed 100K, which is actually possible through normal means. I only killed 200K, and that's possible through normal means. It's a loophole, so abuse or exploit are natural ways to describe them, right? But like, here's the challenge, right? Since they have never treated this thing as an exploit, they can't suddenly wake up one day and treat it as an exploit. You know what I mean? That's the challenge. It's like saying that, I don't know, you go to a food truck every day and you get tacos, and you've been doing it for months, if not years. And then one day you go to your favorite food truck and you buy a taco, and then the FBI rolls up with SUVs, puts you on the ground, handcuffs you, and said, "What are you doing? You can't buy tacos." And you're like, "I've been buying tacos here for years. What do you mean I can't buy tacos?" You know? If they want it to be a rule, it needs to be clearly stated as a rule and consistently enforced throughout the course of the game. If they want to change their policy on it, they should announce that, warn everyone, and then start enforcing it the next time it happens. So that way, it's clear what the intent is, it's clear what the rule is, and that you know you're breaking a rule. The worst thing you can do is enforce rules in an uneven manner without actually explaining anything, so that no one knows what's a rule and what's not. It's just a psyop to get me Taco Bell. Get tacos now. Get tacos now. Now I want taco. You want to talk about it? Go talk about it. At Dry Bear, what's up? It's dumb and alien. Yeah, I mean, they can. They can. It is their rule. It is their thing. It's just from like a public perspective, from an optics standpoint, it's really bad to do this. It's really bad to enforce things in a wishy-washy way. I don't. Now I want tacos. You guys want to go get some tacos together? Do. What do you think about Warframe? Come join me. The water is warm. I like Warframe. I'm not allowed to launch it because I don't have enough hours in it. You know what I mean? That's the problem. I don't have hours in Warframe, so I can't play Warframe. It's not fair that some got banned and others didn't. A rollback to all players who did this is mandatory. Yeah. Maybe read the EULA? What is that statement supposed to mean? That is like, it's the most nonsensical statement. Like, we've been doing this exact thing for years. And no one said read the EULA then. So then all of a sudden they decide that they're going to enforce this on a whim, and they're like, actually. Review bombing is questionable. A lot of these reviews did not mention bans, and were from days prior to bans, because plot twist, all the reviews had crossover conversations about the same issues and the devs squeezing money out of you. It's not like they all explicitly said banned my streamer, game bad. They all made good points and basically all agreed on the same issues. Why would they not want to get that across to new players looking to join? Yeah, it's true. Definitely don't. I don't know. I mean, also like, I go back and forth on this. I feel like review bombing is at its core not a good thing. But, and this is coming from someone who has posted and shipped games on Steam, have been affected by negative reviews, and most of the time when people make negative reviews, if you ever make the game better, they don't go back and amend their reviews. They leave those negative reviews up there forever, even if they still love the game and play it every day. So like those sorts of things can be very damaging to a game and prevent people from playing it. However, I do understand the perspective that in some cases, players have no outlet, right? So like when you get to a point, like you see a game come out on Steam and the game has like bad review, game crashed when I launched it. From like a logical standpoint, that doesn't make a lot of sense, right? Because what you're saying is you never got to play the game, so you're not reviewing the game, right? And you think about it from a creator's perspective, from a developer's perspective, you didn't review the game. You just never got to play it, and so you used an outlet to get there. But to the same point, where else are they supposed to go, right? They have to be able to express their displeasure somehow, and I think it's fair in an open market to be able to do that. But I think it is, you know, I feel like there needs to be something, maybe another way to show it, because like, you know, I can't connect to the server, game sucks. And it's like, well, you never played the game. You're reviewing your experience of trying to play the game, and you want to warn other people about your experience of trying to play the game, but you never actually played the game, so you're not reviewing the game, you're reviewing its availability. You know what I mean? I did, Simple, yeah, I told them I withdrew. I feel like if they're gonna exclude Sen, then they need to exclude me too, because I did the farm and I posted about it as well. So you know, if he's guilty, I'm guilty. I'm expressing my displeasure with your face. What the frick, dude? 2 weeks for real money only. Yeah, true. Another way to express thoughts about the game, they would make a video or mess in the Discord. Yeah, I mean, that's all you got. So it's like, I see both sides on the issue. Like, I think game reviews should be for the game. And I think it's unfair when a game review is about something that's not the game. But I also think that it's people that are having a bad experience on things that aren't the game but are associated with it should have an outlet for something, right? Like they should be able to express that displeasure somewhere and in some way, and reviews just happen to be that way. It's just, you know, it does kind of suck when something political happens or something like administrative happens and people review bomb a game that otherwise is a great game, but it gets reviewed because people are unhappy about something, you know, outside the game. And so now it has mostly negative, even though it's a great game. Or they have like performance issues with a game. Like some people are having performance issues, some people aren't. And then the game gets mostly negative, even though it might still be a great game. It's just there's performance problems that might still be fixed later. But the problem is that when people give negative reviews, they very rarely, if not ever, go back and amend their reviews when those problems are solved, right? It's hard. This is bad review on the devs though, so you're right, it's the review board. Yeah, it's the review board. People are expressing their opinions. It's so fun. It's funny how many people are like taking a grandstand on this and saying this is clearly a violation of TOS. It's crazy how many people will take that stance. Is this clearly a violation of TOS? I keep seeing this comment show up of like, this is obviously a violation of TOS. You know, people should have known better, but I don't think it's that obvious. I really don't. This farm has been in the game for 3 months. They didn't do anything about it. And it's the same mechanics we've done ever since the game has come out. Right? This is everything that we needed. You know, it's everything, dude. You know, it's like we've been doing this for a long time. This is very normal. Very normal situation. Doo-doo. No. World chat came to YouTube. People in Ornery's server are did Biscuit get did she do the farm at all, or did she do a ban? I heard she had surgeries. Hopefully she's recovering well and everything's going good. More than 3 months, same farm, new location. I mean, it wasn't even a new location. It was the same location, same farm, same everything. It just, you know, the game got changed so that now transcendent weapons drop from those same monsters, you know? It's a violation of the TOS that they never established? I mean, yeah, I mean, if this is a violation of the TOS, they needed to make that clear a long time ago. Well, like, we want you to play the game we want you to, and if you play it any other way, we'll ban you. It doesn't matter if you use hacks or glitches and only use the mechanics you put in the game, we will ban you. She didn't say anything. I think she isn't awake, but I joined in the server asking for it, and people started defending Nexon. Well, I mean, there's definitely a perspective of it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that people are benefiting from something that is clearly iffy, right? And I can understand that perspective too, of not wanting people to benefit in something that you chose to abstain from because it didn't feel right to you, and they benefited and got a bunch of stuff you didn't. They got ahead of you. I totally get that perspective. That's fair. Aren't TOS on exploiting often vague? Yeah, they are. Well, I mean, also, like, in law, what you have written in an agreement versus what gets enforced are two different things, right? And in this case, this is something that they have not been enforcing for years. You know, years. So, like, why all of a sudden are they enforcing it now, you know? Biscuit was sounding better. Good. I hope she's recovering well and everything's going well with her. I didn't know she had surgery. That's tough. Sounds like she wasn't even around when the farm was farming. Farmin' Marmin. I thought it was very obvious it wasn't something you should be doing. I also think it's the dev's fault. That being said, giving the Pikachu's surprise face you got in trouble for it is kind of stupid. There's levels to it. Yeah, there's levels to it. I think most reasonable people would look at it and say this feels wrong. But I think also it's, you know, if we're looking at this from an objective standpoint, I don't think that I don't think it's that cut and dry, right? I don't think it's that cut and dry because this exact thing has been utilized for years. And so that, I mean, rules and laws get integrated if they become commonplace, right? Like, you know, this wasn't something that we intended, but it's what everyone does all the time. And we haven't enforced it for years. And so it kind of is what it is, right? Enjoy the lurk, Mad Moose. Just a bit of your new vid, Arcanus? What? Oh, you saw a bit of it? It's like Speedman. Someone drives 5 to 10 over the years, and it's a silent agreed upon contract. You're fine unless you go 11. But if one day someone gets 1 mile over it and goes to jail, WTF? Yeah. Yeah, I'm banning myself. Wasn't game breaking. Well, all you could use for was maxing element kills for battle pass. It was very clearly not an exploit. Yeah. Yep. Yep. There's a lot of things that happened here that should have been addressed or made clear prior to this. What's up, top button? And it just wasn't, which makes it real hard, right? There's a serious farm in that event. It'll get shut down quickly. Actually, wasn't there one in the last Plague Star? Could be. Back when the game launched, there were so many wacky money farm spots and loot caves, and they didn't seem to have an issue with it. But I guess when money is in play, bans roll out. It's 100% on Nexon. This was part of Onslaught since mode was released. Banning players, this is embarrassing for Nexon. Other games, when this happens, just reset all accounts roughly 24 hours backwards and patch the bug. Yep. Oh my God. Your logic is baffling, especially coming from an older person who has years of experience in developing games. In one breath, you mentioned how there have been many exploits and, oh, Chaka's coming at me. When a child does one thing wrong the first time, do you ground them immediately or pull them to the side and discuss it with them? Next on posting on multiple occasions is them discussing that they notice a problem but are opting out of punishing them. This would be akin to hoping the child or committee learns not to do this sort of thing again. Well, they gave multiple chances and they are a business after all. What chances were we given? What chances were we given? At what point have they ever said, don't farm respawns this way? They have never said that in 2 years. Not a single time. They have never said that. They have allowed these sorts of things to happen and continue in perpetuity without any issue. So there was no escalation here. It was nothing and then a baseball bat to the jaw. That's what it was. It was the switch up. It's literally a textbook. Isn't it literally textbook exploiting though? You are abusing a game mechanic that was not intended for something that puts you ahead of others for your own benefit. Now, agree, I think a ban is harsh and re-roll would have been fine, but them not enforcing this earlier does not mean it was not an exploit. I mean, it's more about precedent, right? I think that anytime you're a governing body and you're enforcing rules, if you let something go on unabated without any restrictions and no punishment for 2 years, and then you suddenly one day wake up and choose violence, I think there's issue with that. Is that unreasonable? Is it unreasonable to think that there is a problem with switching up your policy after a long history of not doing anything? I'm not saying that it feels iffy. I think there is issue with this, and it felt icky doing it. And I don't have any qualms. Like if I did get banned, which I didn't, I would have no qualms with that. I knew what I was getting into when I did it. But I just feel like from like enacting a rule set, you can't just have a history of non-enforcement for years. People have spent thousands and thousands and thousands of hours doing exactly what you see on screen. Nonstop for years. Without any enforcement, people start to believe that this is okay. Every time this comes up, they never enforce it. They never talk about it. They don't do anything about it. They never say anything about it. So why should we expect that they would suddenly wake up and decide it's a problem? That's all I'm saying. Is that not an obvious exploit? My brain says yes. People are doing the bunny cave or the Valby thing. What was dropping? Some mods? Bigger pain in the butt, sure. Nobody wants to grind anymore. Gamers expect stuff to be given to them on day one. People have to reach 100 in the battle pass in a day. The same, like this is, I mean, there's just so many topics flying around here. They care more about skins than fixing issues, one could say. They have allowed bad behavior for 2 years now. Now they are finally putting their foot down. TFD is a toxic community and has been since the game launched. The disgusting stuff you see in chat daily is unreal. Their official Discord is just as bad. The player count is abysmal. If this is the hill they die on, so be it. But they have every right to ban people who abuse a system that will ultimately screw up their market integrity of the trading system. I mean, I guess. It's because you hurt their money. I also play the game solo, so who cares? I can see that. This is how Anthem died. The reason I can see as to why they care at all is because they started introducing money. Yeah. Which I think it would have been perfectly fine if they turned this off and made a post that said, hey, we have not been enforcing this for 2 years. However, Transcendents are in the game now, Transcendent weapons, and the landscape has shifted. So here is our new policy going forward. Anyone that violates this new policy is subject to being penalized, suspended, or otherwise. And then the next one, then the next one, when it happens, then go ahead, ban away. But I feel like just like off the rip turning violent all of a sudden is just crazy. Who's better, you or Incon? Incon. At everything. No, don't review bomb them. Vote your conscience and write what you think, but what's an exploit and what's not? Bruh, you know exactly what it is. Glad you realized your grimy behaviors deserved self-ban. Don't cheat, don't steal, simple concept. Huh? Did you make a poll? I did, yeah. No. The amount of people that just like kind of write whatever they want without even, right? Like, that's crazy. Yeah, driver, you know better. I don't know. Like, people are like, why aren't you taking responsibility? I'm like, at what point did I ever say that I banned myself? What? What do you mean? People are just making things up. People just say whatever. They say whatever they want. Have a good night, Snake. Sleep well. See you tomorrow. Calling y'all low brain activity, small brain, and grown men stream complaining. I love her content. Oh, jeez. Snakes, thank you for the subscription. Enjoy the icon, the emotes, and the ad-free experience for 30 days. No, I'm not gonna disable comments. I never disable comments, and I read them all too. People are just crazy, you know. People just be wild. People just be wild, saying anything, doing anything. Watch Alyssa video from this morning. Do you want to watch Alyssa's take? I bet you won't read this one. Whoa, got him. Remember, slapped my sister, kicked my dog, farted in my elevator, and aggressively abused TFD. True. Grimy bear, so grimy. What the frick, dude? What the frick? What? What the heck? I don't see a poll. Okay, here's the poll. Why make the boss sit there like a goober and not follow the player back? Yeah, that's the thing, right? I feel like there needs to be a clear distinction between responsibility, right? Like, is it the player's responsibility to enforce these things and make sure? I'm bored of this running circle. Hope we have an actual stream tomorrow. Sorry, Silverhawk. Straw Pell is crazy. What year is that? What am I supposed to use? I want something that both YouTube and Twitch can vote on. You should be banned as well. I am banned. I'm self-banned. I agree. Do people think that's like a gotcha? Like, haha, gotcha. Haha, gotcha. I banned myself. I agree. Do you think you cornered me or something? Like, oh no, you got me. No, you put me in a box. Oh, oh no. Oh no. I'm so cornered. Oh God, no. Hands up. I'm not playing. It's just a video. It's just a video. You can tell by the pixelation. I swear. This is your warning shot. Pew, pew, pew. Oh, we can watch Lisa's video, sure. Sure. Lies you macroing? It's not even possible anymore, bro. It's literally not even possible anymore. Oh, the Onslaught creator situation is crazy, says Elisa. The Onslaught creator situation is crazy. Yo, your boy Cal, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thanks for supporting the channel, my friend. That is very generous. You didn't have to do that. If you got gifted a sub, be sure to thank your gifter. Thank you for the support, my friend. Thank you, thank you. All right, let's see what N's perspective is.
Your boy N here. I'm coming at you guys with another YouTube video. Now, to say that the last 12 to 15 hours within the First Descendant haven't been an absolute wildfire would be a severe understatement, because this game is actively going up in flames, and let's talk about it. Now, I'm sure a lot of people do love the Transcendent weapons, and a lot of people are trying to get their hands on these nice shiny red weapons, whether it be for testing or whether it be just because playing the game is fun, so on and so forth. Now, with these weapons, there has been, of course, the grind for it. And with this, they have a method was discovered in Onslaught 1, where you could basically stand near the back of the map and then basically infinite camp spawn. Whether spawn manipulation or spawn camping is a exploit in your opinion does not really matter, because ultimately it's going to be the developers' decisions, specifically based off, well, just what has actually happened. They issued a statement out today morning, and this is the statement, so let's go on over it together. Greetings, Descendants! We would like to provide an update regarding our response for the abnormal gameplay in Onslaught.
Abnormal?
Onslaught has temporarily been restricted, and this is of course easy to see because when you try going into Onslaught, it says matchmaking timeout, and you are of course not able to be put inside of the game mode. Now, we are currently reviewing the activity logs related to this matter. During our investigation, we identified a number of users who severely abused the system and have consequently issued game bans. Now, to this, I say,
did Lisa ever sleep? He did.
Essentially took advantage of this and specifically abused, the key word here being severely abused the system, should get banned, in my opinion. Not a permanent ban, but I think even a 1-week ban would have technically been fine. From what I'm understanding, they have issued 15 day bans, specifically for players who have been in there for several hours or have gotten several massive amounts of drops from the Transcendent weapon, farming method, and all of that. You can find the detailed list.
Should I take a shower during my ban? Yes, take a shower every day.
So this is something that they will be posting the entire list of all the people who got banned tomorrow when they do the update. As a result, there may be changes to the eligible participants for the ongoing Creator Challenge event. If any changes occur, we will provide an update or an announcement through our official Discord. Now, essentially for this, well, I'm sure to absolutely no one's surprise, the main people or the main person that essentially published / encouraged players to take part in this was the content creator Scent Evades. And even with this, there were other content creators who also did this. I'm not going to say one content creator was right for doing this and the other one wasn't, or whatever other crap you want to realistically say, but the content creators were of course doing this as well. If you were on Twitch for TFD, you could click on pretty much any stream and there was a guarantee that this person was doing this farming method, well, just to basically boost their stats. And with this as well, the Karel Mega Ship Dungeon or the Conquest is an event for content creators, where Team Ironheart, that being
okay,
Songs
so
of
for
Raze,
of this, I withdrew, Songs withdrew, Sen got banned, and Seven withdrew. So as of right now, they have Roxy, Skonu, French Reaper, and Biscuits. They have 4 out of the 8. So 50% of the creators for this challenge are now no longer in it because of what they did this morning. So the question is, what are they going to do? Are they going to get 4 more creators to fill it? I messaged them and said I'd be happy to recommend other creators that might be interested or whatever. Just let me know. I can help coordinate that to fill the gap if you'd like, but I don't know. Biscuit's gonna 3v1. We'll see. You know, so if that's what it is, that's what it takes. You know, whatever. But it's, I don't know. They've lost 50% of their creators as of right now. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I foresee any of the remaining creators like Roxy, Skonu, or Reaper, or Biscuit withdrawing. I mean, maybe they will, maybe they won't. I don't know. We'll just have to see. But had an official post. Oh. Yeah. So I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Y'all so bad you had to cheat. Okay, dude. What's going on? I went to poop. Not too much. Depends on how long you've been pooping for. Have you been pooping for like 20 hours or just the last hour?
TV, Senevades, and Ornery Biscuit are going up against French Reaper, Skonu, Roxy, and Dry Bear Gamers. This is a 50-50, and players who have voted have obviously, you know, gonna have to either possibly re-vote, depending on what's going on. But yeah, the teams might be looking a little bit scary because Sen, of course, streamed himself doing this. I'm just going to call it just playing Onslaught like that. Sen streamed himself playing Onslaught like that, and along with
toilet is now in office.
Honorable mentions for content creators is Moxie was doing it, along with Clyde
was
also
doing it, yep.
as well. Like I said, no one was immune from doing it, and had people basically wanted to do it, they were doing it, and it was very, very clear who was farming Onslaught and basically getting them ridiculous amounts of drops. Even with this as well, the
nice clumsy.
This event may have changed. They might even cancel the event entirely, depending on what's going on, specifically because of the creators. If they investigate and find all of these people to have been, you know, be doing it, they will probably take action depending on what happened. Now, I think this is absolutely fair, because let's be completely real. At the end of the day, content creators are not any special more than any other individual person. The only difference between myself and the people who watch this video is the fact that I get by making videos on this game for a living, and I get to invest more of my time in it, which means, you know, I do all of the work for majority of the players and so on and so forth as well. With this, whether they decide to ban content creators and stuff like that, I think is going to be completely
doing good, Snowy. How are you?
Up to the dev team and what they decide to do. No one is immune to the banned hammer, and
Skonu
even
banned from Skooning
as well. You 100% knew the consequences, or you could not have been aware of the fact that they would do absolutely nothing, despite the fact that this is the entire season's gimmick. Because if you remove transcendent weapons, this season is nothing more than Karel's Diddy dungeon along with Trials, and Trials is a fun board, and I absolutely love Trials. I don't like being diddied by Karel, but
what the frick,
transcendent weapons is the long-term farm. And honestly, even the whole pay-to-win stuff with the re-rolling on there, I think is bullshit, and that still needs to go. But ultimately, you don't even need to interact with that as well. Slight mention over here as well. They did say that they are preparing to get rid of the weapons that were obtained through the abnormal gameplay. That being said, the base quality will be reset to ideally what you had it at before, but in a worst case scenario,
Nice. Welcome
they
back.
may just set your base quality back to 0. The transcendent weapons that you obtained, so all of the weapons that you got, no matter how good or cool they were, will also be basically
I'm lost what's going on.
The transcendent trait elements, which is...
There was an exploit that was found. Oh my god, dude. Jesus Christ. Who cares? Take that. What the frick?
The resources.
There was an exploit found yesterday that was discovered to be very, very good and effective, and people were farming it. And we woke up this morning, and one creator was banned or was suspended for 15 days over it. And so everyone's just kind of giving their opinion and their insight and perspective on what it is and what's going on and all of that stuff. So that's kind of where we're at right now.
That you get for dismantling them, and you can use in the exchange shop with Deslin.
A farming method, sure.
Will also be gone as well. Another update will be provided as soon as our investigation and subsequent actions are concluded. Put simply, I think the 2-week or the 15-day ban is what they are giving to players, is the time that they will take to investigate every single thing. The worst case scenario, it goes back to the Battle Pass exploit, where players were gaining levels for literally existing, teleporting everywhere after they did a daily challenge. There is a possibility that they may end up putting players into negative trait elements, so you'd have to farm however many you gained through the method and then get yourself out of a negative with that. It's not an impossibility, but
Leo, did you get it out of your system? I'll never understand the people that say the weirdest things in chat and then just keep typing it over and over as if no one noticed, you know? Like, let it out, Leo, like, let it out. You keep a few more times and I'm going to ban you. Listen, by the way, chat, if you ever get banned in a Dry Bear stream, you should get an achievement for it. I ban like no one. I never ban anyone. I don't really care what people say, especially if you're only talking about me. I couldn't care less. But if you catch a ban in my stream, that is like an achievement. I ban probably one person a year, a calendar year. So if you find a way to irritate me, that's impressive. That like that, you should get a medal for that. So yes, Leo, I know that you think that people that do an exploit in a game suck and should go play another game. You've typed that 4 times now. Let me know when it's out of your system. Did you get it out? Do you feel better? Do you feel better?
I'd like to say that they wouldn't do that, because I think that would genuinely be way too far. Even with this as well, the abusive gameplay, which is what they've said, or the severely abused
went down
system,
swinging, yeah,
is something that I think is
mad because it's true. If you say so, man. The only person mad here is you. Bad doesn't even ban people when he breaks. Yeah, exactly. I don't really care. Are you talking about the challenge? Yeah, I already withdrew. I am not in the creator challenge anymore. Maybe a kid could be. It probably is a child. Yeah. What's your favorite or go-to loadout for TFD? Whatever's newest. I tend to just make whatever build is there and use that.
Also a really dangerous thing to
I want RR video now. What?
Ask what is the best methods and all of that to farm these sort of resources. Well, truth being told, it's just play the game. If you think about this on a long-term scale, Season 4 is just starting. We are, what, 5 days?
Just him silently looking at your comment with disdain on his face. True.
I can understand.
Listen, here's the thing. The only people that catch bans in my channel are people that are mean to other people. I don't really care. Like, to the point where sometimes my chat gets mad at me because someone's in chat just like ripping me a new one and being nasty, and I just couldn't care less. If people are targeting me for hate, I genuinely couldn't care. But it's the only people that catch bans usually is if you're being mean to someone in my chat. Yeah. What if someone's a slur? Well, slurs obviously, yeah. If someone's coming in and being racist, then that one goes. But yeah, bans in my chat are very rare. They're very rare. I really genuinely don't care. Who got banned? Sen was the only creator that got banned so far. He was the only one. He got suspended for 15 days, I should say. Life is too short, I get it. Yeah, man. I don't know. It's You deserve the ban for lack of brain knowledge on an easy game and got banned from the event. I didn't get banned from the event, though, so your facts are wrong. How are you going to say lack of brain knowledge and then say something wrong in the exact same sentence? That's like me saying, hey, you lack brain knowledge and the sun is green. Who does that make look stupid, you or me? Who's on the losing end of this one? What's up, Roxy? How are you? Roxy, I'm sorry I withdrew from the event. Hopefully the event still goes on. I don't want to ruin it for people that are enjoying it or whatever. I was looking forward to playing with you. Go check out Roxy, guys. She's awesome. Bam, ba, bam, ba, bam, ba, bam, bam, bam. Sorry if I spoiled anything by withdrawing. I told them I would help them find new people if they wanted to. You know, if they feel like they need new creators, I told them I'd help them find new creators. I'm lost for words. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, isn't it? It's pretty crazy. It's a pretty crazy situation. Yeah. Yep. Oh. Calls man a dirty cheater and half-baked nonsensical sentences right now. Lack of brain knowledge. Sorry you got banned. I didn't get banned. I'm just choosing not to play. I did not get banned. Boom, boom, boom. Brain knowledge thing is apparently a meme coming from the Ornery Discord. Is it really? I have to delay the Clash. Yeah, I hope not. I told them I'd help them find replacements if they needed it. I hope the Clash. I think the Clash is a great event. I think that in general, like the Clash is a good thing for the game and it's a positive thing. And I hope that they are able to do it and things work out. You know what I mean?
Wanting to get maxed out loot and get all of the stuff that they want, you know, right off the bat. But realistically, this
I was betting on you and now I am lost. I'm
weapons,
sorry.
At least in my opinion, is
I'm
more
sorry.
of the equivalent of a marathon rather than a sprint. I think that ideology with this is that the drop rates aren't meant to be amazing.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna pee.
Use bad drop rates as an excuse to justify pushing and using this method to essentially gain weapons and standing. The same way that you can play the game just as every other player would be doing is honestly the main thing. Even for the players, especially from season 3 or even season 2, have been forever complaining about the fact that there is no long-term grind in this game. But the moment one gets added in, players are absolutely willing to speed that grind and probably end up finishing it and then go back to saying there's nothing left to do in this game. When you look at the transcendent weapons as well, let's be completely realistic, there's 3 colors. Essentially, what you'd want to do is just keep playing the game until you get one with a big green stat, a big yellow stat, and even a big purple stat. After you get that, you're pretty much set. That's it. I'm still currently testing with whatever weapons you need and which stats are more important, and that will be updated in my transcendent weapon sheet. Link will be in the description below. But for the most part, players are kind of rushing a grind that I think is meant to be long term.
Big green.
Overall, I think that this is
purple.
This entire situation.
Is he able to leave like that? I had to pee. I had my headset on. My headset is wireless, chat. You know? I was listening.
Especially with content creators and
this is
with all of
this
that,
is N's take on the situation.
Of like I said, like I mentioned before, people were encouraging
abusive stream mechanics.
Other people to do this method, and it has led to temporary bans. Especially given that content creators encouraged people to, or just did it on stream, is still not good in my opinion. And even the whole mentality of they cannot ban us all, or that style of mentality, or if I get banned I don't care, is not the right way to think about it, at least in my opinion. Now, again, I've also seen insults and complaints be flung my way about myself having 400 base quality and myself having so many 400 transcendent weapons. If you look through my VODs on Twitch, YouTube doesn't have the entire VOD.
Yeah, and what the frick, man? Why are you farming trials 16 hours a day? What the heck, bro? Abusive gameplay. How dare you spend all of your day in a chair playing trials over and over in a group? Jerk. What a jerk.
But I have
Don't
been
ban
live
wireless
between
headsets,
15
no.
to 20
They put a
hours
time
day,
limit on
every
trials?
single day, more or less, since this entire season has released. And if you want, you can
my
watch me run
lord.
every single onslaught. Sorry, not onslaught.
If not optimizing
every
farming,
single
what is there to
trial
do in
run
this game? And
since the
Endgame feels like they
beginning.
should have been
I've
thought out by the
been
devs.
non-stop
Yeah, I
grinding
mean,
this entire
listen,
season because
listen,
I want.
I have put all my thoughts out on this in general, but, okay, okay? All I'm saying is, my only thing on this is, if you want to enforce a policy, make the policy known. If you have a policy that changes, changing the policy and then immediately punishing people for the change in policy they didn't realize had changed, I think is a bad look. I'm not saying that people should exploit. I'm not saying that I am miffed at all, that if any action is taken to me, I don't care. I have no qualms. I wasn't banned from the game. I banned myself because I'm very aware that as a content creator, I shouldn't have been showing it to people. I said this yesterday. I said this might get me banned, and this is probably something you shouldn't do. But I did it anyway, and I covered the news story. And after I was done covering the news story, I continued to do the farm for another hour. That, to me, puts me in the category of abuse. If this is abuse, I abused. I abused it, if that's what you want to call it. So I have no qualms about that. I'm not saying that none of that is true. All I'm saying is that if you want to change your approach and policy to something, you have to make that known and make it clear and then transition into the new policy. That's all I'm saying, man. Like, if I woke up tomorrow and the FBI or the government was at my door saying anyone with brown hair is going to jail, I would be pissed, because right now, today, it's not illegal to have brown hair. I've had brown hair my entire life and it's not been a problem. So if suddenly it's a problem tomorrow, I need to dye my hair blonde or something, I would like to know ahead of time that that rule changed. That's all I'm saying. If you're going to change a rule that has been in place for a very long time, tell everyone about it, do what's necessary to rectify the situation, and say, going forward, this rule is now in place. That's all I'm saying, bro. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you shouldn't, exploit or do things like that. I'm just saying enforce it equally and make your policy known and enforce it consistently. That's it. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
To perfect my transcendent weapon sheet, and even with this, I'm setting myself up to basically provide info for people, because that's
laws
my job
get changed all the time, right? But you don't change the law and then immediately punish everyone based on the new law. You don't change the law and then in the same breath retroactively punish everyone for the law you just changed. You don't do that. You say, in 30 to 60 days, this law is changing. After this specific date, if you do not abide by this new law, punishments may be applied. That is how everything works. Because otherwise, law changes can be weaponized. If you can change a law or restriction or regulation and in the same breath punish someone for it, that is a weaponization of regulation. You are changing it and instantly hurting someone because you want to hurt them, right? It's unfair, and I think it's not ethical. It takes a long time to change those. You can't do it in the same moment and then retroactively punish people for it. That's messed up. That's my gripe with the situation, not that there was an exploit and people were getting punished for it. I don't really care about that. I'm just saying you can't change it and punish in the same breath. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Bannable abusive behavior has always been in the rules. They just never clarify what. Well, here's the thing. You can't say that, right? I don't think that's a good argument. And I'm not trying to target you, Kitsu, or anything like that. When you're talking about rules and regulations, law and judicial systems, just because something is written in the rules, if it never gets enforced, right? If people are breaking what's written in the rules for long periods of time without a single documented case of enforcement, you cannot suddenly wake up and enforce it. It doesn't matter if it's in the terms of service. It doesn't matter if it's in the EULA. It doesn't matter if it's on their official statement. They will write whatever they want to write in their legal statements. If it has been enacted and people have been doing it for years with no penalty, no history of enforcement, no judgment passed down, not a single thing for years, they cannot wake up one day and choose violence. It doesn't matter if it's in the rules. If you don't ever enforce it, you can't decide. I mean, I guess they can. It's just ethically, I think there's problems with that. Of you just deciding that you're going to suddenly punish people just because it's in your rules, even though you never did, right? There is, in my opinion, a kind of ethical qualm with that, right? You can't just do that. You need, if you want a system that people can trust and believe in and respect your decision on it, make your rules clear and consistently and equally apply those rules. That's a fair system, right? If this thing has existed in the game since the game came out, and they have a long history of banning people, suspending people, and taking action on accounts based on this, fine. Then there's no argument. If you did it knowing that they take action on it, then that's your fault, right? But if they let it happen in the game for years and years without any comment, without any action, they even kind of put this up, like we talked about this earlier, when they talked about the, like literally the opposite. Literally the opposite. We talked about this earlier. Literally the opposite. This is what they did for the Valby farm. The Valby farm is taking place. It's not intended, but it's our mistake. And as a result, people are getting a lot of farm. We want people to adore this game, and we believe it is wrong to just look on and leave it as is, but people farmed it. They built their Valby for it, and the issue has occurred by our own mistake. So this is their logic, their policy, their rule enforcement from their own game for the exact same thing that we're doing now. So they switched up. They changed their perspective. They changed their policy from what it was before. They told no one about it. They made no announcements. They never told anyone that they were going to change their policy and perspective and how they handled these things, and then applied severe punishments to people that did it when they themselves said they weren't going to do it before. That's my problem. I don't think that it's out of their purview to apply these rules based on what their situation is, right? You just can't not do it for 2 years and then suddenly decide you're going to do it. That's all I'm saying. That's the issue that I take with it. It's illogical, in my opinion. There's ethical issues with it. It's abusing a mechanic, but it hasn't been abusing for 2 years. So why is it abusing now? The exact thing that you see on screen here has not been abuse for 2 years. So why is it abuse now? The answer is because it's dropping transcendent weapons. That's the message this sends. It has not been a problem for 2 years. Now it's suddenly a problem because it's dropping things that you can sell. They have been banning stuff like, they have not been banning for stuff like this. They have not. It has been, it just wasn't enforced. And that's my point. You can't do that. I don't understand why people are making this argument. Just because it's in the rules and you never enforce it for years does not mean that it's right to suddenly start enforcing it. I don't, like, what, do people actually believe that? Do people actually believe that? Hold on, let's find an example. Let's find an example. In Alabama, okay, I live in the U.S. I'm an uncultured American. In Alabama, the United States, there is a law. There is a law written in Alabama that if you wear a fake mustache in church that causes other people to laugh and it disrupts the procession, that is illegal and you can be sent to jail. Let me repeat that. There is a law in writing in Alabama that if you wear a fake mustache in church and it makes other people laugh, you can be sent to jail. So does that mean that if I live in Alabama and I wear a mustache and go to jail, even though no one has ever gone to jail for this rule, that's okay? In Arkansas, sounding a vehicle horn within a place where sandwiches or cold drinks are served after 9 p.m. is illegal. In California, eating frogs that have dried during frog jumping competitions is strictly forbidden under fish and game codes. In Kentucky, using or handling any breed of reptile in connection with religious services is against the law. So you cannot have a religious iguana. You can have an iguana, just not a religious iguana. In Massachusetts, singing or playing the Star-Spangled Banner on an instrument in a public space or anything other than a whole separate composition is illegal. You can't play the song, the Star-Spangled Banner, on an instrument in a public space. Illegal. There are lots of rules that exist that are weird and never enforced. It doesn't mean that we can just suddenly start enforcing them without there being ethical issues with that approach. Just because you think that it is in the rule set and it's never enforced and it's allowed, it's never admonished, they never say it's wrong, they don't ban anyone for it, they don't take any action against anyone for it, they just fix the problem if it's a problem. Those laws were made for a specific troll, I'm sure, because they said it's not a law, so I can do it. You're using circular logic now. The whole point, okay, laws are not subjective. The whole point of the development of legislation, like if you look at the history of humanity, over the course of like the last 500 years, one thing that we have learned time and time and time again with the development of judicial branches and justice systems is you cannot have laws that are sometimes enforced and sometimes not. That's why you get laws against illegal search and seizure, because then people will knock on your door and barge into your home and plant things so they can send you to jail, right? It's illegal for that reason. You can't choose when to enforce it and when not to. It needs to either be a law and it's enforced all the time, or it's not a law. That's the whole point. Otherwise, it's unethical and it allows for abuse, for violation, for corruption, because then people can decide when they want to enforce it, when it's against someone they don't like, and decide not to enforce it when it's against someone they do like. So you can't just sit there and say, well, don't abuse things is in the EULA. You should have known. I don't think that's a fair argument, because these things that we've been doing, this stuff that you see on screen has been in the game for years and has never been enforced. So why should players expect that this should be enforced now? Every time this has showed up in game, people have done it. They've done it for hours, for months, for years, and it hasn't been a problem. Suddenly we wake up and it's a problem. You can't stand on your ivory tower and say, oh, well, ooh. That's not how it works. And I genuinely hope that people that believe that to the core of their being never enter any sort of legislative position, because that is the very definition of corruption. That's how people are corrupt and are destructive to society as a whole. You can't take that stance when it comes to laws and regulation. You can't. It's not how it works. Why ban only send? That's the other thing that's weird. Yeah. That's the only thing that's weird, for sure.
The content creator. Also, fuck off. But yeah, I think this entire situation is an absolute mess, and players being held accountable is fair in my opinion. Making examples out of players who do of course encourage this, I don't think is a horrible idea. Being fair with it versus being too harsh is something that we've seen in the past. Like I mentioned in a different video, or I have mentioned on stream, they have also banned players for exploiting loot, specifically with the Wall Crasher. If you do not know about this,
I don't know if they're going to roll back anything.
Not the Wall Crasher leaderboard, but you were able to essentially kill the Wall Crasher, and then if you did not hear the ping sound for the jackpot, you were able to leave the Wall Crasher.
That happens in copyright all the time. Right, but it's not supposed to. That's the point. If there is precedent of someone weaponizing their choice, oftentimes courts can take away your ability to enforce a copyright. If you decide to go after someone for using a copyright once, but then 30 other times you don't, you can be sued for that, and the courts can take away your right to enforce that copyright ever again for that very reason. Just because something does happen doesn't mean it's acceptable, right?
Come back, and then the second time you would be guaranteed the jackpot, and that was enough to get players genuinely banned in this game. The Nexon did build up to this. They said don't.
Using that exploit literally just destroys Season 4's grind. It's different than a gold bunny cave. I mean, it's different in the result, but the mechanic is not different, right? It is the same, like how the mechanic works, how that spawn works is how the game works, and it's never been a problem. It is just suddenly a problem because it's dropping transcendent weapons and it is larger than the others. But all I'm saying is, like, I'm not saying that like, again, I'm not disagreeing with them taking action against this. And I very clearly stated yesterday that this could get me banned. It didn't. I'm not banned. I just covered the thing and did it for an hour and stopped. But I'm just saying that from a high level, I'm just talking about from a philosophical level, there's issue with suddenly deciding to enforce a rule out of nowhere with no warning and with severe punishment, right? That's all I'm saying. From a justice perspective, I don't think justice was served here. In the US, that doesn't apply in other countries, though. I can tell you here in Europe that you don't use, you lose rule absolutely does not apply. Right. I mean, I'm not saying that they're, and that's kind of why the law is never black and white, right? It is gray in almost every possible situation because it comes down to what you can prove and who's trying to enforce it. I'm just saying from, I guess, more of like a moral perspective, if you want if you want, like, you can do whatever you want, right? It's their game. It's their situation. If they want to enforce these rules, suddenly they can. If they want to ban every player that plays the game, they can ban everyone in the game today. And that would be within their purview to do that. That's their prerogative. They can do that if they want to. I'm saying that if you take the lens of, we want a community that's cohesive, that is happy, and gets along, and grows, I think that you should have clear set rules that you enforce consistently and equally. That's how you have a healthy environment for everybody, right? If you have inconsistent rules that are not applied equally, that's how you get frustrated people, self-righteous people, people that quit and leave, people that admonish the game or the developers or the studio or the publisher because you're being inconsistent about it. You can do, like, it's their game, it's their environment. If they wanted to ban everyone today, they could. Nothing we can do about it. It's their game, whatever. I'm just saying, if they want everyone to be happy and involved and engaged in a positive outlook community, they should not be doing things like this. The Last Descendant. With how small the player base is now, they most likely are dropping the hammer to try and keep the for life grinders from leaving the game. But I feel like it might even have the opposite perspective, no? I feel like doing this is, you know, yeah, Tim Curry died and Dolly Parton yesterday too. Rest in peace. I hope it was peaceful. I wouldn't have a job. Yeah, from the moral point of view, I get where you're coming from. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, are you a lawyer, David? David's like, actually. Yeah, I'm just talking about like fairness and equality. You know, you can do whatever you want. But fairness and equality wise, I feel like, you know, if they want everyone on board and feeling happy about it, you know, then I think that's the perspective they should take.
Don't do it, there's a problem with it, we're working on fixing it, and then players still kept doing it, and then they did permanently
Must get banned yet? No, the only person that we know of, content creator wise, that's banned is Sen.
There is, of course, going to be a massive grey area. People are flinging insults towards other people, saying this person should be banned, that person should be banned, mainly towards content creators, but just in general, if for future reference anything like this shows up again, I hope players have, you know, seen how they've handled this and have actually realized that Nexon have a horrible reputation for dealing with any sort of situation and just steer clear of it. But yeah, that's my take on this as well, and I hope you've enjoyed, and I want to know your opinions in the comment section below, so please let me know that. Unless the public apology video went, yeah, okay, bro. I was literally telling everyone not to do it because I knew something fucking dumb would happen. But no, I'm the problem, you goo goo gaga. Okay then, yeah, that's everything then, guys. So I hope you've enjoyed. If you did, please do smash that like button.
Go check out Alicia, chat. Yeah. Bada booda bada booda ba ba boo. Alright, do we game, chat? Do we game? Are we gamers? I'm a 4-life grinder and I did the farm. The most dedicated people were the ones who plugged into the news and trying out the new hot farm. Yeah. Alien. PvE games have no competition? None? Bum ba bum. Ba da 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 da. Pay to win players are ones defending the bans? Yeah. 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 Bow, bow, bow. What's up, Kudair? How are you? Everything in line for Aeon 2's release gotta be planned. Yeah, I don't know about that. Wow. Exterminaut is Exterminauts out? I saw Moxie playing, but he was sponsored for it. I converted you for what? Have you spread democracy across the galaxy recently? I have not played Helldivers 2 recently. No, I have not. I'm paid when I grind when I want to. I don't think the bans are bad. I think it's all justified. Yeah, I mean, the reality is I'm sure it'll stand, and then it'll, you know, we'll just have to know going forward that there's going to be some inconsistent rules applied to what is acceptable and what is not. I see a situation was one to show it, devs see it and decided to actions they do was the worst. We'll see, man. They're asleep right now. I'm curious what's going to happen when they wake up. Let's see. What time is it in South Korea right now? It's 7:50 a.m. They get to work at like 9 a.m. So. Oh my God. There's stuff on the Reddit. Drybear self-banning, if Senevades quits, Moxie mulling what to do. Who and who gives a who? WH Omega lol. Who? Who cares? Why do people care if some random person who streams themselves quits or gets banned? So what? True. I'm with them. I saw something against them. Like, bro, how many did not know only because of them? I didn't do it because I was scared of devs being this dumb. Let's not forget that that was a 15-day ban, not permanent ban. Still, I get it. The ban is shitty, but by no means was it permanent. I think the issue is because of the event. The 15-day ban was going to make Sen miss it, which I get being upset about. But if the 15-day ban was doing it during any other stretch of time, it would still be the same. I think 2 weeks is a bit much, especially for something that's a spawn camp. They never banned people for the bunny cave thing. Should just remove the weapons and fix the spawn. I agree. It's a simple equation. Mess with Nexon money. Fafo. I don't know why the community doesn't get that. True. So true. I came here for Reddit. Welcome in. Welcome in. If I take advantage of this, but you make the player who worked for the trains weapon legitimately feel bad. Yeah, that's kind of true. Who there? Nobody. I'm a nobody, bro. Dun, dun, dun. Driver and Moxie are irrelevant. I'm irrelevant. They barely play the game now and come back during updates to farm content and views. Is that true, chat? Is that true? The information they have in their vids are rudimentary and beginner. They just called me rudimentary. Oh my God. I've never been so offended. And are easily covered by the content creators. I like watching Cenovade's videos, but he can get really whiny really fast. He whines about spending money, but then goes and drops $800 gambling on a Werewinds meat skin. Wait, did Sen do that? Just keep playing. I bet money that Sen will be back for season 5. Simple bear, rudimentary bear. Exploiters must be punished and that's it. Just because they're YouTubers doesn't mean they're above anyone else. This is true. This is true. That is true. Is this going to be next hill die for all the doomers? The Destiny loot cave was more egregious yet warranted no punishment. Money or not, this didn't need to happen. Yeah, that's kind of true. I don't think anyone disagrees that something should have happened. I feel like the debate right now is over what should have happened, right? Should people have been suspended for this, or should it just been shut down the farm and remove the items? And then put out a statement saying, this is our stance on this. This is our policy going forward. We're going to start enforcing this, so just be wary of it, right? On Kalshi, I don't know. I don't know. Dry never plays. Welcome to TFD. What's TFD? What is that? I don't even know what that is. I think the streamer reaction is a bit too much. It's a 2-week ban, and for putting out a guide video that many were pretty loudly noting being exploited. It's not that he just abused it. It was that he was telling the masses how to do it and created a much bigger issue. Quitting over a 2-week ban when I think he knew what he did was not good for the game is just dumb. 5 upvotes. You're telling me that one can't keep replaying a mission content for weapons when that's the actual game? Do mission rinse and repeat and still never get a nanotube? This game has lost the plot. What am I missing? I'm out of the loop. I get over 2k kills and Axiom Resolution, not as fast spawning, 10 minutes to constant spawn. Is that the wrong kind of farming? Ah, good question. Sam was made an example of simple. They even wanted to renegotiate spawn share in the future. Most business wouldn't be so graceful. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of crazy, huh? GTA happy people not talking leaks for 5 minutes. That's so funny, dude. That is so funny. Don't get loot in a looter game or ban. I first thought it was a mistake banning Sen, then I watched the video post. Yeah, it's a ban. Standing in a specific spot of a map and spamming a skill, clearly exploiting bugged mob respawn mechanics. Sorry, this is not normal TFD gameplay, and he knows, no excuse. Ban would have been also justified for getting a normal amounts of gold instead of trans weapons. Doesn't matter. You abuse glitch, get slapped on the wrist. They most certainly have banned people. Dude, the consistency is all over the place. The upvotes and downvotes are all over the place. People are upvoting things and then downvoting the exact same thing later. And the exploit you specifically do not complete the mission. Yeah, you don't. You sit there forever. It is. I don't think it's untrue to say that the farm that was there is one of the best farms we've ever seen for something. But again, it was a horrible farm until they added transcendent weapons. Because those mobs drop like no gold, no Kuiper, no reactors, no external components, no modules. You're just getting experience and kill count. No Vulgus chips. No maidens. You know? The game's player count dropped from 12K to 8K. They basically shot themselves in the foot. I mean, this could have just been something separate, you know? What's up, CC? All the content creators should just quit the game to show the devs they aren't going to keeping playing this if how they view the community. The only reason the devs are doing this is because next month players will be able to trade transcendent weapons for caliber, which requires you to spend money to get. This farm would hurt their future revenue stream, thus reason why drop rates are abysmal, because they want you to spend your money to get the caliber in order to buy off another player. Remember, TFD was not announced in Nexon quarterly report, so this is Magnum making another way to show the game is making money in order to keep the studio up and running. I have no idea who any of these people are, and have they been playing since the beta? I'm def not the only one. Who? 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 He vanished. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Literally me right at the title said who, and who. Maybe we should tell the dev team we'll all pay caliber for non-repetitive gameplay and faster, better rebalance. I'm sure that will light a fire under their butt to fix it. Complete dumpster fire. Every relevant CC except OB is jumping ship. Event is basically cooked. I don't know how they can recover the hype for season 4 at this point, especially if a Raven nerf is on the next on the menu. Who, and whom? WH Omega lol. Oh, damn, a content creator stopped playing a game because of X. Okay. I didn't get banned. I didn't participate. I still think 15 days was way too much, especially for a first offense. It should have been a rollback on their progress during that time and a 3-day ban. This probably would have been a little bit more reasonable. I still don't think that a ban for this was acceptable, in my opinion. If content creators didn't matter, Nexon wouldn't pay to sponsor them? Yeah, the rollback would have hurt. I mean, the rollback, in my opinion, would have made the most sense. I feel like that was probably where things should have gone. To be honest, I think the rollback was the right way to go. Uh. 50 days isn't a lot. Where'd your head go? My nose started bleeding. I don't know why. It's very dry. It's very dry out. Dry nose, dry nose. Wow. I'm out of the loop. What happened? Good question. Too much TFD content. Yep. It's an effect of the self-ban. How did they mess this up so bad? This is even worse than the AI in the art contest. Is it hot? Yeah, it's hot. My nose is all dried out, I guess. Yeah, I was looking at Raven too much. That's what it was. You pinch the top of your nose, it will stop faster? Travel the world and the 7 seas. What else is on here, chat? The devs went mask off. This whole can of worms started with AMs and caliber trading and is now being amplified by TW and will get worse when trading comes out. Sadly, it's typical for Korean game and devs and game scene. Pay to win, no. Predatory, yes. Do you think TFD is pay to win, chat? Is TFD pay to win? Yes? Pay to skip? Yes, no, yes. It kind of is now. Ever since AM mods, yes. No, only because you don't win anything. Yeah, I guess. What is the winning? You get to be on a leaderboard? Pay for convenience, always win looking at those skins. I don't think so. Yes? No? Is pay IRL to have good RNG? Pay for booba. It's heading that direction. I'd say it's more pay to progress faster, but transfer weapons are going into pay to territory. Transcendent weapons is pay to win. Pay to skin. No, but close. No. Trans weapons, it might be soon. Leaderboard in 4K player-based game, yeah. No one is forcing you to interact with the trading system. But if it will be later if you need a TWEP to do content, yeah, that's kind of true. That's what I think they've been leaning on quite a bit, is the idea of the fact that you don't need the content, or you don't need the power in order to complete the content is kind of what's saving them, right? No, but competitive, yes. I pay for skins and do all the content with no problem. Frustrated bought all his AM. He even confirms in his comment section that that's how he gets first in the leaderboards. Yeah, I mean, a good AM is how you get there. And now a good AM and a good transcendent weapon is the way to go. Banning was a mistake. They should just simply take away the weapons and restore base quality and move on from this drama. Now we have a much worse situation for the game. At this point, if Ornery quits the game, is done for. Is that true? If we lose Biscuit, it's over, chat? Is Biscuit the final pillar? Is she the foundation? Avoid elite to continuously spawn enemies for XP, fine. Avoid elite to continuously spawn enemies to alleviate transcendent weapon grind that promotes RMT, straight to jail. Money losing situation, instant removal and punishment. Raven loses crit after teleport, meh, it can wait. Sorry, but no. She and Exalisa are the two main build creators left. Sen did not evade this ban 15 days. The runes have spoken. Follow the cairns. 1 is the loneliest number. La, 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 la. crazy. I think I'm okay. Am I alive? Am I dying? If every content creator stopped playing TFT, would the game end? No, it would not. It would not. The thing about TFD is I feel like TFD has a disproportionate number of people getting builds from YouTube compared to other games. I feel like a lot of people use YouTube for how to build characters, which I feel like it's more so in this game than a lot of similar games. But yeah, I don't think no. I mean, the reality is content creators don't uphold the game, but they definitely help it. You look at the leaderboards if you can't figure it out for yourself, really? Yeah, I mean, well, I guess that's true. Before leaderboards existed. Hope it was worth the YouTube views and money sent. You could have used your brain for 5 seconds to think it was a bad call. He broke rule 1 of Game Exploit Club. Don't talk about it. I don't think it's any more or any less than other games. You think so? I would stop playing. I get my builds from you guys. Roll it back. Better yet, fix it and forget about it. Move forward. People generally understand how much more of the base is on console. Yes, this game is primarily console. It is. I watch few CCs, especially for new characters or someone I don't know anything about, like Glay. Game could probably live off pure goon. Vindictus is still going, and that's all goon. I mean, most of the discussions on boards is about how attractive characters are. Let's be honest. That's kind of where things are for sure. Say I wanted to stop playing. I could tell from his streams the last month. I mean, he's kind of always had that perspective. Yo, Deadly Raver, thank you so much for the super chat. I wouldn't say TFT is pay to win. You can pay to get the good stuff, but that's about it. Thank you again for the super chat. Let me can I replay this? Wait, did it not show up? Thank you for the super chat, Deadly. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. I don't know why I didn't play. This is really hilarious. Don't exploit and you'll be fine. I like the crazy gaslighting and going around the bush BS excuses after exploiting it. So funny. So Moxie didn't get banned. I think Nexon has it out for send because of that video where he complained about trans weapons. Oh my God. Bikinis are forever. A-mods will be power crept. TFD could just be replaced by Cornhub. Not pay to win. TFD, neither is TFD, but it's not looking good. Are you sure the game is mostly on console? Because I see far more PC icons. Yeah, I would say that it seems like it's mostly console. Not mostly, but well, yes, mostly. But I would say more than half the players are on console. Between PlayStation and Xbox. How is this ban worry? It's an area of the game anyone can go to and farm. It's hardly a real exploit. I farmed Sigma Sector for 7 hours and got 10 guns. Is that ban worthy? Yeah. I sent you a DM on Discord. When you get a chance, I would appreciate if you take a look. On Discord? Huh? Ooh. Do, 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 do. 225 signatures. Da-da. Reconsider the onslaught bans and protect the first descendant community. I will pass it along if you guys want to take a look. Did you stand still pushing what button for 4 hours to get them? Oh, turn to the other person. Albion is up in flames. Call it City of Cinders. Cinder City is around the corner. What's that? What's Cinder City? That's her bunny technique? The same people who also review bombing? Good question. I don't know. TFD is abusive to my GPU. City's new game. Yeah, I played Cinder City. I'm under NDA though, so that's why I joke about it. That is why I joke about it. What time is it in Korea right now? 8 a.m. They're almost at the office. They're almost in. I want to see what they say. What do they say? You can't ban people for abusing an exploit because of bad programming. Grown man does something he acknowledges is wrong repeatedly and then cries when he gets the consequences of his action. A million dots. You guys need to understand they do this for content and money. They're creating fake drama to get the player base to riot. They're all live right now discussing how no. No, we're not. No, we're not live right now talking about it. No. No. How much the devs suck to milk the drama of him getting banned? Instead of him waiting 15 days like an adult, he started to cry and act surprised. Never liked Sen. Serena came out, but before Serena came out, but even after, I think the ban was a little much. His builds are mid anyway. Defense neutralization on non-attribute? WTF. The ban Sen because he was dumb enough to make a video promoting it. Moxie didn't make a video on it. Drybear addressed it but didn't promote it. Elisa made a video addressing it and told people not to do it. Sen promoted it and said everyone should go do it while they can. He kind of made it so they had to address him. If they didn't do that, they might have been able to ignore him like the others. They even mentioned his video promoting it in the email they sent him. Can the players please stand up to the devs now and their greed? You live in a house of greed. Oh, they got a contest and company punishing its client and the client saying it's valid. Oh, geez. A mid build in TFD. What's that? What's that? Cheater cheats and then gets salty. They banned him for cheating. He'll be back. Where else is he going to go now that it's sweet YouTube revenue? He said he's not coming back to the game even to admit they messed up and unban everyone. I watched the video yesterday and thought, no thank you, that's a ban waiting to happen. It's not like in the first time people have been banned for using exploits and what they did when it's streamed and published on YouTube for all to see. You get some sympathy for a 15-day ban. It sucks, but it's inevitable. By dropping the game as a childish response, your big issue now is you said it on a video, and if you wanted to return once you calmed down, you lose any respect you once had and look like a hypocrite. Get banned. It's a little overkill for them to ban people, but anytime I watch the Sen stream, he's complaining the whole time, so he doesn't come back, whatever. I think the hate on Sen is muddying things up, like cut all that noise out when he did exploit or not. It was a heavy-handed approach only because money is involved. They could have handled the situation a different way, or like hell, they could have at least waited a few days to stand on their decision, or do we ban or not? Like Onslaught was shut down, the fire's out. How are you handling the aftermath? Regardless, if you watch his invited video or hell, if you were here since day one, the hypocrisy is something that is concerning, not going to rehash all the examples they gave, but brought the hammer down quickly once they got involved. Finally, Lisa gets his time in the sun. Yeah, rep Elisa, man. Let's go. Let's heckin' go. Cheater. Cheater, cheater, pumpkin eater. I did the abusive game for an hour and didn't get banned. I did it for an hour and a half and didn't get banned. It's true. It's true, man. It's mega true. So true, so real. So true, so real, bro. Do. I did it for 0 minutes and you owe me 10 transcendent weapons. What are the player numbers at? Things like this generally don't have an impact on the game overall, but yeah, it doesn't seem like there's really any difference. Most people are probably just happily playing. I mean, this is Sunday. I don't know. No, that doesn't seem like there's any impact. I imagine that most people play this game have no idea this is happening. What the frick, Crymore? I'm playing right now? What the frick? Are they gonna compensate us for blocking Onslaught? Oh my god, that's so funny. True. Like, what if you missed your Onslaught weeklies because of this? You know? What if you miss your Onslaught weeklies because it's turned off? It's your fault. Me? What did I do? I can see everyone canceling the event, giving everyone the rewards. Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what they do. I'm very curious to see what their response is going to be, you know, how they're going to respond to this, what they're going to do. I'm playing while listening on my phone. Nice. Hopefully you get lots of good drops. I hope you guys get good drops. Watching that Sen video pisses me off so much. He was hitting all the points about the dev's response and the game as a whole, and he is right. Such a damn shame Sen won't be playing the first set anymore. He said he is not coming back, and honestly, I understand. I don't think anyone should have been banned for this. Rollback, sure, but not bans. Onslaught 1 was worked this way since release, and it was fine to farm skill kills like this. True. But to ban people when weapons tied to money is involved says a lot. So they did announce compensation for Lockout Onslaught. I couldn't get my weeklies done because of this. True. So true. World chat or AI? Should we log in to see world chat? But I'm self-banned, chat. I can't even look at world chat. I'm self-banned. I can't even look at world chat, bro. Moxie should take your place on the contents. I mean, let's be honest. Moxie farmed the farm more than I did. So why would that be the case? I mean, I'm not, you know, I like Moxie. Yeah, I would love it if he got the spot and was able to play in the event and stuff like that, but if you don't want to play the game, just say it. Don't pretend to self-ban. What the frick? Hey. Hey. Solidarity. Unban yourself, you have the power. I ban and unban myself at my own discretion. I do have the power to unban myself. It's true. It is true. Yep. It's true. True and real. Why are they banning people? They banned it for this. For this, what you see. What about the optics? You have to stop bringing Bungie up with this. Bungie and Arrowhead are the two kings of fun policing. So that means they'll be well equipped to win the contest. I voted for your team, man. I need those mats. Kitsu doesn't care, man. Kitsu's like, just give me the loot, man. Give me the loot. Well, here's the thing. Are they going to reset the votes? Are they going to reset the votes? Because the teams have changed. Elisa said he would refuse the invite now. Is Is everyone just dodging the creator challenge over this? Oh my God, bro. I feel so bad for the marketing team that was like, we have a cool idea, guys. What if we did a conquest mode that was really hard and then we invited people that play the game a lot to try it out and then give rewards to the players for this cool event? Wouldn't that be awesome? And then they wake up one day their event is getting peed on through no fault of their own. The poor marketing team, dude. They're like, wow, what the heck? What the frick, man? What the heck, man? Good shouldn't have exploited the game and made it known. By the way, funny how you said F male descendants, yet now this. I don't personally watch him, but bandweight or biggest content creators is a choice, the current popularity of the game. Dev should have just taken the L and removed the weapons. A lot of this argument feels like people are combining separate issues. Kind of true. Nexon shipping the bug and players exploiting it, both can be true at the same time. If the encounter is supposed to end when you complete the objective, but you intentionally keep it going because that gives you way more chances at in-game drops, that's an exploit. Using normal controls doesn't really change that. What should matter for punishment is how far someone took it. Trying it briefly is very different from knowingly farming it for hours. The criticism towards Nexon isn't completely baseless either. Valby Run gave people a reason to think weird unintended farms might be tolerated. True. And monetization around transcendent weapons makes people more suspicious of their motives. That's worth discussing. Still, none of that really changes what this specific farm was doing. Removing the abnormal gains makes sense. Light punishment for people who barely touched it makes sense. And suspensions for people who clearly abused it for a long time also makes sense. Nexon should also explain why this crossed the line. This is the big one. I think we need a post for them explaining what happened, why they made the choice they made, what the policy is going to be going forward, and what they plan to do about situations when they inevitably come up again. That needs to happen. That needs to happen. I'm eating ramen. I say we give everyone an award. True. So true. What is most how fast every issue turns into another reason to trash the game or tell people to quit. TFD's problems next and absolutely deserves criticism when they mess up QA, communication or monetization, but players should always be able to admit when something is clearly being pushed beyond how it was meant to work. The game is far better off if people can criticize bad decisions without turning every controversy into Nexon versus the community. True. So where's the consistency when it comes to loot drops in a looter shooter? In the past, we had Valby 500 and Bunny Cave Farm, where people could spend hours getting valuable materials and devs waited weeks, months to address it. Players could farm this endlessly and get perfect reactors plus Kuiper Gold at the time, where it's hard to easily obtain those mats. The both sides NPCs. Sometimes you can see both sides. To be fair, the event was actually hype. Shame it's basically all but canceled now. I mean, they could find replacements. But yeah, they just lost four of their players on their 8-man, 8-player event. An emergency dev live. we do kind of need an emergency dev live now. We do kind of need an emergency dev live. Because of an oversight by the devs where OS1 Infinite Spawns is patched out, they have to resort to immediate closure of the game mode, punish with suspension bans, including one of their original content creators. And now, because of this whole mess, their event is basically soured when 2 of their biggest CCs not participating. Additionally, Season 4 is thought to be the best season of all the content released, and now it is only remembered as where the devs banned a bunch of players and screwed up their transcendent weapon drop rates, leaving both sides unhappy. Emergency dev live now! No dev live for what? To make it worse? Popcorn. Ah ha ha ha! It says something about dev priorities when the devs hopping on hotfixing and addressing OS1 quickly, yet still can't play their newest Descendant Raven in trials mode. Oh, Popcorn. What the frick are those characters? Those supposed to be TFD characters? What the AI is going on here? Is this supposed to be Harris and like a Luna or something? Players should be banned for exploiting game issues the devs let through because of weak QA. Popcorn. Biscuit for verse 3 others light work. Oh my God, bro. That's no. I know it's Harris's skin, but it's very clearly not Harris. Like, these are not the original characters. This is obviously Harris's face, but yeah. This is either some SFM work or some kind of AI business. You'll never take my guns. They might. They might take your guns. Gonna glue Jason to a chair at gunpoint and put a script behind him. Fix the situation, Jason. Fix it. I'm glad I never found out about it until it was too late. Can't imagine myself being banned for 15 days. Imagine being banned, bro. Imagine. Imagine all the people. Next, oh, you're gonna talk about the, yeah. Next time was fined a record 11.5 billion won by the South Korean Fair Trade Commission for secretly lowering and manipulating loot. Yeah, that was the Maple Story thing, right? If I get banned, my friend and I will say goodbye. Okay, bye. It has messed up. They should have just reverted the loots that were acquired through this exploit and fixed it and moved on. There was never a reason to ban anyone. It's bad publicity. A rollback would have been sufficient. Banning one of the biggest creators of the game is absurd. Expedient, since you only break 10K players during big update days. Him and thousands of people in his chat talking about uninstalling the game right now. Well. Thousands. All this mudslinging going on. I wish it would be the TFD girls mud wrestling. Currently 8:30 in Korea. Dude, I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait, bro. I can't wait. I cannot wait. What are they going to do? I'm not doing nothing, Zell. I'm not doing nothing. The best ramen is with a Marushan beef ramen with Popeye's fried chicken. What the frick? Content is not above anyone when it comes to players, but there is a genuine thought that has to go into publicity and how many players come, go, and stay because of the creator's existence. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? If they had a clear history of enforcing this rule, every time a farm like this showed up, they applied suspensions, they applied bans, they took away the loot. And anyone, myself included, if we had that clear history and we went in and did it anyways, there should be no pushback, no qualms about us getting suspended for that very action. The problem here, at least in my opinion, is that they don't have a history of that. They have never, in my opinion, at least as far as I can tell, done anything about this sort of thing. This sort of thing has been in the game for a long time. It has never had any action taken against it. It has never had any restrictions or regulations at all whatsoever. And we also know that from this, right, they even have the opposite. They literally have the opposite, right, with this thing here. This is when they did the Valby farm. In this, I can link it in chat. This is when the Valby farm took place. They said, it's a crazy farm. It's not intended. We're going to leave it. We're going to buff the other farms, and we don't want people to suffer or be penalized for building Valby in anticipation of the farm. This was their stance. This is their perspective. This is how it's always been for years. So I think it's unfair and a little unethical to suddenly wake up and switch up one of their policies and start dishing out severe punishments for it. You can make an argument that this is an exploit and people shouldn't be exploiting it. True, but this thing has been in the game for a long time. It hasn't been touched. It hasn't been updated. It hasn't been messed with. It has never been enforced. So why is it suddenly being forced now? That's my biggest gripe with it. If they had a long history of it, ban everybody, suspend everybody, whatever, do whatever you want to do with that. But they don't. They don't have a history of enforcing this, so it's kind of weird that they suddenly do. He knew what he was doing, but he says he doesn't care to move on, but still ranting on stream about it. 15-day ban is egregious, but it's a surprise thing studios applying the ban hammer to creators because they usually give them special treatment. At the same time, he should have just reported on the suspicious gameplay, not participated in doing that, and stuck to stage 4 in trials. Why do you feel you would get banned for it then? I mean, because I did it. This is me. This is my footage. I did it. If we're saying this is wrong, I'm guilty. Plain and simple. Just because I didn't get banned doesn't mean I feel like I shouldn't be. Right? Straight to jail, straight to jail. Can I have your AM mods? What's up, Oxnana? What did you find, Hooskers? Cholula now makes a lime and cilantro sauce? Ooh. What's wrong with it? It's a lot. It's a lot of farm. It's a lot of farm. It's a lot of things. It's very quick. You know, look at the number of enemies killed. It's a lot. It's very clearly a strong, egregious farm. Very clearly. It's just something they've never enforced before, and it's something we've been doing for a long time. So I think precedent-wise, I don't think it's unfair to say that people saw that and thought maybe that's not a problem, right? Because they've never enforced it before. Unban yourself so you can invite me to a party so I can finish this stupid challenge that's busted. Stop telling me to unban myself. I'm banned. Okay? Clearly. Just because I can unban myself at any moment doesn't mean I'm going to. You have the power. I do have the power, and I reserve the right to ban and unban myself at any moment. Willy-nilly, with no preamble and no warning. I have the power to ban and unban myself. I do. I do. I have that power. We can have a conversation about glitches and exploits and whether or not you should be banned for doing them, but if we're being honest, we all know why people are actually getting banned for this, because Nexon intends to turn the transcendent weapon system into a pay-to-win cash cow. This isn't the first time some bug or glitch has appeared in the game that broke the game mechanics, but this is the first time Nexon has put the hammer down for it. This is the crux of my issue. This right here, well said. This is the crux of my issue. It is simply the fact that they have decided to enforce it now out of nowhere. Not that I disagree that it should be enforced, only that it hasn't been enforced for 2 years, and now suddenly it is. Stream the hot take. Personally, all these weapons are abysmal DS and are clearly cash grabs. No idea why it would even matter that we farm like this. Yeah. It's in the dry bear EULA. Yeah, I can ban and unban myself in my own EULA. I signed the dry bear EULA, and I can ban and unban myself whenever I feel like it. And there's nothing that anyone can do about it, okay? No one can unban or ban me if I self-ban myself. Ever, okay? I have the power to ban and unban myself at any time. You believe the transcendent weapons are a pay to win? They are, they're on the way to it. They're definitely pay for power. I don't know if they're pay to win. You're not really winning. Yeah. My hero beats your hero. Put a timer on screen for when you're unbanned. Bro, it's 15 days. When is 15 days from now? September 2nd would be 7 days, right? September 9th, September 10th. September 10th. Seems I've enjoyed all the drama being going on. Yeah, drama's fun. Drama's fun. 15's a big number. It's true. I don't have brain knowledge, so I can't figure that out. So it'd be September 10th, right? You're mad, I'm mud. Ooh. My Fortnite quality got dismantled. Should I sue? I dismantled it myself. Yeah, sue yourself. Right before Haley comes out. No, Haley will probably be like the 17th, right? See you later, Erg. Thanks for hanging. See you soon. Let the brother ban himself. You guys can't tell me whether or not I ban or unban myself, okay? I hold the power on my self-imposed ban. I am the sole arbiter of my self-imposed ban. Okay? Are we playing Mortal Shell 2 to yourself unbanned? We could. The beatings will continue until morale improves. He invades into quitting instead. If Biscuit is Biscuit going to be the last TFD creator? I watched Skonush's really good deep dive. Yeah, Skonu was awesome. If Elisa was the last creator standing. I saw that it was supposed to be Exploit was doing mission, ignoring the boss and killing the smaller enemies, which apparently spawned infinitely as long as the boss was alive. Wasn't that exactly what we were doing with Valby running around not too long ago? I remember they fixed it, but limiting the enemy hordes so they wouldn't. So why didn't they do that this time? We're from the beginning. True. If they thought that this farm was a problem in Onslaught, they should have adjusted it in Onslaught, irrespective of the transcendent weapons. Game will die if Ornery gets banned. Oh my gosh. I hope Biscuit doesn't get banned. Biscuit's a good egg. I doubt she even opened the farm at all. If the ban happened to Elisa, they kind of would be funny. I mean, Elisa did do it for 20 minutes. And then he promptly moved on. Yeah. That's far too logical. Chill. My bad. My bad. I'm gonna pick up Woo-Wah in the meantime. Woo-Wah's awesome. Play Woo-Wah for sure. Play Woo-Wah for sure. At least had all weapons max quality 400 in less than 2 days. He's just been grinding like 16 hours a day on trials, man. At least it's just been cranking. Good, Tank Man. How are you? Hello, hello. Off to work. Have a great day at workout. Go catch up on ZZZ. I should. Guess I'll see you in 15 days. Oh, I feel like I've lost a part of me. Oh, God. Oh, God. No. Driver, just unban yourself. I can't unban myself. I won't do it. I did the farm for like 500 kills, got a weapon and moved on. I think a lot of people did. That's worse than getting banned? What the frick? Right to Ribbons is silly because AMs are much more make or break than Ribbons, are they? Ribbons hold the same value even though it's not for characters and only for weapons. It's not a make or break if I can use a build or not to do content. Lack of back alley Raven is even more powerful than Harris with the PL. Oh. I expect it to get worse by Nexon not banning other CC that are most likely participating in the exploit. I use quotations because let's be honest, this was more incompetence on Nexon's behalf than anything. Someone could have accidentally stumbled upon this regardless and did the same. That's the other thing too, as well. And that's why this gets kind of weird, is someone, yeah, like a newer player could have gone into Onslaught 1, walked to the back and said, hey, wait a minute, these mobs keep respawning. And then just sat there and be like, all right, whatever. Let's see how long this goes on for. Like, they keep responding. Okay, okay, okay. Should that person be banned? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's a bit much to expect the players to self-police themselves in a system where the policy is not clear or enforced. You know what I mean? I'm doing good. This TFD ban situation is bad. Not trying to start a backlash. Just want to share my opinion on you. Same. Yeah, I'm just chilling, man. I'm just chilling. I'm just vibing. Chilling, vibing. Got a haircut today. I reckon everyone is a bonehead. Listen. Calling me rudimentary is one thing. Calling me a bonehead? A bonehead? You can't just say that. What the frick? A bonehead? It's ridiculous. Haters gonna hate. What does mine say? Sweet. What does mine say? Dude. But what does mine say? Sweet. But what does mine say? Dude. Hair looks awesome. Thank you. Haircuts look better after you, like the next day after you shower. So this is like all. What if there's no law enforcement in the game anyways? Hey, I have the cop bunny skin. I'm coming to get you guys. Listen. I have personally banned one player today. You think I won't ban you? I've already banned one player today. You don't know my power. I'll come for you too. Maybe I don't stop at one. But that's your whole yearly quota. What did we learn today, Dry Bear, from this exhilarating, expensive clown show? I don't know. It's just kind of something to talk about, man. It's something to talk about in our dreary lives. You know, in our dreary lives, where RAM prices are skyrocketing, graphics cards are in the multiple thousands. We just got to have something to distract us, you know. You might ban yourself? Oh God, the self-bans are spreading. Driver the law. What's up, Hennessy? Don't do it, we have the high ground. You do not have the high ground. I want to be arrested by Cop Bunny. I bet you do. I bet you do. What is your opinion on the transcendent weapon boost for Caliber and the new BP? It is a ploy to get people to spend more money, but yeah. I don't know. It's on the line, but it's probably fine. Drivers spreading self-ban propaganda. Yo, it's almost time, chat. It's almost time. It's almost time. It's 8:44 a.m. in South Korea right now. 8:44 a.m. Thursday, August 27th. The day of the hotfix. They're shipping a hotfix today. They're shipping a hotfix today. Yeah, like the Nexon staff right now, the Magnum staff, they're getting coffee. They're getting their morning bagel. They're parking in the parking lot, giving a good stretch, saying hi to their coworkers. Morning, Sharon. Hey, Carol. How's it going? Hey, Brad. Did you have a good weekend? Did you have a good Wednesday? Hump day's over. Almost Friday. Yeah, that's right. Walking to their desk. They sit down. Let's see. Let's see what's going on here. Bah, 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 bah. And then informal meeting at the coffee pot. Yeah. I tried the 1 hour booster and saw no difference. That's rough. Next up, put themselves in a very bad spot. This bandwagon now means they have to ban the cheaters and also all the scalpers. Hotfix including but not limited to public backlash, financial blows, and unfortunate circumstances. And one idiot who banned himself. What was he thinking? My friend calls Carell Mr. Carroll. They have Gregory. This rudimentary bonehead guy. Wow, 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 wow. Send just uninstalled? I mean, it's not like he can open it anyways. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right or am I right? Am I right or am I right? Yo, did send end? Oh my God. Too soon, too soon. I put out a negative review as well. No. Unlucky, 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 bro. Would you self-unban yourself? That's the question. I don't know why we're trying to dig into the legality of self-unbanning, okay? The self-ban is in place. There's literally nothing I can do about it. It's out of my hands, chat. I am self-banned, okay? I am not accepting any appeals for self-unban. It's possible we get so wasted last night we bought a lifetime supply of pudding and then totally forgot about it. What if John TFD personally apologizes? I don't know. I mean, like, if they undo the bans, then I would undo my self-ban, I guess. Elisa should be banned. There aren't even that many active content creators left for the game. Oh, God. They use attractive rewards to compensate for tedious gameplay as a stopgap measure, and now Nexon is paying the price for the resulting issues. If the game had offered more entertaining modes where people played for fun rather than engaging in a frantic grind, this whole situation could have easily been resolved without such drama. I just didn't expect something like this to happen so soon. There's only 7K left. I mean, it looks like this is pretty normal. There's no real change here. I mean, there was for, like, I guess Monday, but yeah, it doesn't seem like there's been any impact to this, to the actual player base, to be honest. They probably don't even notice. They probably don't know who any of us are. They just play the game for fun. They have fun. They don't know who the heck a content creator is. Just log in. Valby wants you to play with her. What the frick? Who? Zal, thank you for the 175 streak. What the frick? How did you just now get that? Thanks for streaking, bro. Holy moly. That's a massive streak. Bear who? Yeah, basically. WH Omega lol. Santa just confirmed he's quitting the game and not returning. Also said they are only banning players because money is tied to the drops. Guess I'll unsubscribe from... What the frick? What the hell is this? What the heck is that? He should have known better than to promote a literal exploit. He just wanted a way out, and he got it. He's been trying to move on from TFD for a while. Who Bear, who never played TFD before? What's TFD? Get a ticket to China so you can try KFC's new Oreo chicken burger with an Oreo flavored bun? What? What the hell is that? Ew. Ew, ew, ew. Ew. What the frick? It's a collision of sweet and savory flavors. It features a black Oreo-flavored bun that resembles chocolate wafers, but is made of bread. A fried chicken thigh fillet topped with mashed potatoes. This is mashed potatoes mixed in crushed Oreo pieces. This is Oreo mashed potatoes, an Oreo bun, and a chicken thigh. I'd eat it. Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. What the frick? What the frick, bro? Nah, 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 nah. Da, da, da. It's real. Yeah, apparently this is real. This is actually real. Wait, that might be delicious? It's only in China, I guess. That's the product McDonald's CEO was speaking of. Oh, jeez. What is this? Does it come with like mac and cheese and Oreo? Oh my God, dude. I think that whether it was an exploit or not is subjective, as two intended systems met and created a result beyond what they intended. There was nothing questionable being done to reach the result that was obtained. Yeah, I think ultimately at the end of the day, I think it's up to the devs to decide what is an exploit or not. They just need to be clear about it. That's the reality. They just need to be clear about it. Just be clear about it. Tell us what you think is an exploit and enforce it consistently and equally. That's all I ask. I've been playing one team with you in the background. Heck yeah, dude. If you eat them, you get banned because it's a chicken exploit. What the frick? I look pregnant IRL. I'm just fat. You look stunning. Don't worry. What is that? It's an Oreo bun with Oreo mashed potatoes and a chicken thigh. Have you had deep fried mac and cheese cheeseburger and a burger? I have. I've had deep fried ramen burgers. I'm wondering if TFD has a rollback. I don't trust them not to mess it up. There's just a lot of questions. And what time is it in Korea right now? 8:53 a.m. chat. They're sitting down. They got their bagel. They got their coffee. They're sitting down at their desk. They're arriving. They're opening up their email. The chaos begins. It's okay for devs to do a rollback for anything at any given time, but banning is too much. Yeah. 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 So they're expecting nonsense this morning like yesterday. Yeah, dude. Yeah, bro. Yeah. It's gonna be a long night. Oh, geez. It's so over. It's so ogre. Chickens died for that monstrosity? Yeah, they did. Isn't that pretty messed up? Isn't that pretty messed up? Bum 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 bum. You guys in Korea right now? Bob, have you seen this? Points at YouTube. Wait. Joe, open up YouTube. People getting banned and stuff. Next one, order a Big Arch, the product. You can get some product. Dying to get put between two Oreo buns? Well, that's a crazy first time chat. That is a crazy first time chat. What are we waiting for? I don't know, dude. What are we waiting for? People probably aren't truly angry everywhere because most people didn't get banned. We'll see what happens when guns are taken back. I was self-banned. And yet you don't seem to care. Don't you care about me? You're saying you don't care about me? No, not really. Who are you? Who? WH Omegalol. Yo, Brada, thanks so much for the prime. Thanks for supporting the channel, my friend. Enjoy the icon, the emotes, and the ad-free experience for 30 days. Who? Just some idiot. It was a self-proclaimed ban. We're not even sure it's official self-ban. It's an official self-ban. Song of Rays is withdrawing from the event as well. Yeah, I think Seven's withdrawing, Song is withdrawing, Drybear's withdrawing, and Sen is got ejected. That is the sitch. That is the sitch. Yeah, that's the sitch. Time to play Purple Rain. Chocolate Rain. When are your self-ban in writing? What the frick, man? What do you mean, bro? What do you mean? What? Here you go. Okay. Here. 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 Most obnoxious colors you could possibly choose. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. There you go. There's your writing, okay? Why is it so bright inside? Yeah, there you go. Oh no, I just got banned. Yep, I did. It's true. It's true, man. Can you feel the love tonight? What is or isn't an exploit point of view? Because it obviously was an exploit. I don't think it was obviously an exploit. I think it was obviously a problem. I don't know if it's obvious that it was an exploit. Is that too much of a hot take, chat? Is that too much of a hot take to say that it wasn't obviously an exploit? I feel weird doing this wall crash without driver not doing it. It was what it was. It was obviously a problem. I don't know if it was obviously an exploit. Star Wars XCOM looks so good, dude. It's getting good reviews. How? It's not out until tomorrow. Wait, is it out right now? Ain't no way. No, it's not out. It's out tomorrow. Oh, you mean like for like early reviewers and stuff? What is the definition of an exploit? I think that is up to Nexon and Magnum to decide, and they should make that very clear. I don't think it should be up to the players to decide whether something is an exploit based on how icky they feel doing it. I don't think that's a good way to go about things. I think it should be very clear what the rules are, laid out in writing in no uncertain terms. I don't think it should be, hey, that thing you're doing, do you feel icky? Do you feel icky? Then don't do that. The farm is good, you're exploiting, yeah. When you get self-unbanned, will we become dry man bear pig gamers? Maybe. Once I get self-unbanned. The devs need to set a predetermined set of rules. Exactly. They need to be clear about the rules are, and they need to apply them equally and consistently. That's what they should do. They knew about it for months, didn't do anything about it. So no, I wouldn't say it was obviously an exploit. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's been in the game since Onslaught came out. If they thought it was a problem, they should have fixed it. If it already drops at a reasonable rate, it must be an exploit. Yeah. Ban the Valby skin. I look at Valby's witch skin and I feel icky, so ban it. Yeah. Anything you feel icky about, get rid of it. I think they made their decision. Have they? Chad, it's 9 a.m. right now. It's 9 a.m. in Korea. They got their coffee. They're sitting down. They're digging in. Okay? They're digging in and they're ready. They are ready to give out whatever justice it is that they think they're doing. I'm not expecting anything good to happen. What? Why not? Imagine being a party of 4 doing the farm and only one person gets banned. Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. Well, that's the thing is like they haven't even like even outside of content creators. I don't think it matters all that much really. Content creators, whatever. But they also just haven't they haven't applied it equally to players either. There's a lot of people that did this for like 3 hours and got 15 weapons and didn't get banned. And there are people that did, right? So, you know, are they doing waves? Have they just decided willy-nilly on who gets suspended and who doesn't? Why? You know, like it just feels like they, you know, it's the new suspension RNG. When a suspension drops, it rolls a random number, and whatever number it rolls, then it decides whether you get banned or not. The people that got banned just lost their drop RNG. Should have bought a booster. Should have bought an anti-ban booster. Maybe they wouldn't have gotten suspended. I did 4 hours, got closer to 100 weapons, so I was clearly marked for a ban, but you didn't get one? Lost their 50-50, no. I think 60 plus weapons is probably why I got hit. Oh, you did get suspended as well, Dialytics? Oh, you did, Mint. Okay. Yeah, me too. I got self-banned. The 15 days ban is out of line. Having an apartment inspection yesterday saved me from a ban. Trading Warframe requires me to play like only Warframe, and then I have to sit there AFK trading for whispers. Yeah, talk to Hitomi. That's what he lives every day. Every day. I went up from 130 to 260 in mid quality and no ban. Hope they miss me with the rollback. Who knows? I'm sure they're going to try and do a rollback here and try to get it all sorted for sure. You know, just one of those things. Wait, Zonko has a bikini and NTE? Convert all your weapons, turn them into rerolls and hold? Nah, I'm leaving them. I'm leaving the weapons and I screenshotted it. I'm going to see what happens. I'm going to see what happens. I went from 201 to 386? Holy moly. That's crazy. September 9th, your self-ban is lifted? Yeah, I think so. I had to talk to Dry Bear support. They'll be able to tell me when the ban is lifted, but that sounds about right. Yeah, that does. Sounds about right. You went from 190 to 370. Holy moly. Holy moly moly. We'll see if they overroll back again like they did for the Battle Pass zone change bug. Time will tell, I suppose. Time will tell, bro. Fable gameplay? What the frick? What the frick? Zenith can abuse me badly.
Let's fly.
I need a Zenith bikini. Yeah? Olhe is coming right before your ban ends. Right before it ends? Wait, is it September 10th? When is, I thought it was the 17th. Ooh, the Magister girl. What if I dismantle the guns, bought mats, and use them to roll weapons I got legitimately? That's money laundering, sir. That's money laundering, sir.
Playtime.
Playtime. Let's see. What is the most popular? Official launch date trailer. Back in the day. Damn. Oh, this is bad. This is illegal. I demand compensation. Unbanned 3 days after my birthday. If you stream, it should be easy to ban people because they're not anonymous. Yeah, it's true. Hi, baby. I must say, I'm kind of surprised I didn't get hit with the ban yet. Not sure if they're doing more. I helped Clyde make his YouTube video. Did Clyde get suspended or not? I know Moxie didn't. I didn't. Seven didn't. I feel like it was just Sen, right? Don't abuse TFD videos. Why not? Valby's so pretty. Look at her. Look at her. Raven needs to teach everyone that dodge mechanic because it's fun. Yeah. Start sending out claims. Servers literally track everything. They have an instance ID and a number that tracks current objective markers. The value if its kill objective counts up, it wouldn't be hard. Yeah. Well, you don't necessarily know that for sure, right? There definitely could be things implemented in the game that don't have proper tracking on them. But it is easy for them to do it, and I'm sure they did have it. Every game there is a level, spaghetti code, and wonky backend. Yeah, absolutely. But in the footage, you can see a value in the upper left that matches the current kills. Yeah, but I mean, you don't know if that's being logged or not, right? All I'm saying is you don't know what the back end is like and exactly what they're tracking and stuff like that, just because it's displayed on screen. You know, there could be a lot of things that seem they should be, but don't. A warning first and then do the rollback. A 15-day ban isn't that bad. Lord knows if it's Rucked, your account would have gotten shredded. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's true. You know, like I said, if they had a long history of enforcing these things, I think it would have been chill. It would have been clear and cut. It's just the fact that they have no history of enforcing these things and suddenly enforced it. That's the problem. For someone who's banned, sure showing a lot of banned content on the screen. You guys remember Invasions? You guys remember Invasions? Who remembers Invasions? You think they were scared to ban everyone who did it? It must have been a lot of people then. Yeah, I mean, I think they were, and understandably so. But I also feel like, you know, it's I don't know, bro. Like I feel like if that's the case, why do it in such an incomplete way? And also so suddenly too. You know what I'm saying? Puzzle game hard. Invasion mechanics. I know, it's weird, isn't it? The sneak peek gameplay. The first exploit. Whoa! Colossus! Whoa, Kyle! Whoa, look at Kyle go! Whoa, Lepic, he threw a grenade! Whoa, Ajax has a shield! Whoa! What the frick? She's got a laser beam! Damn! Wish they kept the 250, you think so? Ooh, look at this camera work. Ooh, 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 ooh. Looking up, using a purple weapon. Ooh. Damn. Laser beam. Make Colossi great again. This game looks like it has a lot of potential. When's it coming out? Remember when people like grappled onto Colossi? You remember that? Remember? No? What do you mean no? What do you mean no? You don't remember? Nostalgia baiting, nostalgia abusing. Can I make like a playlist out of this? Let's see. Trailers.
Immediately.
Whoa.
The direction of Corral's fleet.
Remember having to try co-op? Yep.
Towards Albion.
Instead of just running after your teammates. Albion invaded, but it's okay. It's on fire, but it's okay now. Everything was destroyed, but it wasn't. It's okay. It's literally no different. It's exactly the same. But it was on fire, but it's okay. 14 days, 3 hours, 46 minutes. Chasing an Nez Bunny if I wasn't on either? Yeah, man.
If you are willing to make this sacrifice, then I too will risk everything.
Risk everything.
We'll rise again.
Are you banned? Now I'm self-banned. Dry Bear banned me. I asked him if he could unban me. He said no.
Descendant, do you remember our journey?
Ooh.
The
Our
Iron Heart.
journey.
That was where it all began.
Oh. Our journey.
Fighting against the Vulgus who sought the Iron Heart.
Dead by Daylight.
We have overcome countless dangers. In the end, we destroyed the Iron Heart.
Whoa.
My arcade was meant for this moment.
Wait, what was Alpha's RK again?
And witnessed A noble sacrifice of our friend.
He just had a big jacket.
And yet, there was no end. to
Flaming
Karl's
orgasm.
ambition to restore the shattered Ironheart.
Unk
He is
RK.
preparing an even greater threat. He will never cease. Descendant, only you can stop Karel.
Only you can prevent forest fires. Yo, Nell was so cool to get power crept immediately.
You are humanity's
Buff Nell.
last hope.
Buff
Please
Nell.
Protect Ingress in the final battle.
Whoa. Season 4, Episode 1. Enter Onslaught 1 for your chance at transcendent weapons.
The weaker and more fragile a thing is, the more fiercely it bears its fangs.
Buff Albie more! His RK was leading the Autobots. Oh, remember when Franin was good? Yeah, a long time ago.
Against a predestined.
She's getting buffed in October.
Witness the end of your descendants as they fall.
Nell was OP, then boom trash. Yep. Yep.
I shall reclaim the legacy you hold and forge the one true path for my homeland, Clipoth.
Clip off. Clip off. What is this link?
Today, I bring an end to this cruel, century-long bait.
What a stupid name for a planet. Whoa, that's his home world, bro. You can't just rip a man's home world like that.
Ingress,
Where are you from? Clipoth? What a stupid name.
accept your end.
Your planet's stupid. Yeah, the trailers are hype, dude. They're good. Trailers are dope. Sounds like a toilet brand, Clipoth. You'll be banned, Zell, you will. You got a 60 and 40, you got a 60% volcanic heart? Congrats. When did this happen? A couple months ago? Yeah, the trailers are hype, dude. Even though Bunny's neck is like crazy long. The giraffe. What's going on in world chat right now? I can't see. I'm self-banned. What is going on in world chat? Down out, bound out, bow. Dia, boost your start. Buy things. Buy stuff now.
Albion's final defense code
Is World Chat still imploding? I'm not sure. I can't see. I'm self-banned. What's going on in World Chat? Wait, tell me. Tell me. I want to know things. What's happening in World Chat? Only some slurs? Yeah, God forbid they fix the fact that you can use racial slurs in World Chat. Let's make sure we ban the people that were farming Onslaught. You should get unbanned to see the World Chat. Revert your 15 ban, look at World Chat, and then reban yourself. Wait, is World Chat just going crazy right now? Are people just trying to like torpedo the game? They did name their military intelligence the colon. They did. Colon Special Forces. You don't want to put what they're saying on screen. I believe that. That makes sense. It's all about how a creator gave himself a 15-day suspension. That would be stupid. Why would someone give themselves a suspension? That's weird. What a weirdo. Who would do that? World Chat is all bear, bear, bear. What? Why? What did I do? The carrot filter bypass being so prevalent for so long is saying why Nexon didn't. Yeah, dude, I don't know. I have no idea why that bypass exists, man. The racist guy is using multiple accounts. What if it's multiple racists? What if it's multiple racists? How do you know it's one racist? World Chat is, I want to see now. I'm so curious. Only one racist in history. Oh, this was funny. They should do another one like this.
It's me again, Bunny. You do remember me, right? Hey, come on. That is not nice. I have been reading your comments and responding for you
The
guys.
lip syncing is pretty bad, though. World Chat would get you banned on Twitch.
Okay, what did I expect?
Did I mention that in my video today, chat? That you could, there's a bug where you can bypass the filter and spam profanity? I don't think I mentioned it. I feel like it didn't. I don't know.
Your comments again. Still capped at 4-player co-op? Pretty sure that's just the devs projecting their social limits. I've seen kindergarten soccer teams bigger than this. Devs were scared.
Don't do it? Don't do what?
4-player
Don't show it? I
game is
can't.
not
I'm self-banned.
a raid. That's a brunch. Exactly. Give us a feast, not finger
Exactly,
food.
Tomei. Cool, World Chat has stepped up his race comments a notch is all. Don't worry. They have already taken care of the real problems.
At least I don't know when that thing will go off. Dev team? You guys hearing this?
Profanity filters are stupid and should only be opt-in through the options. Oh my god.
Except this one.
World Chat is worse than usual. I think it's just kind of spurring people. I don't know. I feel like if people are being racist in World Chat for a week straight, I feel like that should be something that... I feel like that should be something that gets addressed with high priority.
You're coming now, right?
1 hour ban for saying the N-word in chat over and over. chat. Why does she sucked for a year? Why can't the characters I like be strong? We need a Harris tentacle arms cinematic? What? Yeah, you typed that out loud. She could lose descendants a waste? Yeah, agreed. She was made to kill Stormhanger and then that's it. Yep. Yep. Was Nell free or something? Why is she so bad? They just haven't buffed her. She got power crept like crazy and she has a bunch of bugs and they haven't touched her in a year. They've been giving her skins. They keep giving her skins, but she's still really, really underpowered and largely bugged and broken. I hope they fix it. She's so cool. I like Nell. No, shut up. Harris doesn't have a Harris work skin. Are the Nell bugs also making her weaker? Yeah, sometimes you have to scan multiple times before the marker goes up. I mean, really, she just needs more red mods too, but she also needs some reworks and bug fixes. Her scan has never fully worked right. It's got a lot of bugs with it. I know, okay, cool. She didn't play with that stupid scan, yeah. It's true, man. A2, my love.
What I want is time.
So I sent them to their deaths.
It's crazy, Dark Man, isn't it?
Nell, it wasn't your fault.
Kick-off and vengeance. I refuse to give up on
For that, can't read my whispers. Oh, a different eyes guy, different eyes. I didn't know Nell was supposed to scan. I only ever used that for worthlessly scanning for Vols, but I played Nell for about 10 minutes. She sucked and went in the bin. Yeah, she just needs some love, man. I'll love her. Give her to me. I'll love her.
I believe in you.
What? After my self-ban. Yeah, true. True and or real. True and real. You're supposed to tell me to type in English or respond in Hungarian, then get slurs? Oh my god. What the heck, dude? Oh, the zip. What we do for 15 days? Play all the new games. Play all the new games. No, they haven't responded to me yet. We'll just loop in the whole time. I assure you, dear viewer, this is about a hover bike. This is about a hover bike, dear viewer. That's why you're looking at Bunny's legs. It's about a hover bike. What did you say in your email? Did you give a reason? I just said that I didn't feel comfortable continuing because I felt I was just as guilty as other content creators that had action taken against them. And I said I'm sorry for inconveniencing you this close to the event, and I'd be happy to help them with finding replacements. But you know, it just I felt like I deserved to be excluded as well, considering I did the same thing. You bought the remaster? Nice. Hopefully it runs well. Hopefully it runs well. Didn't know hover bikes had the kind of curves. I know. Crazy, right? Crazy. Crazy. Ooh. Game Awards.
Lift your head.
Just make a new account. That would be self-ban evasion. You can't commit self-ban evasion. What do you mean? You have to respect the self-ban. You can't just do self-ban evasion. Trying to make a new account and go around it. You can't skirt the self-ban rules. Subjecting yourself to global chat is a far worse punishment than self-banning. Why is this not in the final moments of the story arc? Good question. So if you self-ban from the game for 2 weeks, are you not also self-banned from watching all the game's cinematics? No. Listen, I make the rules and I allow myself to watch. Hotfixing a few people's battle pass challenges not working would be nice. Hopefully that's in the hotfix today. That'd be nice. Agreed. Where's Star Wars Zero coming is tomorrow? You're banned from the game, not from life. How do you know? How do you know what I am and am not banned from?
Fate always tests us. You have to fight until the end. I'll find you.
I ban myself from work, but I go 5 days a week. Fortunately, that doesn't work, my friend. Unfortunately. I hate to break it to you, but... Unfortunately. Remember we fought Dead Bride in White Knight Gulch? Nope, that never happened.
According to the investigative core,
never happened. You have turn-based games banned on your Steam account? What the frick, dude?
So, who is going to take this on?
The Pokemon. Who did you guys choose as your starter Pokemon, chat?
Seems like my kind of job. Wouldn't it be easier if I just froze everything?
They had me at Viesa, yeah. The Boobs character, Ajax? Trico? No. When Dogma patch? Couple weeks. What are you watching? TFD trailers? Looks like you're making new. This is not self-ban evasion, chat, okay?
Defense is my forte.
This is not self-ban evasion. Epic go. Should make an apology video? Oh my god, bro. Should we milk it? We milk it hard? Couple weeks? They said it's end of August. Didn't they say it's like first week of September? Chimchar is the GOAT. Let pick and he was soon boring to play. I picked Bulbasaur. Ajax. Bear's making a burner self-ban TFD account.
There's no Ironheart on that side either.
Only this side remains.
I am not committing self-ban evasion, chat. I'm not. I'm not committing self-ban evasion.
Ironheart here in the first place. Aren't you curious?
Focus on the assignment, Bunny. Our objective is to find it.
Watch a playthrough to avoid the ban. Oh my god.
Focus on the assignment.
Yeah, I got it.
What if those Vulgus creeps suddenly come out of nowhere?
Then I will take over. You secure the heart as planned.
You secure the heart as planned.
So, do you know what the heart looks like?
Is this actually just like straight up gameplay? Oh, they just said a trailer.
Hurry up.
New prologue. Can you self-ban the ban? I mean, we're just making things up now, so we could.
I'll take the lead.
As you wish.
What's going on? All operatives report.
We almost died. I'm okay.
I'm still waiting for my ban. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they might still do waves. I am very curious what they're gonna do to update. You know, are they gonna respond to me, and what they're gonna do tomorrow and stuff like that. Very curious.
Wait, Bunny. I should go first.
Volgus.
I'll come help.
Nothing I can't.
Yeah, they're ghosting me. Nah, they're figuring out what to do and scrambling. I'm sure that they got 7 and Songs of Raises withdrawals as well, and they basically the marketing team just woke up, and 4 of their 8 content creators pulled out of the event, are no longer in the event.
What is all?
So now their whole event is in question. I feel bad about it, but I also feel like if I just continued playing and said nothing and did nothing, I feel like that would be also kind of disingenuous too. So. You like the Dia storyline? Overall, it was good. No one else got banned, no, but me, 7, and Songs are withdrawing for the event because we all farmed the same thing. So if one person gets removed, we're just kind of doing the same thing. There's a lot of people that got banned. A lot of people got banned. I don't know what the size of it. It seems like it's at least 500 to 1,000.
Cover me. And 3 of these used together can end the war?
What's the official response? They said that there was unusual gameplay and people are being banned based on what they did, but there's a lot of people that did the farm and didn't get banned, and there's a lot of people that did the farm and did get banned, or get suspended, I should say, and we just don't, you know, and now we're just kind of waiting for a follow-up. They're gonna add the list. Yeah, let me refresh to see if they've updated it. No, they said they're gonna add it to this crackdown sheet, but they haven't yet. So no news yet. They're still like in the war room figuring out what they want to do, I guess. No. That's a lot of cheaters. Yeah, filthy cheaters. How dare you go into a mission in the game and kill enemies on that mission? Filthy cheater. I feel like cheater is not the right word. I feel like cheater is doing a disservice to the people that are actually cheating. Exploiter is probably fair. Exploiter, abuser, bonehead. It's even a complex game mechanic to figure out. No, it's not. I mean, like, the thing is, there's not even a trick to it. You could stumble on it on accident. It's how the mission works, and it's been that way since it came out. Their TOS is clear compared to this game. I mean, whether it's in writing or not is irrelevant because they haven't enforced it. We have been doing infinite spawns since the game came out 2 years ago. And never once have they admonished it or punished for it. Not a single time. Right? So it's like... are you talking about Rockstar? Oh, yeah. Rockstar is very clear, yeah. Master Chef? Soon, TM. Who dat? Broken, think of the tier 1. Thanks for supporting the channel, my friend. The other one's fine, but when it hurts their pockets, big no-no. Yeah, I think it's just kind of like a big precedent thing. Just a big old precedent.
The ancestors created me for the purpose of guiding the descendants.
Are they just going to acknowledge their part in all this? I mean, they did before. They did for past events. They acknowledged that it was their mistake and they were going to clean it up. It's just they didn't this time. This is a new account. Play the no, it's a video. I'm not self-ban evading. This is their gameplay trailer. I would never self-ban evade. Back to Mario. Ooh. It's a me.
What happened?
Oh, what is going on? I saw something.
What's gotten into you all of a
Like any human being on planet Earth? Yeah, true.
Wait. It's the Vulgus.
The Vulgus?
They found us.
No. There they are. You can tell because of the way they are. Vol who? Vulgus.
I know.
Vulgussy. Grab the iron heart. Put it in your backpack.
See you later. Alive, of course.
It's the Grenier. No, wrong game. It's not the Flood. It's not the Grenier. It's not the Zerg. TFD movie. Let's go. They do have big claws. They do.
The Vulgus attacked.
You can watch the full story playthrough. I'm just watching these videos. I'm just watching. Bam, ba bam, ba bam, ba bam, ba bam, 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 ba bam, ba bam, ba bam, ba bam, bam. Why did you ban yourself from the game? Because I felt like I was guilty. What a time to be. I know, it's kind of nostalgic, huh? Feels so long ago. Doing this mission. Talking to Bunny and getting the first Iron Heart. How far we've come. A green health bar and a white shield. Hi, baby. Hi, baby dog. Back of dad when dad was younger. Old school Ajax, bro. That's crazy.
You are under the influence of your unconscious mind.
Hi, baby.
Test your limits.
Why they made Albion so bland? I don't know, man. It's like their futuristic sci-fi hub. Freyna sold me. A lot of people got sold with Ultimate Freyna. A lot of people. So many people did.
It's been a while since your last report. Have you regrouped with Bunny?
Burp,
I need
burp, burp.
confirmation.
Understood.
Same here, guilty. Yeah, you don't have to self-ban. You can keep playing if you want.
Report your location.
Do your thing. The guy playing right now is playing like he's in the game. No, this is a video. It's a video. It wasn't the fishnets, I swear. Yeah, totally wasn't the fishnets. Wasn't the big. Definitely wasn't. Definitely was not. Corel did nothing wrong. What the frick, dude? He destroyed Albion, but not really. I'm not self-ban evading. It's a video. Come on, man. Oh, the guy playing. Ah, that made the video. Yeah, true. You got sold by the sniper gals? Dominique or Sharon?
Time has finally come.
That's my Ironheart. I don't know you. I don't know you. Ba bam bam bam. Booty boop bop bop. Get him, Bobby. Self-evading, self-ban. Nice catch. You can play my account. I won't tell. I can't self-ban evade. I can't. Can't do it. Can't do it. Boop, boop, boop. Holy ergot, dude. Oh my god, it's Gravekeeper! Run! He's too powerful! Run, chat, it's Gravekeeper! No! We'll never be able to kill him! He's too strong! Remember when Bolton Forge was hard? I remember that. I do. They made him go all out on some people, then others he was like, okay, I'll give you 5 more chances. This new game looks fun. You should play it. True. True and real. True and based and real. Losing to Gravewalker. Why don't you have a single purple weapon with 1 module on it to destroy the Gravewalker? No. New super heavy armor with chain gun is, ooh, a chain gun. And the new Stingray ship. Ooh. Ooh. Can't wait to see Greg again. Look out for Gravewalker, no! Oh my god, 18 damage is enough to kill him. Look out, he's too strong. Run. Grapple on, destroy his shoulder. Is this a new account? No, it's a video. Critting for 25, look out, ban him for abuse. Ban him for abuse, he crit for 25. Oh my god, too strong, way too fast. That was exploiting. He exploited that fight, he exploited his gun. He exploited his damage.
Alpha, I lost the heart. It's all my fault.
Why isn't anyone doing grapple shoulders anymore? Because it literally, you do so much damage now that grappling onto the shoulder is a huge DPS loss.
Capture all of the Iron Hearts. We have to find the remaining 2 before he does.
No bully, no bully, no bully, no bully.
No time to rest.
Got another TW. This is faster farm than OS1. I don't know, dude. Get transcendent weapons too fast, you're gonna get banned. Careful. Exploited his weak point, true. Boom, 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 boom. 3 weeks, crazy, right?
Follow the will of the ancestors. Accept your calling.
Crazy. What's up, Sen?
Rise, my warriors. Give your lives for Clipper.
Don't farm too fast. Don't kill too quickly.
It's the Ironheart.
You can spam racist slurs in the world chat as much as you want, but don't you dare farm too many weapons.
The sanctity of this great place. Despite their efforts, humanity is still at risk.
Jump on Aeon 2. We probably will early September.
And you are the only chance we have.
His camera angles are nice? What do you mean? Elaborate. least for me, in like 6 hours is ridiculous. Yeah, you know what I mean? No, I don't. What camera angles? Please elaborate further. Aeon 2 gonna be lit. Let's go.
There's a grave walker.
Hopefully. Hopefully it's not too pay to win. It looks like season 1 for Aeon 2 is gonna be pretty safe. Like very minor power difference between people who buy stuff and people who don't. But supposedly the later seasons in Aeon 2, they ramped it up. But again, a lot of these games, they change how they handle the game by region. So we'll have to see if that ends up being the case. Stop using Bravery on Raven, that's not nice. How dare you. Tokyo Game Show 2012. When they showed us fighting a Colossus out in the open field. Hope we learned a lot from Lost Ark. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, man. Oh, I miss Lost Ark, man. How is Aeon 2 gearing? Is it BD? It's more BDO than Lost Ark. A lot of honing. Well, I guess Lost Ark was a lot of honing too. It's very similar. We'll see what they do. Hopefully they make changes for the Western version. I love Lost Ark. Lost Ark was so good, man. Remember you took weeks to farm one part of a weapon or to send it? Bro, it took me like 3 weeks to get Secret Garden. My Secret Garden drops were horrible. I was trying to get a Secret Garden nanotube for literally like 4 days straight. Actually, the worst one for me was probably Shot Focus. Shot Focus took me, I think, almost 2 weeks. No joke.
We always ask questions.
I was hard farming Shot Focus over and 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 combining and combining and combining and combining and combining. It wouldn't come home, dude. It took forever.
Where are we headed?
The nanotube grind, yeah, it was rough, dude.
In the end, if you feel confused.
Remember when Outpost needed to share and to get it done for a chance of getting an Amorphous? Yep. And people still farming Shot Focus. Still? And so Red Mod, oh, from the vaults? Yeah, that was pretty bad. That was pretty bad. That was easy to get Secret Garden? Yep. Archive shards, bro. Just don't farm it too fast. Don't farm anything too fast. If you farm too fast, banned. Oh, this looks nice for the test phase. Yeah, it really did. I'll be an after myself ban. Ultimate Glade Farm. Ultimate Glade was pretty bad. Ultimate Bunny was pretty bad too. Actually, one of the worst ones was Freyna. Do you guys remember having to do that stupid escort mission to get one of the Freyna pieces? Oh my god. I had to do that stupid escort mission like 30 times to get that Freyna drop. And even worse was Blair. Blair, you had to do this really long, dumb, normal dungeon. And you only got a chance at it at the end of the dungeon, but the dungeon was really slow. Back then, dungeons were like 10 to 20 minutes. Normal Blair was rough too. Eugen's PTSD on repeat, yeah. Ajax's parts were easy, the materials were criminal. Criminal. Yeah, the Freyna mission was rough. Waiting for that little thing to escort slowly over time. Wow. Maple Story level of popular, yeah, something like that. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Can you play the newest main story quest? Yeah, you still can. You get the option to skip it, but I think you can still do it. 50 just for effing Kodo is ready to quit? Yeah. I was talking to Clyde about this. He said the game was super grindy early on. Now it's cake. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. A lot of the farms were very obtuse back in the day and really rough. So, I mean, when the game launched, Outpost took 5 minutes to respawn. Outpost took 5 minutes to respawn. You needed a Sharon to get the drop. And then you would sit and wait 5 minutes before it would respawn. Oh my God, it was bad. And the worst was like you needed to be stealth to get some drops. But then while you were doing the outpost, if you were doing it on public, a bunny would run by and aggro everything and break the stealth. So you'd be sitting there hacking the terminal, hackermans, doing little hackerman, and you hear, ha ha, get out of the way. Ha ha ha. And this bunny would just run in and aggro all the mobs and break everything. You're like, oh my God. Get out of here. What are you doing? 5 minute outposts were rough. Yeah, they were. Have to beat bosses just to open a piece that may or may not. Yeah, it took forever. I remember having like, I think I did Pyromancer like 1,000 times. I remember doing Pyromancer all day for like 5 days in a row. It's just Pyromancer, 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 Pyromancer. Pyromancer, 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 Pyromancer. And you had to like wait for the loading screen every time you reset him. I'm that annoying bunny. Oh my God. 3% ultimate drop rates. Yep. Yep. Or doing like the what was it? What are they called? The power reactors? Remember doing those over and over? Is this Jason? Didn't Jason do this one? Yeah, Jason. Why hasn't Jason said anything about the suspensions? Where is he?
Hey everyone, Jason here, community director.
Jason, we need you.
Season 4 is almost here, and
what are your thoughts?
The final chapter of Ingress's story. But before we step into the final chapter, let's take a moment to look back at everything that's happened so far.
Running out of ammo on reactor bosses? Yep, the fusion reactors, yeah.
And the Vulgus. Now, to our descendants,
Jason, we need you. What are your thoughts?
Ingress apart. But from his perspective,
what are your thoughts?
An entirely different story. So let's rewind the war for Ingress and see it through Corell's eyes.
You do realize that exploiting is very illegal, considering real money would be tied to them, so the game studio could be fined or shut down if outside sources found out before they fixed it.
Over Ingress tore open, and a massive Vulgus army came flooding through a rift between dimensions. They were after the Ironheart, a mysterious legacy capable.
I miss Enduring Legacy? Yeah, once upon a time.
They invaded Ingress.
They're going to be sorting through it. I don't know if we're even going to get a response today, to be honest.
Strong enough to bring humanity to its knees.
It's going to be pretty wild, huh?
The continent fell almost
immediately. The continent, the continent, the continent.
But humanity emerged. Humanity's last.
No, they didn't publish the video. No, this is
how our final stronghold, Albion, came to be.
What's up, Retro? Bands are insane. They are. They pretty crazy, man. They pretty crazy.
When it seemed impossible to stop the Vulgus' overwhelming firepower, something awakened deep within humanity. Arcade, a supernatural power that had lain.
Is there evidence they care about the backslash? I mean, so far, no.
The descendants or the
so
ones
far, no.
who took that mysterious power
We shall see.
into their bodies and turned it into a weapon.
Do you think the new 4 replacement content creators will be for the Clash? I don't know. I said I would help them find replacements if they needed to.
Determination to protect
But they haven't responded yet, so we'll see.
They stepped forward, becoming humanity's strongest
Tamer and
shield
enduring legacy.
as
Let's
our only hope,
go.
standing toe-to-toe against the Vulgus
Boom.
at last.
All right, well, chat, I think I'm going to end there. And then since I am self-banned from the game, we're going to be playing other games tomorrow. So if you're new here, hit the follow button right now. We'll be back tomorrow with more games. There's a lot of really good games coming out. We're probably going to cover a bunch of Gamescom stuff going on this week as well. So we're going to do all that stuff, and we'll be back to normal program. I just want to kind of sit and stew in this a little bit and talk about it today. Yeah, so there you go. Thank you so much for hanging today, guys. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Again, if you're new here, hit the follow button, come on back. We're here every day, so we'll be playing other games and doing other stuff as well. And hopefully you guys get lots of drops. Hopefully no one got suspended if they felt like they shouldn't have, and you know, they're back into it, whatever. I'll still be covering news for the game. I just won't be playing the game, so won't be doing that. So, GG's, have a good night. Let's go hang out with Conjuru, who's playing right now, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace out. Love ya. Have a great evening, morning, night, wherever you are in the world. Shout out to Magnum, who are just running around trying to figure out what they're going to do about this. GG's, let's go hang out with Conjuru. Go say hi. He can play the game because he's not self-banned. So GG's. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Love you. Bye. 07's in the chat. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. See you soon. See you real soon. Let's go. Let's go.